If listening to the Chaos Dwarf Ezra ordering him to get the list of all the 7 princes of hell branches across the Dark Realm along with the number of personnel stationed in each branch was not enough to remove the blindfold of certainty blinding him, then these condescending words of the dwarf did the job. Muthdia finally asked the question he failed to ask himself a few minutes earlier. Why would the dwarf call him to warn him that the native leaders were after him? Earlier, Muthdia did not consider this because he believed the dwarf wanted to use him as his pawn. So the dwarf called him to warn him as he was no good to the dwarf if he were to die at the hands of the native leaders. Now that he knew the real reason why the dwarf had called him and thought with a clear mind, he felt the Chaos Dwarf Ezra was correct. How am the dwarf supposed to know what he was doing in the card world, let alone what the card world's native leaders were up to? With this, the blindness of certainty covering Muthdia was removed. However, though Chaos Dwarf Ezra's words were condescending, they awakened him to the reality. Realizing that the dwarf was correct, Muthdia began to understand that his initiative talent was flawed as he would only consider the outcomes that would favor him and not explore further. Had he explored further and not gotten wrapped up in his assumptions and speculation, he might have seen the flaws in his assumptions. Muthdia began to sweat with his sudden realization as he almost ticked off the dwarf who knew his deepest secret because of his half-assed assumptions. Having grown up in the Dark Realm, he knew that laws and regulations were different for the strong and the weak. If a weak person were to explore forbidden knowledge, he would be held guilty and burned for his crimes. However, if a strong person were to do the same, he would be celebrated as a genius and sought after. The fact that Chaos Dwarf Ezra was able to create a method from scratch to help Muthdia forge a forbidden title demon core would only make him a capable Chaos Dwarf in the eyes of those ruler class factions and families. They could always use a talent like Chaos Dwarf Ezra, who could recreate the lost method of forging a forbidden title demon as mere demon master. Considering his infinite potential at worst, they will punish the dwarf with a small fine for his crime, whereas the Dia tribe father and son would not be able to escape the death penalty in all scenarios. After all, they had to serve as an example to others. Muthdia had long forgotten about trying to prove that Chaos Dwarf Ezra was the mastermind behind their recent string of tragedies once his assumptions fell apart, realizing the dwarf was not calling him to warn him, but to get him to betray his faction. Muthdia did not bother to go over all his assumptions again, as now all he cared about was how to get out of the clutches of the dwarf. Had Muthdia gone over his assumptions with the new information, he would have realized that Chaos Dwarf Ezra was still the most likely to be the mastermind. However, he could do that later once he was out of his current predicament. Muthdia's brain thought of every possible scenario where the truth about his son being the successor of the Hell of Contamination would be revealed, and in every one of them, he could only see the dwarf gaining fame for achieving the impossible, while he and his son being killed practicing heresy. Finding that he was cornered, Muthdia realized that he had only 2 options: either become the dwarf's pawn or be on the run for the remainder of his life. Considering that the ruler-class forces of the Dark Realm could find him anywhere in the Myriad realms, he knew he would have no luck on the run and be caught instantly, so he only had one choice: to obey the dwarf. As for suicide, that never crossed Muthdia's mind. Hey, how long are you going to take to get your head straight? I need an answer. Should I be expecting you to share the list of all the 7 princes of hell branches across the Dark Realm along with the number of personnel stationed in each branch to my Demon Codex soon, or not? Since Muthdia was taking too long to reply to Chaos Dwarf Ezra, repeated himself. Master Ezra, I realize the flaw of my ways, but what is the guarantee that you will leave me and my son if I do as you say? Muthdia did not immediately agree to betray his faction by spying on them for the Chaos Dwarf Ezra, rather asked the dwarf to guarantee that he would not throw Muthdia under the bus once he got what he wanted. For now, Muthdia was focused on doing damage control and buying time. Once he got a breather, he would be able to think of something. Guarantee? What kind of guarantee will assure you to work for me? Will a contract drawn with Devil Merchant Code as a witness be enough? Chaos Dwarf Ezra asked Muthdia with a sneer. Yes, Master Ezra. Muthdia ignored the dwarf's tone and hurriedly agreed, as he thought he would have to fiercely negotiate with the dwarf to get him to sign a contract drawn with Devil Merchant Code as a witness. Muthdia, don't overestimate yourself. You have yet to prove yourself and your value in my eyes for me to go through the trouble of sheltering you. First, prove your loyalty and worth, then I will give you a guarantee. Wyatt had managed to convince Muthdia that revealing that Chaos Dwarf Ezra had created a method to forge a forbidden title demon core would only benefit the Chaos Dwarf. Doubling on that narrative, he hinted at Muthdia to give Chaos Dwarf Ezra a reason why he should not reveal his secret instead of asking Chaos Dwarf Ezra a guarantee that he would not reveal his secret if he did his bidding. After all, willingly harboring a heretic was a serious offense. This way, instead of Chaos Dwarf Ezra trying to leverage Muthdia's secret to recruit Muthdia, Muthdia would have to convince Chaos Dwarf Ezra that he stood to gain more by not revealing his secret than he stood to gain by revealing it. The only thing Muthdia, a chief in a mid-level dark faction, could offer anything of interest to Chaos Dwarf Ezra, heir of a pseudo-ruler class force, that could rival the fame of reacting a forgotten and forbidden title demon core forging method was himself. Wyatt as Chaos Dwarf Ezra had already made clear that he had little interest in Muthdia and more interest in his status as a chief in the Seven Princes of Hell faction. Wyatt had already shown him the way, now it was up to Muthdia to travel it. After all, Wyatt had convinced him that had no other choice left to consider. Thanks to Wyatt's critical thinking and clever maneuvers, the question was no longer if Muthdia was willing to become Chaos Dwarf Ezra's pawn, but if Chaos Dwarf Ezra was willing to use Muthdia as his pawn. Now Wyatt did not have to threaten Muthdia to become Chaos Dwarf Ezra's pawn, but Muthdia had to beg the dwarf he hated to accept him as his pawn. Master Wyatt, even if I am a chief under Belphegor, I do not have access to the information you seek. If you want, I will give you the list of territories under me along with the number of personnel stationed in each territory. Muthdia conceded. He offered the information he had to Chaos Dwarf Ezra to show his worth with his actions. Listening to Muthdia, Wyatt frowned, seeing through Muthdia's intentions, and sternly warned, "Don't act smart with me. Was I not clear before that I have no interest in you but your status as a chief in the Seven Princes of Hell faction? What use do I have for you if lose your standing in the Seven Princes of Hell faction? Or did you think I would not be able to see through your small tricks? I do not need a pawn who thinks he is smarter than his master. Do you understand what I mean?" The reason Wyatt asked Muthdia to get him the list of all the Seven Princes of Hell territories across the Dark Realm along with the number of personnel stationed in each territory was because he knew with the faction focusing on invading the card world, there would be less personnel stationed at each territories to guard them. Wyatt could sell this information to the Seven Princes of Hell faction's enemies, or if Corey Park's army in the Dark Realm has been re-established by then, he could have her target those territories. With the faction focused on invading the card world and fewer people staffed to guard these territories, they would be easy targets. Muthdia had understood what Chaos Dwarf Ezra was planning to do with the information he asked him to provide, which is why he believed that the dwarf needed him and wanted to use it to get him to sign a contract drawn with Devil Merchant Code as a witness. But to his dismay, Chaos Dwarf Ezra was ambitious. Muthdia discerned that this was not a one-time thing, and the dwarf wanted him to be more than a pawn. He wanted him to be a spy. Muthdia had a foreshadowing about this when the dwarf reached out to him, but now it had turned into a reality. If Muthdia were to become a spy, he would be neither here nor there, but stuck in between until the rope around his neck suffocated him to death. Therefore, Muthdia lied and proposed to give the dwarf information about the territories he managed on behalf of the faction. This way, when Chaos Dwarf Ezra targets only the territories he managed, the faction will find out that he has betrayed them. As such, Chaos Dwarf Ezra would no longer use him as a spy and only use him as his pawn. This was a risky bet, but not more than being used and thrown as a spy. Muthdia understood struggling will not help, but he had to give it a try. "Please forgive my insolence, Master Ezra. I will get you the information you need soon." Muthdia hurriedly apologized and assured the Chaos Dwarf Ezra that he would complete his orders. It might seem as if Muthdia had quickly adjusted to his new status as Chaos Dwarf Ezra's pawn, but only he knew the self-control it took him to apologize to the dwarf. Previously, he apologized to the dwarf easily because he was trying to trick him, but now it was different. His pride won't allow it, but to achieve his dream, he could only bend his knees. "Soon is not good enough. You have 48 hours. I will not tolerate any delays or excuses. Saying that without waiting for the response from Muthdia, Chaos Dwarf Ezra hung up the call. If Muthdia were to come through this time, Wyatt planned to entice him by showing him that he would benefit more from siding with Chaos Dwarf Ezra than Belphegor. So Muthdia had more reasons than fear to switch his loyalty to Chaos Dwarf Ezra. However, if Muthdia were to disappoint him, then Wyatt get the best he can from Muthdia and throw him aside. After all, Wyatt had a lot on his plate. He did not want to manage another variable. Mother F. Kerr. Muthdia screamed at the top of his lungs with rage-filled eyes as the dwarf hung up on him. The day Muthdia became a devil, he vowed to never bend his knees in front of others until he met Belphegor, giving birth to his ambition of becoming a ruler class, even if costs him a son. Now bending his knees to a mere demon master of all the powerful beings in the Dark Realm, his thirst to become a ruler class became even stronger. To achieve this ambition, he was willing to sacrifice his son, let alone withstand a little shame. Having dealt with Muthdia, Wyatt looked at the basement ceiling to hear the field marshal's voice in his head. "You looking for me? Any news about the townspeople?" Wyatt knew the field marshal would be monitoring him, so he looked up to gain her attention as it was easier than calling or texting her. "Nope, I guess the operation was not a success," the field marshal replied. It had been a while since she gave the information to her counterpart in the northern region, so she guessed that they had already acted on it and concluded the operation. She believed it to be a bust, because if an operation had gone as her counterpart in the northern region had wished, then they would have called her to brag about the successful operation. Seeing how the call did not come, it was clear that they did not get the result they were expecting from the emergency operation. "I do not care about their emergency operation. I only wanted to know if the townspeople were okay," Wyatt stressed and continued adding. "My informant has said Gideon, the devil, and their goons have managed to escape, but he cannot get me any update on the townspeople." "I see. Let me give them a call." If it was someone else, the field marshal would have yelled, "It does not concern you," or "Get over it." But since Wyatt was special, she decided to give her counterpart a call and get an update on the status of the townspeople. "Thank you." Thanking the field marshal for entertaining his whim, Wyatt began to update everyone he reached out to about the situation and asked if they had or could find information about the well-being of the townspeople. Of all the people Wyatt had contacted, freedom fighters and demigod Norley were the two who did not respond. Considering that freedom fighters had yet to see his text in VR universe, Wyatt gave them a pass, but demigod Norley had no excuse. Wyatt could not think of a reason why demigod Norley did not respond to his text requesting help. Wyatt, though the demigod teams of Northern Region failed to capture the culprits, they managed to rescue the town. However, since the entire town was frozen and the people in it were forced into a cryosleep for a long period, it is too early to tell anything certainly about their individual well-being. The authorities have mobilized medical card apprentices. Though the situation is delicate, there is still hope, the field marshal informed Wyatt after inquiring about her counterpart in the Northern Region. "I see." Wyatt nodded in understanding. "If it is not a bother, please keep me updated about their situation." The card apprentice would survive the cryosleep with the help of the medical card apprentices. It would be like awakening from a deep sleep for them. However, the mortals, especially kids and the elderly, would have to suffer a little and need time to recover. Since Gideon wanted their souls, he would have made sure that the mortals would not die in cryosleep. Regardless, Wyatt could only hope for the best and move on. There is bad news. Seeing Wyatt prepare to head inside the dungeon seal, Field Marshal Heatsend hurriedly revealed. "What is it?" Wyatt asked the field marshal, stopping in his tracks. "The Northern Region is asking us for the source of our information, trying to target our spies in the Northern Region. Our involvement in this incident has opened up a whole new can of worms. Anna's mother will do her best to handle it. But just in case, I am telling you this so that you can prepare yourself ahead." The field marshal responds with a heavy heart. After all, it was their duty to Wyatt away from politics as much as possible. "I understand," Wyatt nodded, understanding what the field marshal was warning him about. To make the people he was asking to help take this incident seriously, Wyatt had said in the text that Gideon was sacrificing an entire town of more than 100,000 people in preparation for the second demon invasion, successfully raising the importance of this incident in the eyes of everyone who knew of it. So it was not a surprise if they would try to know the source of information. There was only so much Anna's mother could do to stall the central government and other royal families using the name of the Southern royal family. At some point, she would have to give up her source. For such a day, Field Marshal wanted Wyatt to get his story straight and not give the world leaders a reason to target him, as most of them wanted to get their hands on him, but none had a justification to do so. It would be foolish of Wyatt if he were to give it to them because of his unpreparedness. Master Ezra, my father has returned to the Dark Realm. He has arranged a Dia tribe elder meeting today and a meeting with his trusted subordinates from the faction after that. I think he is arranging people he trusts the most to get the information you asked him to get. I will continue to monitor his every move and keep you updated, Master Ezra. Regards. Yours truly, Kuthdia. While reading Kuthdia's text, Wyatt entered the seed world. From the text, it seemed Muthdia might be obedient for a while. However, with Kuthdia monitoring him, Wyatt was not worried about this variable. Still, he could not underestimate a devil merchant. Therefore, Wyatt had decided that if Muthdia did not come through on his orders or showed any sign of rebellion, he might as well tie the loose ends after squeezing everything he could get from him. Wyatt, you're back. Dre greeted Wyatt as soon as he entered the seed world, but before he could answer, Susan asked in concern, Wyatt, is everything all right? You left in a hurry, without a word. Nothing to worry about. The problem has been solved. Sorry, I made you guys worry over nothing. Wyatt responded politely. Now that he knew that the townspeople were out of danger, he had a more pleasant mood than before. After all, sitting in a third-tier city of a little-known district of the southern region, he was able to save more than 100,000 townspeople in the most remote place of the northern region by making a few calls. As a bonus, he had not only foiled the plan of Muthdia, but showed the world that Gideon was not some kind of boogeyman that the southern region cooked up, but the real deal. Though his privilege level was not as high as ABA's, his favors held a high enough value. This was a testament that his struggle in the card world so far was not a waste. Wow, Dre, your forest has come a long way. Your efforts are showing results. Wyatt suddenly praised, looking at the treacherous floating island, trying to change the topic. You noticed, I think the forest spirit will be born soon, Dre informed like a proud mother. Though a forest spirit was not as strong as the world will, they were basically the same. With proper nutrition and nurturing, in time Dre could grow the forest spirit into a world will. Wyatt wondered if he could speed the process by bringing more pixies or helping the spirit steal a little soul energy from the card world's will. However, soon Wyatt shook his head, awakening from his contemplation, as this was not his project to take over, but treacherous. If she were to ask him to participate, then he might present his opinion to her and proceed based on her decision. Though he could not get more pixies, allowing the forest spirit to steal from the card worlds was not impossible. Of course, it all depended on Dreeder's wish. That's great. Can you inform me when the forest spirit is about to be born? I would like to witness its birth, Wyatt requested Dre, as he planned to record the process of the birth of the forest spirit and study it in his free time. Thanks to him being able to exist on both physical and spiritual planes simultaneously, he would be able to record the changes in both planes during the birth of the forest spirit. With this, he would not miss anything about the forest spirit's birth. Sure, silly, Dre agreed without hesitation and then informed. The spirit will be born within a day or two. Are you planning to be in the seed world for the foreseeable future? Yes, I am. Don't you worry. Even if something urgent comes up during these few days, I will have my clones deal with it. So, do not hesitate to call me when your forest is about to give birth to its spirit. I do not want to miss it for anything in the world. Wyatt assured Dre that he would be in the seed world for the next few days, so she should not hesitate to call him during the birth of the forest spirit. Okay, Dre exclaimed with a high-pitched voice expressing the sheer joy she was feeling. Her pink hair and wings radiated with a pink glow, showing how overjoyed she was to hear Wyatt claim that he would not miss the birth of her forest spirit for anything in the world. This was important to her, as this was the first time she was giving birth to a forest spirit by herself in a foreign land. Then Dre invited Susan, Corey, and Park, saying, "Will you guys also be present to witness the birth of my forest spirit?" "Of course, I thought we were already invited," Susan replied while Corey and Park nodded in agreement. "Great. That child will be happy to see so many people welcoming it," Dre uttered excitedly, and then excused herself, saying, "I have to make preparations to welcome the child." Dre, Use my account to buy what you need in preparation for Forest Spirit's birth. Don't hesitate about the cost or worry about a budget. I want it to be a day to remember. Consider it my gift to the Forest Spirit, Wyatt offered to Dre, having realized that she attached great importance to the Forest Spirit's birth. Thank you, Wyatt. Dre thanked Wyatt for his generous gift. However, Wyatt feared that Dre might hesitate to spend his money. So, he turned to Susan asking, "Can you see to it that she doesn't hold back and gets everything she needs regardless of the cost?" "Leave it to me, and here. The storage card contains the list of ingredients you ordered." Susan agreed while handing him a storage card. "Can you share the bill with my Demon Merchant Codex?" Wyatt asked Susan to share the bill for the purchase, surprising Corey and Park. Sure. Though astonished, Susan agreed with Wyatt's request, as she was about to share the bill with his Demon Codex anyway. As for why she was surprised, it was because this was the first time Wyatt had requested her to provide him with the bill after he made her his exclusive manager. She was confused, wondering if she had done something to cause Wyatt to behave this way. Corey wanted to say something seeing the confusion in Susan's face, but was stopped by Park. After all, Wyatt as their boss had every right to ask them for the bill of their purchase. So it was not their place to criticize him. Noticing the reaction of the girls, shaking his head, Wyatt explained, "I just wanted to compare the prices at which you guys got the ingredients to the prices at which I would have gotten them. Not just the prices, but the quality of the ingredients." Despite the fear of the Devil Merchant Code, the demon/devil merchants on its network are not beyond trying to cheat their customers. All three of you are new to this and too honest to be a demon merchant or think of the trickery the demon/devil merchants are capable of. So, sit tight and wait for my evaluation. I hope you guys did well. Wyatt was not overreacting, he spoke from experience. After all, Wyatt, himself, was almost scammed by a demon merchant trying to buy top-quality phantom sword, wood mushroom spawns. He would not have noticed the difference in the quality of the mushroom spawns if not for his soul pupils, which allowed him to take swift action against the demon merchant, causing the demon merchant to compensate him when he threatened to appeal with the devil merchant code. Wyatt was not joking when he said that he wanted Susan and Park to conduct import and export of ingredients between the devil merchant code and the card world on his behalf. With the presence of Gideon, another unknown demon merchant, and the 7 Princes of Hell faction, the prices of the card world and devil merchant code will be saturated soon until the demon invasion, which Wyatt was planning to stop even before it happens. So Wyatt was pressed by time if he wanted to make the most profit from this, which was why he took some of his precious time to train Susan and Park. "Oh, okay." The trio sighed in relief in unison. Susan was the most relieved after hearing Wyatt's explanation. She was a little happy that Wyatt was making time in his busy schedule to train her. Though the thing between them had become official recently, they had not spent some proper alone time since then, let alone go on a date. She knew Wyatt had a lot on his plate to take care of, so she was happy with what little time she got to spend with Wyatt regardless of the reason. Though it was a bummer that Park and Corey would be present too. Seeing the trio sigh in relief, Wyatt felt they were prioritizing the wrong thing. They should be worried about the result of his evaluation rather than feeling revealed hearing his explanation. This led Wyatt to wonder if he should implement a punishment system such that the girls would take the evaluation seriously. While Wyatt frowned, Corey suddenly declared, "Don't you worry, Wyatt. We got you the best product at the cheapest price possible." Susan and Park also confidently nodded, agreeing with Corey's declaration. However, Wyatt felt differently. "Somehow, hearing you say that I am more worried." Wyatt was not kidding. He really felt that way. "Don't worry, Wyatt. I helped them check the quality of the ingredients they bought," Dre assured Wyatt, as she waited for Susan to help with the preparation to welcome the forest spirit. Since Dre helped them, Wyatt was not worried about the quality of the ingredients they bought except for the price they paid to get them. However, Wyatt hoped the girls did not have to depend on Dre for such simple traits, as this was an opportunity for them to learn by making mistakes such that they could grow faster as demon merchants. With a cheat like Dre by their side, that was not possible. "Thank you, Dre." Wyatt thanked Dre for helping Susan and Park out, as it was not a part of her job specification. "Wyatt, don't thank me. I helped them because they are my friends," Dre replied shyly. She was still not used to getting thanked. The Infinity Library had abused the pixie race's generousness so much that they felt unnatural when thanked. "Okay, you three. How about you compare the markets in the Interrealm network with Cardworld's market to come up with 3 ingredients that we can import or export to Cardworld from there and report it to me? Do you understand your homework, or do I have to go into further details? Wyatt asked, specifically eyeing Corey among the trio. Wyatt, did you not say that you tell us the high-profit margin ingredients to import and export between the realms? Corey spoke, seeing Wyatt single her out. Did not read the employment, even after misunderstanding earlier? One of the clauses in it clearly states that you guys will pay me less commission for trades that you bring in. Wyatt criticized Corey for jumping to conclusions without reading the employment contract. Oh, I see. But why do you get profits on trades that we bring in? As Corey asked this, everyone present looked at her in disbelief. It's because I will be providing you the capital for the trades. I will be providing you the trade channels in the card world. And not to forget, you are my slave for the next 100 years. Corey, tell me honestly, do you have any idea what we are doing here? Wyatt looked at Park while speaking to Corey. His eyes inquired Park, what have you been teaching her? Corey, honey, to make high-margin profits in these kinds of trades, you need a lot of capital and good trade channels to buy or unload the goods in bulk and in the fastest time possible. Even if I can somehow arrange the capital, we still need Wyatt's contact and trade channels in the card world to complete the trade. So, we pay a percentage of our profits to Wyatt even if it is our personal trade. Think of it this way, the less we depend on Wyatt, the less we have to pay him. Park hurriedly informed Corey before she could answer Wyatt. This was her attempt to stop Corey from blabbing something stupid. Wyatt, Corey is too young. Give her some time, she will catch on. Susan came to Corey's defense as she believed Corey was doing well and trying her hardest for a regular 17-year-old. Not everyone was the Dalton Wyatt. Fine, whatever, but somebody please get her to read the employment contract. Wyatt had set high standards for Corey. After all, she was like him in some ways, considering she had her past life memories and all. But now that Susan pointed it out, past life memories or not, Corey was an average teenager with a lot of emotional baggage. I have read the employment contract twice. It is just that I did not understand it as well as I had thought, Corey replied, avoiding Wyatt's eyes. She could not be more embarrassed right now. One could fluently read a written text, but it does not mean that they completely understood what text conveyed. If you did not understand it, why did not ask me or Big Sis for help? Park was furious hearing Corey, but she wanted to hear her out before Psycho Park on her. I am sorry, I was embarrassed to ask for help. As even Dre understood the contract, Corey revealed. She appeared to be holding back her tears as she did not want to add to her embarrassment. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? I might be smaller than you, but I am a lot older than you. Besides, as a book guide fairy, I am a traveling encyclopedia. You are dumb to compare yourself with me. Dre did not spare Corey's feelings and ripped her a good one. Shocking Park, Susan, Corey, and Wyatt. They stared at her dumbfoundedly as they did not believe Dre was capable of something like this. Wyatt understood this might be because Dre truly felt she was among friends. However, Wyatt believed Corey was most responsible for bringing this side of Dre out. Because of Dredra's cuteness, all of them were drawn to spoiling her. However, what about Dre? What did she feel about each one of them? Wyatt did not know what Dre felt about the rest, but he could see that she cared for Corey like an older family/friend looking out for a younger sibling/friend, which meant that she considered Corey dumber and more immature than herself. On some level, Corey also realized the dynamic between Dre and her. She did not like it one bit. So she tried to prove herself. However, the more Corey tried to prove herself to Dre, the more she ended up appearing as a troublemaker and an idiot. Being the bigger person, Dre tolerated or forgave all of Corey's antics. Dre, do pixies fight among themselves? Susan asked Dre curiously as the image of Pixie she had built in her mind had been destroyed. Not that I know of, Dre replied humbly without outright dismissing Susan's question. No, Wyatt answered confidently and continued saying, by nature, pixies are meek. Even in their territory they avoid fights. The thought of fighting back does not cross their mind. I am not saying pixies do not feel jealousy, anger, and such negative feelings like us humans. They do, but the chances of them acting out and willingly hurting others because of these feelings are near zero. For reasons unknown, they do not let the negative feelings control them. However, when these negative feelings accumulate, they grow sad, depressed, and are prone to suicide. This does not mean the pixies are a bunch of cowards. They are just peaceful creatures who would rather suffer than hurt others. But if they can overcome their innate nature during a traumatic event, they will advance into an elder pixie. For example, when a bunch of psis are threatened by any external factor, those among them who can overcome their nature to protect their friends and family evolve to become elder pixies, gaining the responsibility to lead and protect other pixies. How do you know all that? Corey asked Wyatt skeptically. I learned this by deciphering the what little books Infinity Libere had on pixies, Wyatt answered. Wyatt, wait. Which book are you taking? I have also read all the books on the pixies in the Infinity Library, but none of them mentioned how a pixie can evolve into an elder pixie. Dreydre was astonished to hear Wyatt talk about how a pixie can evolve into an elder pixie when she, a pixie, did not know of it. What are you saying, Dreydre? You were the one who recommended those books to me. Wyatt found it puzzling that Dreydre had no idea about what he was talking about when she was the one who recommended the books to learn about pixies. Could you reshair the list of recommended back to me? Dreydre asked Wyatt, feeling there had to be some explanation to it, as she believed Wyatt had no reason to lie to her. Yeah, sure. Wyatt immediately reshared the list of the recommended books with Dreydre and waited patiently for her report before jumping to conclusions. I have read all these books. None of them mention anything about how a pixie can become an elder pixie. Wyatt, sure it was one of these books? Dreydre asked Wyatt to confirm once again. Yes, I remember the book's title and its contents clear as day. Untold Lores of Pixies. That's the book where I read how a pixie can become an elder pixie. Wyatt reported the title of the book confidently to Dreydre, so that she could revise the book and see if she had missed the part he was talking about. Wyatt, I have read that book 21 times. It has no mentions of how a pixie can become an elder pixie, Dreydre informed Wyatt and asked. You sure it's this book and you have not mistaken it for some other book? I am sure it's a book. Wait, I will share my copy of the book with you. No. Here, read my copy of the book in my Demon Merchant Codex. Wyatt passed Dreydre his Demon Merchant Codex to read his copy of the book instead of share the file to her Merchant Codex, as he smelled a conspiracy behind this, and even if he was wrong, it would not hurt for them to be cautious. Wyatt, why does your copy of the book have these extra pages? These last few pages are not part of the original copy of this book. Just in case, let me check with the Infinity Library. Dreydre decided to contact the Infinity Library to understand what was going on. No, don't. Wyatt exclaimed and assured Dreydre, I know what went wrong. You do? Dreydre locked eyes with Wyatt, waiting for him to give more details. Yes, I do. This mix-up is because of me, so do not contact the Infinity Library, okay? Wyatt did not dare to lie to Dreydre, especially when locking eyes with her. Technically, Wyatt did not lie, as this mix-up was indeed because of him. He did not do it, but the one who did it had done it because of him. So he did not lie to Dreydre. However, he did keep the truth from Dreydre because he knew no good could from her knowing the conspiracy behind this. It was not hard for Wyatt to guess who had added the extra few pages to his copy of the book Untold Lores of Pixies. After all, inside the Infinity Library, besides the pixies, the only ones capable of doing this were the Librarian and Librarian Jr. Based on his history with Infinity Library, the safe bet was that Librarian Jr. was behind this mix-up. The Librarian Jr. might have been waiting for him to try and learn more about the pixies, and getting the opportunity, he slipped extra pages into Wyatt's copy of the book Untold Lores of Pixies. What Wyatt did not understand was why Librarian Jr. would do this. What did he expect from Wyatt by stealthily feeding him this information? Did he expect Wyatt to force Dreydre into a traumatic situation to see if she becomes an elder pixie, basically having Wyatt experiment on his behalf? Why do that? When he had the authority to just lend a pixie to Wyatt, then he should have enough authority to experiment with pixies, right? Unless the librarian did not have that authority yet, or his emotions for pixies did not allow him to. Wyatt could not understand what Librarian Jr. wanted, so he could only give up trying to figure out what Librarian Jr. wanted, thinking, whatever that asshole wants, I will know sooner or later. Okay, I won't, but Wyatt, the Infinity Library takes such issues seriously, so be careful next time. Dreydre did not ask Wyatt for further details on the mix-up, seeing that Wyatt was accepting all the blame and warned him not to repeat the same. However, she asked, Wyatt, can I ask where the extra pages in your copy of Untold Lores of Pixies come from? Those extra pages are from another book. Don't worry about it. Wyatt casually brushed off the topic as he did not want to lie to Dre. Do you think what it said is true? Dre did not seem to want to let go of that topic. Maybe. I can only be certain after I read the full book. I will tell you when I read it. Until then, how about you do not talk about the extra pages with others, okay? Wyatt promised, believing it would get Dre to stop talking about the extra pages with her tribal friends and elders. Okay, Dre agreed, trusting Wyatt. Wyatt nodded at Dre with a mild smile, then turned to Corey, who was staring daggers at him, and yelled, "As if you do not make any mistake. How dare you say that after giving me a hard time for every little mistake I made?" Corey was out for revenge and would not rest until she got it. "You still have the face to call your mistakes little mistakes. They were dumb and outright silly mistakes. Even a 10-year-old would know better." Wyatt was not going to give Corey the satisfaction she was seeking. If she wanted revenge, she better be prepared for a fight. "I am Corey. I make silly mistakes that even 10-year-olds would not." "There, I said it, Happy. But you're the great Wyatt, the perfect being. I cannot believe you made a mistake," Corey rambled, to which Wyatt expressionlessly asked, "What's your point?" "Even you make mistakes, so don't make fun of others when they make mistakes," Corey replied, only to hear Wyatt laugh out loud and taunt her. "What's the matter? You can't handle a little criticism. Then don't make silly mistakes. Besides, you seem to be under a misconception. I can tolerate mistakes and even praise you if you learn from your mistakes, but what I cannot tolerate is silly mistakes and the idiots repeating the same silly mistakes. I hope you get this through that thick head of yours before you start your whining next time." Wyatt's words stuck Corey's little head like nails on a wooden board. Her eyes turned red and she teared up, trying hard not to cry, but she began to wail hearing Dre speak for her. "Wyatt, stop. She is about to cry." Corey wept inconsolably, but neither Susan nor Park came to comfort her, as they did not think Wyatt's criticism was harsh enough to force her to cry. However, Dre flew next to Corey, and patting her head she said, There, good girls don't cry." Corey's wailing paused for a moment when Dre patted her head to comfort her, and then listening to her, she cried even harder. Seeing even her affectionate touch and words were not enough to comfort Corey, Dre frowned, trying to think of a way to cheer Corey. Her frown only deepened after recalling what could cheer Corey up. However, seeing Corey's snot-filled nose and tear-stained cheeks, she did not want to do it, but listening to Corey cry inconsolably, her eyes grew resolute, and she said, "Corey, if you stop crying and be a good girl, I will kiss you on the cheek." "Oh, really?" Corey rubbed the tears off her eyes and cheek and stutteringly asked to confirm. Dre nodded and kissed Corey on her salty cheek. But Corey did not stop crying, so she kissed her tear-stained cheek again. Yet, Corey continued to cry. Feeling tricked, Dre asked, "Corey, I have kissed you twice. Why are you still crying?" "I don't know." Corey blurted and continued to cry aloud. Confused, Wyatt looked at Park and asked, "What's the matter with her?" "You need to create that custom mental skill card for her as soon as possible." Park informed Wyatt that Corey needed the mental skill card that he promised to create for her. "I thought the elixir I gave her and Little Bame had suppressed the darkness in her titled demon core." Wyatt had forgotten about the custom mental skill card Park asked for Corey, believing that with Little Bame's help, Corey might no longer need it. External means are all temporary measures. Her current unstable mood is the side effect of that. She has become less aggressive and irritable, but the darkness seems to have found new ways to surface in her. Until she, herself, becomes capable enough to control the darkness, it will continue to plague her for the remainder of her life. Park explained to Wyatt with a grave expression. "I will send you a list of ingredients. Get them, and I will create the card. Until then, why don't you go find Little Beam? I guess she too should be bored patrolling the city outskirts and should be missing Corey." Wyatt then turned to Dre, who was still trying her best to console Corey like a big sister, and said, Dre, Park will handle her. You and Susan focus on preparations to welcome your forest spirit." Seeing Dre was reluctant to leave crying Corey's side, Wyatt persuaded her again. Dre, Corey is fine. There is some issue with her titled demon core. Park will handle it." "Yes, Dre. Everything is fine. She will be back to her normal self to bicker with you in no time," Park also assured Dre. With Susan and Dre heading to the forest, before preparing to leave the seed world with crying Corey to find Little Beam, Park informed Wyatt, I wanted to talk about re-establishing my old army with you. Can you make some time for me to discuss that? Sure, let us talk now. Wyatt has been waiting for Park to bring this topic up with him. So he immediately made time for her, following the words better now than later. Park pointed at Corey with her eyes, implying that she could not talk about it now as she had to deal with Corey's inconsolable crying. Noticing Park's actions, Corey spoke her mind while crying. I will go cry in that corner you guys discuss here. Knowing how important re-establishing her old army was to Park, wiping Corey prepared to excuse herself to a corner afar from the two so that her wiping did not disturb them. But before she could leave, Park rendered her unconscious, saying, "Since you are in no hurry, you might as well go to sleep than cry in a corner alone." Then possessing the unconscious Corey's body, Park locked eyes with Wyatt and spoke. "Then shall we proceed?" Listening to Corey speak in Park's voice, Wyatt divulged, "No, I can't take you seriously with that face." "How about now?" As Park said, an amber flame covered teenage Corey's body from head to toe. Soon it died, revealing a grown-up and shapely Corey in her mid or late 20s. It was Park, but in a body of flesh and bones instead of one made with flames. "This will do, but do you have to be so flashy? Besides, she doesn't like you possessing her body," Wyatt said, shaking his head. "Ah, you do care for her," Park uttered, learning that Wyatt not only remembered Corey did not like Park possessing her body, but he cared enough to bring it up with her. "How does this count as caring for her?" Flustered, Wyatt asked. "Relax, don't get worked up. It is a good thing that the neglected child has one more person who cares about her. If it makes you feel any better, she also cares for you." Park had a playful grin on her lips, seeing Wyatt being shy about his friend/foe dynamic with Corey. "Neglected child?" Wyatt asked Park, raising his brows. After all, it was no secret to anyone in Sky Blossom City that Corey was the precious jewel of the Bright family. How did she become a neglected child? "I take it you were talking about her absent parents." "Yes." Park rolled her eyes at Wyatt, and then continued. "Anyways, now that I know you care for the child, it makes it easier for me to ask your help with re-establishing my old army. Before you continue, now that you are back in touch with the Dark Realm, do you know about the undead devil Agony?" Wyatt asked Park because if she had no idea about Agony by now, then the level of difficulty to re-establish Park's old army has increased by several folds. Her inability to grasp the news about what happened after her death means Wyatt might have overestimated her. "I have. Because of her, it was very hard for me to prove my identity to my allies. If you are worried about that, then don't I have handled it?" Park gritted her teeth in rage. How could she not be angry after learning what Belphegor did to her body after her death? Controlling her rage, she asked Wyatt, "How did you come to know of her?" "You should ask Little Beam for details. Together, we subdued her during the Southern Capital incident." Wyatt sighed in relief as he did not overestimate Park and thought that her legends in Dark Realm might have some truth to them. "I was planning to do that." Speaking of Little Bame, Park's expression became complicated. It seemed she was aware of Little Bame's part in the creation of Agony. "I take it, you got that handled too?" Wyatt asked Park, wondering how she planned to handle Little Bame. A lot of her allies have fallen or switched teams because of Little Bame's silent support for Agony. It wasn't a surprise that those who managed to survive all that were still willing to stand for Park. But they will demand an explanation for Little Bame's actions. "Don't worry, I will handle it even if it means revealing my existence to Little Bame," Park said with firm eyes, but Wyatt could not help but point out. "Won't that put Corey's life in danger?" "No, my existence is only possible because of Corey. If she dies, I die too. So Little Bame will not hurt her. Besides, technically I am not the real Corey Park. I am just an ego flame. Corey Bright is the real Corey Park," Park explained. However, Wyatt thought he should inform Field Marshal Heatson to watch over Corey when she confronts Little Bame. After all, Little Bame has patiently waited for the real Corey Park's return while preserving her old body for almost a millennium. With that kind of persistence, who knows what Little Bame is capable of? Putting aside the problems concerning your identity, Little Bame's action after your death, and the loyalty of your once comrades, what about Belphegor and his dark faction? If you proceed with your plans, they will learn of your existence and ambitions sooner than later, and considering your history with them, they will not sit back and let you do as you please. Wyatt needed to know that Park had answers, or at least had thought of these problems before he agreed to help her, because he did not want to waste his time on a sinking ship, nor did he want to manage Park's forces in the Dark Realm on her behalf, because if her subordinates could stay loyal to Park for almost a millennium despite her absence, regardless of what he did for them, they would always choose Park over Wyatt. Wyatt had big roles for Park and her forces to fill in for his plans for the Dark Realm, especially when it came to stopping the impending second demon invasion and dealing with Belphegor and his dark faction. However, if he felt Park and their subordinates were not up to the mark, he had no problem taking his investment somewhere else. Don't worry, with Belphegor and his faction focusing on invading the card world, this is the best time for me to re-establish my authority in the Dark Realm. I am not foolish to think that they will leave me alone, but considering the amount of resources they have already invested in invading Card World, they would prioritize the realm invasion to save their investment. Even if they cannot tolerate my return at best, they can spare a riffraffs to come after me, as that is all they can spare since the manpower it takes to invade a realm as powerful as Card World was not small. Park answered confidently, giving Wyatt the feeling that she had thought everything through, meaning she was worth his time and investment. It looks like you know what you are doing, so what do you need my help with? After a little questioning, Wyatt understood Park was not in over her head about re-establishing her force in the Dark Realm, but thought everything through, which gave him the confidence he needed to consider supporting her. Little Bame and my combined wealth, no matter how immense, will run out soon, but before that happens I need your help to come up with a profitable business that my forces can run in the Dark Realm to not only allow them to sustain themselves, but also make enough wealth to grow our forces and also wage war against Belphegor and his faction. Lastly, I hope you will give your permission for me to use your identity as a privileged Infinity Library member to run that business. Having reported she wanted Wyatt's help, Park immediately added, obviously you will be equally compensated for your contribution and troubles. Wyatt nodded, listening to Park not ask him money outright like Corey did, instead proposing a win-win deal. From this, Wyatt learned that Park had long-term plans for re-establishing her forces, and she did not plan to do this just for the sake of getting revenge. Wyatt even felt that Park's primary motive for re-establishing her forces was not vengeance, but repaying the loyalty of her comrades and subordinates. This mindset of Park was in line with Wyatt's plan for the Dark Realm. Belphegor and his dark faction were just mere obstacles in achieving his ambition. Wyatt's goalpost was far away and would not be satisfied by defeating Belphegor and his dark faction. Wyatt wanted a chill life, but that shattered the day he accepted Librarian Jr.'s offer to let Dre be his exclusive pixie. He had unknowingly entered a game that he did not even understand. All he could do now was grow as strong as possible and as quickly as possible. Great plan, I will love it. However, the Dark Realm is centuries ahead of Card World in terms of everything, and they have everything. So I do not think in a short time I will be able to think of a unique invention that could help you establish a flourishing business in the Dark Realm. Wyatt gave Park his honest opinion. The Dark Realm, regardless of how cruel when it comes to magic or tech or lifestyle, it was light years ahead of any realm in the myriad realms, let alone the Card Realm. Its market was very competitive, hence it was saturated. Running any business there would prove very challenging, let alone making it a success. No, I am not looking for your one-of-a-kind inventions of yours. It will only make us pry for stronger forces, Park said, shaking her head, and then informed. I have something already in mind. I just want your help fulfilling it. That makes this easier. Go ahead, let me hear it, Wyatt said with anticipation, as he was always looking for a challenge. A fast food chain, Park answered. Hearing her, Wyatt lost all his interest. Nope, not interested. Wyatt rejected Park's idea without a second thought. He did not even bother to consider it. What does your interest have to do with this? A fast food chain will be the best way for us to make money and also help us monitor our territory. Besides, everyone loves good and cheap food. Park was taken aback by Wyatt's rejection, but she quickly gathered herself and tried to reason with Wyatt. Today she learned one thing obvious about Wyatt: he was a junkie addicted to inventing or discovering something. Above all, it should have a challenge to it, otherwise it was hard to win his attention, let alone arouse his interest. Fine then, do that. However, I am not a cook, so I can't help you with that. Wyatt did not see how he could help Park with her fast food venture. Besides, the Dark Realm was filled with fast food chains, and the competition in that field was immense. Since Park brought it up, Wyatt thought she would have considered it. Starting a successful business chain was only possible when one knew the local market at the back of their hand to figure out what it was lacking. Only those who had lived and experienced the lifestyle of the Dark Realm would be able to find the gap in its local market. Next came a perfect solution to fill the gap that would appeal to the local customers. Otherwise, someone else would see the flaw/gap in your business model and use it, giving birth to a strong competitor. Besides, for a creator like Wyatt, all this kind of business was too much of a hassle, which was why he rejected Park's fast food chain proposal. No, you can't. I want your assembly line monster meat processor and a similar assembly line machine to create fast foods. Park informed Wyatt where he would come into the picture of her running a flourishing fast food chain. You have my attention, but answer me this. Dark Realm is not like Card World. They do not lack proficient array masters to create arrays to automatically process meat and prepare food, rendering my machines moot. Nobody knew Wyatt's product better than him and what market they were suitable for. True, but hiring good array masters to reliable array formations will cost a lot, take a lot of time, are high maintenance. It costs more to repair an existing array than building a new one, and not to mention these arrays are not mobile like your machines. Besides, hiring a third party to set up arrays will come with potential risks like information leakage, attracting unwanted attention, etc. All in all, using your machines seems to be the best option. Park pointed out the merits of using Wyatt's machines over array formations to run her fast food chain. I did not think of it that way. Wyatt acknowledged that he was indeed too quick to dismiss the fast food chain proposal. Park had done her homework. This only worked because Park and Wyatt would own this business, otherwise Wyatt could not think of anyone crazy enough to trust machines over array formations. Array formations have always been more efficient than machines. The only reason Park considered this was because she had seen Wyatt's cousin Ronnie's origin card in action. The machines in the Dark Realm that Park knows were basically golems, as they were created using artificial will and artificial soul pathways. Unlike Wyatt's machines, which were a mix of Earth's technology, artificial will, and artificial soul pathways. So Wyatt's machine wasn't any less efficient than similar rank array formation. Park was in for a big surprise. It seems now you have changed your mind about running a fast food chain. Does it mean you are going to help me? Park asked Wyatt with great anticipation, as he was crucial to her plans. She could mine capital and golem machines somewhere else, but not the identity of an executive VVIP member of Infinity Library. Yes, Wyatt agreed, as Park gave him no reason to do otherwise. And then he thought to himself, never would have I thought that I would be so hyped to own a fast food chain in the Dark Realm. How crazy is that? Yes, Park exclaimed, overjoyed getting Wyatt on board her plans of retribution for her loyal comrades and subordinates. There was a reason why Park was able to retain loyal subordinates who were loyal to her even after almost a millennium since she died, that too in the Dark Realm of all places. It was because she was an honorable and just leader, unlike many in the Dark Realm. Even during her death, Park was more saddened over her dead comrades and those she was leaving behind to fend for themselves than not being able to achieve her revenge, and even after her rebirth, she prioritized her subordinates over her revenge. Among those allied with Park, many knew that she was no match for Belphegor, who was not only a demon merchant, but also had a demon merchant faction backing him. Yet they still chose to stay with Park and help her with her revenge. These people did not gather out of ambition, but out of gratitude toward Park. They were willing to give up everything, including their lives, just to help Park achieve her goals, even if her goal was the pursuit of vengeance and ultimately her demise. The war against Belphegor was something Park had to do to avenge her father's soul. It was her duty as a daughter. So, unable to persuade Park, they willingly chose to walk with her till the end of the road. These people were with Park not because she was a means to their desire or ambition or greed, but because they wanted to be her means to her desire, ambition, happiness, etc., which was why they did not hesitate to reassemble almost a millennium later when Park called for them. They were not like the hired goons serving under Belphegor and his faction. They were Park's family. Even though the world saw them as her subordinates and allies, they liked to believe themselves to be the family she was seeking until her final movements. From Park's actions, it was clear that she also considered them her family. Now that we have decided to run a fast food chain in the Dark Realm together, let's decide on the menu, as I will need it to create the machines. Wyatt had already begun to think of the kitchen appliances that a typical fast food joint would require. To finalize what appliances he would need to create, he asked Park what kind of fast food chain she was planning on running. Monster meat fried in abyssal pearl seed oil, Park replied immediately. I have never been to the dark realm, but I do not think fried monster meat is popular among many dark races. How sure are you about this? Wyatt asked in doubt. No, you're focusing on the wrong part. I am not talking about normal frying. Haven't you heard of abyssal pearl seed oil? Park shook her head vigorously, seeing Wyatt mistaking her brilliant idea for cheap fried food. I have heard of abyssal pearls, but I haven't heard of them being used to create oils. Besides, they are pearls, not seeds. Wyatt had no idea of the day-to-day life in the dark realm, so he did not know what kind of oil they preferred for cooking. It is a cooking oil extracted from the seed of dawnbell flower grown using the soil created by crushing abyssal pearls into a powder, Park explained, only to see Wyatt frown and sternly add, I thought we were planning to run a fast food chain, not some fancy restaurant. Abyssal pearls are very expensive and dawnbell flowers only produce 3 seeds max in their entire lifetime. Oil created from the combination of the two would not only be limited and expensive, but a luxury product, not something seen in the kitchen of a fast food joint. Here's where I will need your expertise to shine again, Park said with a flattering smile, causing Wyatt's frown to grow narrower. Out with it already. I need you to create a way for us to supply this oil in our kitchen at a cheaper price. I am telling you, if we use this oil to make and sell fried monster meat, our fast food chain will be an instant hit, Park requested. What happened to you not wanting me to invent something sensational, as you did not want the unnecessary attention of the predators? Wyatt shook his head thinking, I should have known better. Trying to run a successful fast food chain in the dark realm would not be as easy as Park made it seem. Don't worry, something like this does not attract the predators I should be worried about, Park replied shamelessly. Won't they know by tasting the fried monster meat that we are using abyssal pearl seed oil to fry the meat, and doubt how we can sell the product at such a cheap price despite our expensive ingredients? Wyatt truly could not figure out what Park was thinking suggesting something like this to him. He believed Park was not telling him everything. No, because most of them would never have tasted the monster meat fried in abyssal pearl seed oil, as this oil is only used in elixirs. Even I was only able to discover this accidentally in my past life when I tried to create an elixir while eating. Park revealed why she was so confident that using abyssal pearl seed oil in their fast food chain would not attract unwanted attention. Abyssal pearl seed oil was very expensive. Even a few milliliters of it was worth a fortune. Therefore, its use was limited to being an ingredient used to create high-level beauty and fragrance elixirs that had very high demand and could easily fetch a fortune in the market at any day or time. Now that's interesting. Wyatt was intrigued. He wanted to hear Park's story, but she did not plan on revealing any more. He understood, as he too would not be so forthcoming about how he invented the silver milk powder on Earth. I had planned to use this to open a fast food joint in the dark realm long ago. However, I was never able to come across a cheaper version of abyssal pearl seed oil. But now that I have you, I have a feeling that my plan will be fulfilled this time around. Park explained that she did not happen upon the idea to open a fast food chain. She has been planning for it since her past life. No wonder she was so prepared about this topic. It has been several centuries since your passing. Are you sure the situation is the same as back then? Wyatt warned Park, knowing that certainty has been the miss of many. Don't worry. I've done all the necessary checks and research before approaching you about this, and so far I have not seen anything that could be a potential concern, Park assured Wyatt. Fine, let me think about it. Wyatt did not agree with Park, as he wanted to conduct his research on abyssal pearl seed oil, its market presence, and demand. After all, he did not believe that a restaurant using expensive ingredients such as abyssal pearl would go unnoticed in the dark realm. Also, he had to check if the monster meat fried in the abyssal pearl seed oil was as good as Park made it sound. So, when can I hope to expect an answer from you? Park knew Wyatt was a busy man, but so was she. If she planned to reassemble her old forces before Belphegor and his dark faction invaded the card world, then she had very little time on her hands. Tonight, Wyatt answered, after assigning Hive AI to scour the inter-realm network to find all the current information on the abyssal pearl seed oil. Good, I will meet you tonight. Please, help me exit your subspace. Park asked Wyatt's help to leave the seed world politely. Wyatt exited the seed world with Park. As with Susan handing the ingredients he needed to help Bloodette's predicament, he could now get to awakening her from her coma. Looking at comatose Bloodette, Park asked Wyatt, "How sure are you that you will be able to awaken her from the coma?" "I cannot tell anything for certain, but if I did not feel like I could help her, then I wouldn't do this," Wyatt replied without being humble or arrogant. "I trust you can awaken her." Park meant those words. She truly believed that if there was someone in the world who could help Bloodette, then it was Wyatt. "Thanks for your vote of confidence," Wyatt said, exiting the dungeon seal with Park. As Park headed to meet Little Bame, he waited for her to leave the basement and looked at the ceiling only to hear the field marshal's voice in his head. "Boy, if it is about the townspeople, it's too early for me to get any updates. Thank you for remembering my request, but I am here to ask you another favor. Please, watch over Corey as she confronts the sinister snake. Help her, if she needs it," Wyatt requested the field marshal. "Corey is a citizen of the southern region. I will help her without you asking. But correct me if I am wrong. I thought that snake was her familiar or something." The field marshal was puzzled as to why Corey would need protection from her own familiar. "It's complicated." Wyatt sighed, thinking about the complicated relationship between Little Bame, Corey, and Park. He wondered whom Little Bame would prefer, Corey or Park. If the Park was the real Corey Park and not a remnant, a memory of the real Corey Park, the answer would have been obvious. Shaking his head, Wyatt rushed back into the dungeon seal. The Southern royal family has too many questions about Corey, her demon core, her sudden talents, and the sinister snake. When asked, she tried to attribute it to a mysterious master who only showed at her convenience. As if the people fooling an entire region would fall for such a lame excuse. They would have taken Corey into their custody and conducted a serious investigation into her recent suspicious changes if not for her being Wyatt's employee and friend. Though Corey knew this on some level, she was not fully willing to accept that she was under Wyatt's protection. However, it was different for Park. She had fully accepted that the only reason Corey could still roam freely was because of Wyatt. Anna was Corey's godmother, and the Bright couple had a good standing within the Southern Watch, but she knew that was not enough to protect Corey after her identity as a demonic card apprentice was revealed. Park was right, as even the Southern royal family could only truly pardon Wyatt's crime of borrowing the devil's power by using the opportunity that one of the masters had foolishly presented to them during the World Decree incident. Hence, to maintain Corey's current status quo with Southern royal family, Park was very motivated to collaborate with Wyatt to establish a good relationship. Besides, Wyatt had everything she required to establish a foothold in the card world and dark realm. He was like a one-stop mart for all of her troubles. It was easier for her to ally with one person whom she could trust than ally with multiple strangers and be on a constant lookout worrying when they would backstab her given the opportunity. Still, just because Corey was under Wyatt's protection did not mean that she would get a pass from the scrutiny of the Southern royal family. Since Corey was not willing to give them the truth, and they were not able to use extreme measures against her to get the truth out of her, they could only turn to Wyatt for the answers. This was why, after informing the field marshal to keep an eye on Corey, Wyatt rushed back into the dungeon seal, not giving the field marshal the opportunity to question him regarding Corey. Or so Wyatt thought. Despite entering the dungeon seal, he heard the field marshal's voice in his head. "Wyatt, I don't care if it's complicated. I have all the time in the world since I am babysitting you. So explain it to me slowly." "Wait, if you enter the dungeon seal, who will watch over Corey?" Wyatt said, preparing to exit the dungeon seal. "Relax, I did not enter the dungeon seal. With its gate open, only a part of my spirituality has entered it. Though it would be easier for me to communicate with you, and keep an eye on Corey if you're outside the dungeon seal," the field marshal explained, but seeing Wyatt turn in his tracks from exiting the dungeon to heading deeper into it, she added the last sentence to persuade him otherwise. Ugh. Wyatt rolled his eyes and headed out of the dungeon seal, knowing that he could no longer avoid answering the Southern royal family about Corey. Regardless of the field marshal's strength, she has been very considerate about his whims, so he could not ignore her like he did Colleen. So, what is the relationship of the sinister snake with the Bright couple's daughter? The field marshal was also aware of Corey's parents. How could she not be, when her grandniece was their daughter's godmother? However, the reason she knew of them was because of their diligence and loyalty to the Southern region, which was displayed by their exemplary results in the case they were currently working on. Though the case was nowhere near being closed, they had managed to achieve success where their predecessors failed to. So when the Southern royal family learned that the daughter of such a model couple had succumbed to the demonic arts, they planned to do their best to help her, as they owe it to the couple who left their family to guard the borders, trusting their liege. However, the girl was not cooperating with them, and when they prepared to use force, to their dismay, the hope of the southern region sheltered the girl, stopping them from approaching her. As you said earlier, it is her familiar, Wyatt replied while contemplating the best cover story that even a simpleton like Corey could manage to use without getting caught until she was strong enough that she did not need a cover story. Wyatt, I would appreciate it if you are forthcoming about whatever is happening with Corey. Her parents are risking their lives for the southern region and its citizens. The best we can do to repay their favor is to make sure their family, especially their daughter, is safe and away from any bad influence while they are out there protecting us and our interests. So, why don't you rethink your answer? The field marshal's voice turned stern. It was rare for her to use such a tone with Wyatt. Geez, if you put it that way, I will look like the bad guy even though all I am doing is trying to help Corey, just as you are trying to. Wyatt scratched the back of his head, hoping the half-truth was enough to satisfy the field marshal's curiosity for now. Let me start by assuring that Corey did nothing wrong. The reason she has a title demon core instead of an ego gem is because of her origin card. Since the origin card is created with the blessing of the world's will, she did not commit any sort of crime that you are worried about, and she cannot be tried for being a demon card apprentice. I see, that's a relief. But how sure are you that Corey is not using any other demonic cards? Because considering her origin card, people who want to harm her parents can use it to get her grimoire to be judged. And if she was using or ever has used or even equipped a demonic card by mistake, then not only her, but her entire family will be in trouble, and then even my hands will be tied from helping her. The field marshal did not have to remind Wyatt how serious the matter was. Now, isn't that area a bit gray? What do you consider a demonic card? If you are asking if Corey has any form of connection with a demon or devil, then I don't know how to answer you. After all, the sinister snake is her familiar. Corey's grimoire was filled with skill cards that were derived from demonic arts. So in an attempt to answer the field marshal, without lying, Wyatt babbled whatever came to his mind. Tell me again, how did a card master manage to contract a devil-ranked sinister snake as her familiar? Seeing that Wyatt was not being totally forthcoming with her, the field marshal had no choice but to turn a friendly talk into an investigation. She hoped Wyatt would tell her the truth without her forcing him to, but she realized, just like her niece, this one too only knew to get what he wanted without giving back anything. The field marshal knew the best way to deal with such people: absolute force. All their trick ends in the face of absolute might. Corey and the sinister snake's relationship has been bugging the field marshal and every person with little authority in the Southern Royal Palace. If not for the sinister snake having shown the prowess that were stronger than average devils, and the demigods constantly guarding the city since the incident, many with strong ambition and drive wanted to kidnap Corey and learn her secret. Would you believe me if I said that she saved its life when it was little, and now that it has grown older and stronger, it found her to return her favor? Wyatt made up a story on the spot. Wyatt, if I need to hear a fairy tale, I would visit the library, not ask you to hear a knockoff version. Just tell me the truth and stop giving me the runaround. Regardless of how bad the situation is, we will try to help her to the best of our strength. We owe her parents that much. The field marshal sighed. Knowing absolute might was nothing if it did not have the will to harm behind it. First, her niece and now Wyatt were taking advantage of this fact. Fine, Wyatt gave up and said, "It is not my place to talk for Corey, but how about this? I will get her to cooperate with you guys. Tonight, she has a meeting with me. I will talk about this with her and persuade her to be forthcoming with you guys." "Okay, Wyatt. I will trust you to do so and hope it is not another one of your trickery," Field Marshal agreed, but was disappointed and thought, why can't the kids these days just trust their elders? Promising the Field Marshal a meet with a cooperative Corey, Wyatt headed back inside the dungeon seal. Talking to the Field Marshal, Wyatt understood why Corey was not interested in cooperating with the Southern royal family. They saw keeping Corey safe as another way of getting the bright couple to keep doing their great work at the Way Beyond. Corey already blamed the Southern royal family for her absent parents more than her parents themselves, because as their daughter, she wanted to be supportive of them completing their duty toward their homeland. As for the Southern royal family, she blamed them for using patriotism to force her parents into neglecting their only child. She believed the Southern royal family had robbed her parents of their only daughter's childhood and time with their precious family. There were so many other capable Southerners out there who had yet to do their share of duty toward their homeland, but the Southern royal family only forced Corey's parents who had done more than their share for their homeland. Corey's reason for thinking this was totally valid. She was not wrong. Her parents had indeed done a lot for their homeland within and beyond the limit of their strength. The Southern royal family would agree with Corey's reasoning. They even had plans to honor her parents for their service. However, the couple was caught in a huge case that required their presence, as without them the progress the case had seen so far would be for nothing. There were many capable people in the southern region, but none could replace these two and their contribution in this case. The case was very important for the economy of the southern region. As such, the Southern royal family paid close attention to it. So much so that even the Southern emperor had become the couple's only daughter's godmother. So, if not for Wyatt, it was somebody else sheltering Corey, then the Southern royal family would not care and use force to get Corey to cooperate with them. Since, and had already requested Wyatt's help concerning the case that Corey's parents were working on, he knew how important it was. If not for the Southern region being cheap, he would have helped them, but that's a matter of another time. However, Corey's parents' task was very important for the Southern region, so despite sympathizing with Corey's sadness, he did not blame the Southern royal family for their actions. But Wyatt did not like being caught between the two, which was why he promised the field marshal to persuade Corey to cooperate with them. He would give it a try, but knowing how broken Corey was right now, he did not know if it was the right time to ask her to cooperate with anything for that matter. Since Park was the reasonable one of the two with Corey down, it might just work out in favor of the field marshal. Sigh. Wyatt let out a long sigh standing on Bloodette's bed. Then looking at his clone that was keeping an eye on her, he instructed, "Here, take this anesthesia's beard and feed it to her. Considering her physique, by the time I make the position, it will have taken effect." The herd anesthesia's beard looks very much like the beard of the dragon anesthesia, hence the name. As for its effects, it's a very potent drug. Even a tiny bit of it would dampen a being's body's regular responses. But for Blood's physique, an entire anesthesia's beard was required to do the trick. The idea behind giving Bloodette this herb was that, with her bodily response, dampen the potion Wyatt was creating for her would have the maximum effect. Bloodette's blood rule body, though humanoid, functions differently from that of humans, so dampening her regular bodily response would not hinder, but be helpful. Considering the potion Wyatt was making was to trick her body's natural response to trauma, this was even more so true. "I will be right back." Instructing his clone, Wyatt headed back into the seed world only to be greeted by an unpleased Dre. "Wyatt, you promised you would not leave the seed world for the foreseeable future until my forest spirit was born. But left. I went out for a little bit to help Park take Corey outside. Besides, I am back, aren't I?" Wyatt thought he would return right away and Dre would not even notice, but he did not expect to be delayed by the field marshal. He noticed that the void of the seed world was colder than usual. "I understand that, but you said you will let your clones do all the work if there need be." Dre reminded Wyatt what he had said. "I am sorry, Dre. I will not repeat it." Knowing that the forest spirit's birth was important for Dre, Wyatt apologized to her for not keeping his word without continuing to argue with her. He thought going out for a minute or two would not matter, but he did not think the field marshal would be so demanding today. "You promise?" Dre asked. Looking at her pink, innocent eyes, Wyatt did not think twice before promising her. "I promise." "Okay." The lost smile finally returned to Dredra's face with Wyatt's promise, and the void of the seed world once again felt pleasant. To think Dredra's mood would affect the atmosphere of the seed world, Wyatt was astonished to notice that Dre had such influence on the side of the seed world. He began to wonder if she was already considering the entire seed world as her territory and not just the floating island where her forest was situated. Wyatt wondered what brought this change. Was it me giving Dre authority of the seed world? Upon asking the Hive AI to go through his memories to find when these subtle changes to the seed world began, soon it reported that his guess was right. It was after he handed Dre authority to the seed world. As Dre left to do her thing, Wyatt isolated the space to begin the potion making for Bloodette's condition. First, he carefully examined all the ingredients one by one. The first one was a rainbow scale. Just by holding it, Wyatt felt sleepy and lethargic. Forcing himself awake, Wyatt remembered the ingredient's name, the scale of anesthesia dragons. There's a race of dragons known for their sleeping prowess across the myriad realms called the anesthesia dragons. They sleep for a millennium and spend a decade awake. The popular belief was that not even the destruction of the realm they were sleeping in could awaken the anesthesia dragons from their millennium-long sleep. One would believe that the anesthesia dragons were weakest during their sleep and strongest when awake, just as the other race of dragons. However, they would be wrong, as unlike the rest of the dragon races, they were strongest when asleep and the weakest when awake. This was because when asleep, an anesthesia dragon was able to neglect almost 90% of the physical damage and 100% of the spiritual damage. Not to forget that it gains immunity to all debuffs in its sleep. Damage negation and absolute debuff immunity were only two of anesthesia dragons' many scary abilities. In their sleeping state, the air they breathed out would instantly put every living entity in the vicinity to sleep regardless of the realm. If the realm difference was high, then they might be lucky enough to barely escape the area of effect if they were not very close to the anesthesia dragon. After all, the closer one was to the anesthesia dragon, the stronger the effect of its power. Even if someone were to somehow manage to hurt the anesthesia dragon in its sleep, overcoming its damage negation and sleep breathe, then it would only spell disaster unless they kill it in one blow, because once attacked, the air it breathed in would drain the life force of every living entity sleeping in its vicinity to heal itself and to add a new defense. Being attacked in its sleep, the anesthesia dragon's defense not only has damage negation, but also gains counter defense, which returns 60% of the damage it received back to the attacker, bypassing all the attacker's defense, and also increasing the chances of the attacker falling asleep. In case the situation becomes dire for the sleeping anesthesia dragon, then its spiritual body can awaken by sacrificing 10% on spiritual damage negation to actively defend itself. However, once the sleeping anesthesia dragon's spiritual body awakens, it can control and possess the air its sleeping body breathes out to create a humongous wind elemental body as a vessel for its spiritual body to use, allowing it to specifically target the attacker and force them to sleep by stuffing the sleep breath into the attacker's body. If the anesthesia dragon has mastered any runes related to wind, sleep, dream, etc., then it would be in the best interest of the attacker to run before its spiritual body awakens and gains a vessel. So, unless one has the confidence to kill the sleeping anesthesia dragon in a single blow, it was highly recommended to not engage it, as showing hostility toward the anesthesia dragon near its area of effect would only increase the effect of the sleep breath. However, it was a totally different story about killing an awake anesthesia dragon, as they did not have their overpowered abilities to rely on to keep the predators away. Without their abilities, they were nothing but oversized winged lizards. This was why the anesthesia dragon does not sleep anywhere and carefully chooses its nest, and as a precautionary measure during the last decade of their millennium-long sleep, the anesthesia dragon's spiritual body awakens forcefully, such that it can kill all the predators hiding in wait for it to wake up. Elder anesthesia dragons do not have to worry about being stalked by their predators, as they are capable of dream escape, an ability that allows them to escape to another location by carrying their body through dreams. Nobody knows how this ability actually works, as nobody has been able to capture or kill an elder anesthesia dragon. Hence, dream escape has been listed as top 100 abilities in the myriad realms. Regardless of their prowess, anesthesia dragons, each part of the body has high demand because of their high medicinal value. Susan had to pay 2 devil-grade ingredients just for one of its scales. This scale did not even belong to an older dragon, but a young one, hence its potency was very little compared to the scale of an older anesthesia dragon. Still, it was already a miracle that she could find it on such short notice. Besides, its power was more than enough for Wyatt's use. Even if the anesthesia dragon scale belonged to a young anesthesia dragon, it was still a S-rank ingredient. Besides anesthesia dragon scale, there were 13 other ingredients that Wyatt had asked Susan to buy. All of these ingredients were expensive, however none was worth even a quarter of what Susan paid for the anesthesia dragon scale. Like anesthesia dragon scale, All of these ingredients were of S-rank minimum and SSS rank maximum. Bladette was a supreme being. They were not called supreme for no reason. Their physique was supreme in the card world, hence their name. If not for the dungeon seal, Bladette would not have to practice soul energy like regular humans. Considering her age, just by taking 9 steps in the outside world unbound by the dungeon seal's restriction, she could climb 9 realms and become an SSS rank being. That's how powerful supreme beings were. They grew stronger with every breath. If not, the card apprentices would not have huddled up in a small part of the world and left the rest unexplored, which was why Wyatt believed them to be the real darlings of the card world's will. That was why, to trick Bladette's physique, he wouldn't just create an A-rank potion even if her realm had fallen to that of a mere mortal. He would have to create a potion of appropriate ran. Even the herd anesthesia's beard that he asked his clone to feed Bladette was an SS-rank herb. Even an SS-rank herb would not immediately take effect on Bladette's physique, so one can imagine how strong a supreme being's body was. However, restricted by his rank, Wyatt could not use all these ingredients to create a potion with appropriate rank. Ergo, he hoped that he could create many A-rank potions with similar effects, hoping to make up for quality with quantity, but then he realized Bladette was his friend and not some farm animal. Therefore, he decided to reach deeper into his wallet to solve the problem of quality and rank. Having examined all of the ingredients, Wyatt summoned his Demon Merchant Codex and contacted the Devil Merchant Code to arrange an SSS rank formation specifically designed to create one particular potion, SSS rank Anesthesia's Buzz. Wyatt shared all the information on the creation of the potion and the array formation that Hive AI had approved of high efficiency and success rate with the Devil Merchant Code such that it could arrange the SSS rank formation in the seed world. Offering 5 devil-grade ingredients to the Devil Merchant Code, Wyatt saw an SSS rank Anesthesia's Buzz potion creation array formation set up in front of him. Once the array formation was operational, he offered the ingredients to the array formation and waited. The amount of ingredients was enough to create 5 SSS rank Anesthesia's Buzz potions. Wyatt figured, saving one for Bladette, he could auction the other 4 in the inter-realm auction to cover the cost of manufacturing these potions. If he was lucky, he could make a small profit. 35 minutes later, Wyatt was able to collect 2 SSS rank Anesthesia's Buzz potions from the SSS rank array formation. Of 5 tries, only 2 were successful. Instead of 5 SSS rank Anesthesia's Buzz potions, he got 2, leaving 1 for Bladette. The last one would not be able to fetch him enough in the inter-realm auction to cover the manufacturing cost, let alone make a profit. Despite the Hive AI promising a high success rate in potion creation using the design of array formation they used, the array formation set up by the Devil Merchant Code could only give a 40% success rate. Knowing that Hive AI was his creation and it hardly makes any errors, Wyatt believed that the Devil Merchant Code had dropped the ball on this one. Had it been him following Hive AI's recipe, he could have created at least 4 potions. Wyatt could confidently say this thanks to his soul pupils. Adding 6 devil-grade ingredients for the Anesthesia's Beard, Anesthesia Dragon Scale, and 13 other ingredients with 5 devil-grade ingredients for the array formation, 2 potions of SSS rank Anesthesia's Buzz were not worth 11 devil-grade ingredients. This cost of manufacture would be justified if these potions helped increase the strength of an SSS rank being, but they did not. All they did was get an SSS rank being high. This potion was just a very expensive drug. Having done a quick math, black lines were visible on Wyatt's forehead. 11 devil-grade ingredients for 2 SSS rank potions were too much. Wyatt tried to console himself, believing that once this matter was settled, he would get Bladette to make purest grade blood rule pills for the rest of her life. Now that Wyatt had the SSS rank Anesthesia's Buzz potion, he prepared to leave the seed world and head to Bladette, but then remembered his promise to Dre and decided to leave a clone behind. If Dre needed him, the clone would inform me, and he could just switch his master consciousness with the slave consciousness, turning the clone's body into his main body, allowing him to keep his promise to Dre and help Bladette at the same time. Standing next to Bladette's bed, Wyatt used his soul pupils to check if SSS rank Anesthesia's Beard had taken effect. It had, with Anesthesia's Beard dampening Bladette's bodily regular responses. Her body had relaxed a bit, especially with its defense mechanism focusing on her innate blood rune. With Bloodette's body relaxed, the defense response of her body showed signs of weakening. After all, it was only strong if other bodily functions cooperated with it. However, it was only a little bit, and even this would gone once the anesthesia's beard lost its effect. So passing the anesthesia's buzz potion to his clone, he ordered it to open it. Then mobilizing his celestial force, Wyatt formed a narrow stream of anesthesia's buzz potion from the bottle in his clone's hand to Bloodette's mouth, forcefully introducing the potion into Bloodette's body. Now all he had to do was wait for it to do its magic. In the Dark Realm, this folklore surrounded the anesthesia dragon scale called the Anesthesia Dragon Slayer. One day the ruler of a renowned ruler-class family was blessed with a son who was a demon king by birth and had muscles stronger than any of the mountains in the Dark Realm. However, the prince would never stop crying since his birth. The distressed ruler called all the royal physicians to ease his son's peril, only to learn that his son's muscles, which were stronger than any mountain in the Dark Realm, were slowly crushing his organs and bones. When the ruler asked for a solution, all but one daring royal physician suggested that the ruler rub powdered adult anesthesia dragon scale all over the prince's body, such that his muscles would sleep until his organs and bones were strong enough to withstand the pressure of his awakened muscles. Instead of praising the royal physician who gave a solution to his son's condition, he became furious because direct contact with a single adult anesthesia dragon scale could put an average devil to sleep, let alone a baby demon king. However, the royal physician assured the ruler that the prince's physique was special and the effect of powdered adult anesthesia dragon scale would be completely utilized by the prince's muscles before it could reach the rest of his body. Left with little choice, the ruler followed the royal physician's suggestion and rubbed powdered adult anesthesia dragon scale all over the prince's body. As his muscles fell asleep, the prince's cries stopped, and his laughter filled the ruler's palace. Within a decade, even the powdered scales of an SSS-rank anesthesia dragon could no longer affect the prince's muscles. It had grown absolute resistance to it. Fortunately, the prince's organs and bones grew strong enough to withstand the pressure of his muscles that would put the tallest mountain of the Dark Realm to shame. Though his son's condition was solved, the ruler was not happy. As with prolonged use, his son had not developed resistance, which was good news, but he had also developed an addiction to the powdered scales of anesthesia dragon, which was bad news. Especially considering that the prince had developed resistance even to the scales of an SSS-rank anesthesia dragon. It was as if he craved water, but all the water in the world could not satisfy his thirst. Seeing the prince suffer from severe withdrawals, the ruler realized the solution to the prince's natal condition had now become his curse. The prince tried everything to ease his withdrawals by indulging in other stronger drugs, hoping to beat poison with poison, but none helped until one fine day an elder anesthesia dragon tried to assassinate him in his dream as retribution for all the anesthesia dragons that had been killed for the prince. Thanks to the prince's resistance to the anesthesia dragon's prowess, the assassination attempt was unsuccessful. Actually, the elder anesthesia dragon had to run for his life. To be more accurate, the elder anesthesia dragon was almost driven insane, as the prince did not fear him. Instead, the way the prince looked at him sent chills down his spine. During their fight, the prince took all his attacks head-on, and none of his attacks managed to harm the prince. Instead, they appeared to excite the prince. That was not all. The horror of the elder anesthesia dragon had just begun. The prince bit the dragon several times, tried to eat his flesh, and was successful on numerous occasions. As the elder anesthesia dragon wrestled the prince to get free, the prince not only overpowered him with his insane muscles, he began to excitedly rub his private parts on the dragon's body. The elder anesthesia dragon never felt more violated in his entire life. If not for the prince climaxing midway and loosening his grip, because of pleasure, the elder anesthesia dragon could never escape his strong muscles. That was the first time in his entire life the elder anesthesia dragon had thanked premature ejaculation, as he could not imagine what other creative ways the prince would have come up with to violate him and satisfy himself. Though the elder anesthesia dragon had managed to save his life and purity, that day he had awakened a beast that the entire anesthesia dragon race would dread and come to know as the anesthesia dragon lover. While the anesthesia dragon race knew the prince as anesthesia dragon lover, the rest of the Dark Realm knew him as Anesthesia Dragon Slayer, becoming the only known entity that could slay an elder anesthesia dragon, aka Ruler of Dreams. Just like how the powdered scales of anesthesia dragons helped the prince's condition, Wyatt hoped that the anesthesia's buzz potion would help with Bloodette's condition. However, the prince's condition was simpler than Bloodette's as he was limited to his muscles, but Bloodette's condition was because of her body's subconscious response to her trauma. Entering Bloodette's system, the anesthesia's buzz potion began to take effect and did not meet any resistance from Bloodette's regular bodily response as they had been dampened by anesthesia's beard's effect. The potion was designed in such a way that it would only target Bloodette's body's subconscious defense response that was trying to erase her innate rune. Bloodette's body's subconscious defense response was unique, as it tended to both the spiritual and physical troubles affect Bloodette. It was able to be spiritual and physical as per the need. Fascinating, but it was not smart enough to know that it was harming Bloodette. After all, it was just a program unique to a supreme being's body designed to aid their immortality. As the potion took effect, the subconscious defense response of Bloodette's body began to show signs of weakening until it was finally asleep. Now that it was out of the way, Bloodette slowly awakened and opened her eyes. However, this did not mean her treatment was complete. Her body's subconscious defense response was only asleep, but once the potion's effect wears out, it would awaken and continue to try to erase her innate rune, but before that happens, Wyatt had to complete his preparation to trick it. Gasp! Bloodette sprung up, having awakened, but then fell back on the bed. It appears she was unable to control her body. After all, her body had enough drugs to put an SSS-rank entity under the influence. What is happening? Why can't I feel my body? I can feel it is connected to me, but I cannot control it properly. Courtney. Did you find her? Bloodette asked hysterically, finally remembering Courtney after waking up from her coma, but Wyatt immediately cut her off, saying, "Calm down, Bloodette. I have found a way to find Courtney. But I need your help, so calm down." "You did? Where is she?" "Let's go get her now," Bloodette asked Wyatt, staring at him with her sanguine eyes. Though she was having trouble controlling her body, Bloodette's mind seemed to function normally except for her panicking over Courtney. "Yes, I did, and I need your help to get her back. But that will not be possible if you enter a coma once again. For Courtney's sake, you need to pull yourself together." Wyatt gave Bloodette an anchor to hold on to and gather herself. "Coma? What are you talking about?" Bloodette asked Wyatt in puzzlement. "You don't know?" Noticing that Bloodette had no idea of what her body was doing to her, he realized that if she knew, then it would lose its purpose, as she would feel agony over every memory that was erased from her mind just because her body was helping her cope with her eternal solitude in Dungeon Seal, keeping her sane. "I don't know what?" Bloodette asked, but then she shook her head and said, "Forget about it. We can discuss it later. I can still feel Courtney's well-being throughout the innate rune. However, there is still no response from the other end. Let us go get her now. It's good to hear Courtney is still out. But you need to hear about your coma now, because it is related to saving Courtney." Even if Bloodette chose to ignore it, Wyatt insisted on telling her about the coma. Wyatt had to get Bloodette to get her head straight before the effect of the anesthesia's buzz potion wore out, because that was the only way to stop her subconscious bodily response from trying to erase every memory and thing that reminds Bloodette of Courtney, without harming Bloodette in any way. This was the trick Wyatt had in mind to tackle her condition. Solving Bloodette's trauma by getting her psychologically stronger was the only way to stop her body's defense mechanism from trying to erase Courtney from her mind and body, to save her from the psychological pain she felt for being unable to help Courtney. A being's psyche was very delicate. Trying to alter it or edit it would do everlasting damage to them. The best way for them to overcome a trauma was acceptance. Wyatt planned to get Bloodette to not only learn about acceptance, but apply it to her current state of mind to clear her trauma, that too before the anesthesia's buzz potion wore out. Even the world's best psychiatrist would not dare to have such ambitions, but Wyatt dared to, because he was not lying when he said he knew how to find where Courtney was. Every word he spoke to Bloodette till now was true. He did need Bloodette's help to find Courtney's whereabouts, because only Bloodette could talk to the card world's blood rule stream. After all, she was her daughter. Wyatt was astonished to find Bloodette's card overlord realm punches managed to shake the dungeon seal to a point where the tremors were apparent in the outside world. He wondered how Bloodette managed to do that. Having experience in borrowing power, he realized Bloodette had temporarily borrowed the power from Blood Rule Stream. Deducing this, Wyatt began to dig deeper into the relationship between supreme beings and rule streams in the card world's will. That was where he learned that the Blood Rule Stream was the parent, guardian, and teacher of Bloodette. It was true for every supreme being and rule stream they were born from. It was the duty of the parent, guardian, and teacher to watch over their dependent and give them the resources to survive. Hence the rule stream presence was all-time high where the supreme being of that rule resided. This solved the mystery of why Bloodette knew to use the blood rule despite losing her memories regularly, and why the dungeon seal was a holy place to comprehend the blood rule. The blood rule stream was doing its best to help Bloodette in every way possible. This prompted Wyatt to wonder, since Bloodette can ask the blood rule stream to lend her strength, she could also ask the blood rule stream to help her find Courtney. After all, Courtney went missing in a blood rule innate rune. Hence, the blood rule stream should know about her whereabouts and even well-being. Fine, hurry. Every second counts. The longer Bloodette was awake, the more unstable her psyche grew by the second. Wyatt was worried she might grow mad before the potion effects wore out, which would be counterproductive. Bloodette, I know you are worried about Courtney, but you have to be strong mentally. Because the more you worry about it, the more unstable your psyche grows. As a result, your body's defense response will forcefully try to erase your memories about Courtney, sending you into a prolonged coma. Before Wyatt could get to the point, excited Bloodette interrupted him, asking, "Erase my memories of Courtney? Why would my body do that?" "To stabilize your psyche, such that you won't go mad worrying over Courtney's situation. This is why it is paramount that you do not let the intrusive thoughts get the best of you. You have to trust me and believe everything is going to be all right. We will find Courtney soon now that we know how to find her." Wyatt said everything he could to get Bloodette to overcome her fears. "Okay, I understand. I will calm down. But you do know how to find Courtney, right? Or are you just lying to console me?" Bloodette asked Wyatt in suspicion. Regardless of the shocking fact Wyatt had revealed about her physique, Bloodette focused on Courtney, showing just how much she cared about her best friend. "Yes, I do know how to find Courtney. I would not lie about something about that. If you are all right with it, why don't we start right away?" Seeing Bloodette did not seem to believe him, Wyatt decided to commence his plan to find Courtney right away, so that Bloodette would not continue to worry and have peace of mind when the effect of the potion finally wears out. "Okay, what do I need to do?" Bloodette agreed without hesitation with bright eyes. She finally appeared to have gained some hope. "Simple. You need to contact Blood Rule Stream and ask her where Courtney is." Wyatt informed Bloodette about his only plan to find Courtney. If this did not work, he did not have anything to act as an anchor to stabilize her psyche, and she would definitely enter a prolonged coma. But considering he did not have any other plans about finding Courtney, Bloodette being in a coma till he thinks of another plan would not be bad either. Bloodette was confused if she heard Wyatt right. Then seeing he was serious, she grew furious, thinking, does Wyatt think she would not have tried it? "Do you think I would not have tried that? Did you? What did the blood rule stream say?" Wyatt was revealed, knowing that Bloodette could indeed talk to the blood rule stream, because this opened up many more possibilities for him to search for Courtney. I didn't ask." Being reminded by Wyatt, Bloodette recalled that she had never tried asking the blood rule stream what happened to Courtney, who was in her innate rune. Back then she was so wound up in her guilt and helplessness that she only asked the blood rule stream to lend her strength to break the dungeon seal. At this moment, Bloodette realized what Wyatt was telling her about being calm and accepting her weakness. Had she been calm and accepted her weakness, then instead of going on a rampage and begging for strength, she would have asked the blood rule stream to help her find Courtney. Maybe then Courtney would be home by now. It is not too late to ask now. Stop worrying over spoiled milk and talk to the blood rule stream about Courtney already. Seeing Bloodette once again going sidetracked with her guilt and whatnot, he reminded her that it was not too late for her to start over again, and it was not the time for her to worry about what-ifs. "Okay, I will give it a try." Bloodette nodded and began to try and contact the blood rule stream. However, she did mention to Wyatt that communication with the blood rule stream was not like the talk between beings. It was like talking to oneself, and the answer would pop in one's mind. As simple as that sounded, there was more to it. At first, Bloodette used to believe that she had the answer to everything within her. Back then she did not know that talking to oneself was not normal, as one could not do that unless they were suffering from mental illness or housing another entity in them. But the first time she actually met the blood rule stream in the spiritual realm, she realized she was not talking to herself, nor were all the answers within her. This was when Bloodette realized she was never actually alone, and there had always been someone watching over her. Had it not been for the dungeon seal, she would have realized this sooner and ruled the lands like other supreme beings. Still, they were different. Bloodette was not as enlightened and powerful as the blood rule stream, while the rule stream was not a living being like Bloodette. It did not understand her loneliness, hence, even if Bloodette knew she was not alone, she always felt alone. Fascinating, Wyatt muttered, monitoring Bloodette, trying to communicate with blood rule stream from both the physical and spiritual plane. He has noticed that the blood rule stream would never leave Bloodette's side in the spiritual plane. As such, the blood rule stream's presence was higher where Bloodette was, making that location a holy place to cultivate blood rule. Wyatt's spiritual body also noticed that the blood rule stream's vibrations would show subtle changes in its frequency, which were not seen during normal occasions. He wondered if this was the sign that it was communicating with Bloodette. As someone who had struggled to comprehend blood rule and its meanings, Wyatt was surprised by this and understood why Bloodette could just learn a blood rule meaning over an hour or less. It was because, unlike card apprentices who were trying to uncover the mysteries of the blood rule stream in the spiritual plane, the blood rule stream was actually telling Bloodette her mysteries. While Bloodette was being spoon-fed more than what she could eat, the rest of them had to be satisfied with whatever they could scrape off the rule stream. Wyatt wondered, if he were to mimic Bloodette using his myriad devil transformation and soul energy vibration control skills, then would the blood rule stream also show him the same love it was showering Bloodette with? If that were possible, then he would be able to match Bloodette's talent in blood rule, allowing him to comprehend any blood rule meaning within an hour or two. Now wouldn't that be something? I know where Courtney is, Bloodette suddenly exclaimed in excitement, having found the answer she had been desperately seeking. But then soon all her excitement vanished, causing Wyatt to frown. After talking to the blood rule stream, Bloodette's eyes paced back and forth. Her body's vibration was in disarray. It appears fear had taken hold, consumed her thoughts, and caused her to panic. It was clear that whatever the blood rule stream had said had caused her fears to surface, leaving her lost and overwhelmed in a whirlwind of panic and uncertainty. What's wrong? What did the blood rule stream say? Wyatt asked, concerned about Bloodette's sudden change in demeanor. This could only signify that searching for Courtney was going to be an arduous process even with the help of blood rule stream. Bloodette did not answer Wyatt. Fear and uncertainty of losing Courtney had consumed her thoughts. So, Wyatt shook her while calling her aloud. Bloodette. Startled, Bloodette snapped out of her reverie and looked at Wyatt with a blank expression. Slowly, she blinked a couple of times before finally focusing on him. With a voice filled with regret and guilt, she replied, It's just that finding Courtney won't be as simple as I thought. Even with the help of blood rule stream, it is impossible. Wyatt furrowed his eyebrows in concern. What do you mean? Let me what the blood rule stream said. Bloodette sighed, her gaze shifting to the distance. As you guessed, blood rule stream knows what happened to Courtney and where she is, but where Bloodette is now, even the blood rule stream's prowess is useless. Wyatt's worry deepened listening to Bloodette, but he did not interrupt her and gave her enough time to deal with her emotions, believing she would continue to narrate what the blood rule stream said to her. However, contrary to Wyatt's expectations, Bloodette's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms, as she continued muttering to herself with each word carrying an undercurrent of desperation and uncertainty. It's all too overwhelming. I can't lose Courtney, but how do I find her in there? I'm just not strong enough. Soon tears blurred her vision as Bloodette struggled to make sense of her racing thoughts. She began to mutter to herself, her voice filled with panic-stricken self-doubt. Think, Bloodette, think. How do I get Courtney out of here? What options do I have? How am I supposed to find her in there? I can't handle this. I can't. Bloodette's words became fragmented and disconnected as her panic intensified. At that moment, as Bloodette continued to mutter in a desperate frenzy, it was clear to Wyatt her fears had consumed her. If he did not intervene, he might lose Bloodette. So Wyatt hurriedly interrupted her, and tried to get her to focus on the matter at hand. Bloodette, do not let your fear consume your thoughts. You have to think straight for Courtney's sake. Focus, Bloodette, focus. Courtney is waiting for you to come and get her. You are not alone in this. Tell what the blood rule stream said. I will do my best to find Courtney. If my power is not enough, I will get some stronger to help us. So do not lose hope. As long as there is a will, there is a way. No, Wyatt, you do not understand. The location where Courtney is somewhere where even the blood rule stream is powerless. Unless you can find someone stronger than blood rule stream itself, there is no hope of finding Courtney there. Black lines were apparent on Wyatt's forehead, and his neck vein was bulging, ready to pop any moment. Wyatt was enraged hearing Bloodette ramble that she could not do this, could not do that, it was impossible, and so on, instead of telling him where Courtney was, so that he could assess the situation. Wyatt was starting to realize that Bloodette's subconscious body's defense response was not an overreaction. Bloodette's psychology was very weak. Every little thing seemed to cause her to lose herself to her intrusive thoughts. But Bloodette's physiology was not this bad when Courtney was around, making it clear to Wyatt that Courtney was Bloodette's emotional crutch. Bloodette, stop your whining and tell me where Courtney is. I will find her myself. Wyatt thundered at Bloodette, without caring for her weak emotional state any longer, because he needed to get every little clue about Courtney's whereabouts before the potion's effect on Bloodette wore out. Listening to Wyatt's yell, Bloodette was petrified. Then a second later she began to cry aloud, but she stutteringly answered him. See, Courtney is lost in the blood rule source. Blood rule source. Wyatt blurted in astonishment. Now he finally understood why Bloodette said that unless he were to find someone stronger than blood rule stream, it would be impossible to find Courtney. Blood rule source was the source of the card world's blood rule stream. This wasn't just true for card world, but every realm with blood rule in the womb of their realm's will. Rule source was where the realms will comprehended their rules from to forge their rule streams. This was why the blood rule stream, which was all-powerful in the card world, was rendered powerless in the blood rule source. If a being were to find the rule source, then they can comprehend rules and their meanings there without worrying about rule contamination, because their native realm has also comprehended its rules from the rule source. But to find the rule source, the synchronous rate of a being to that rule should be very high, equal to that of a realm's will. Only ruler class beings who have refined many realm will fragments to elevate their strength and synchronous rate enough to gain the title, beings that are closest to achieving the transcendence in the entire myriad realms, were capable of finding rule sources to comprehend rules. This was why the realm will fragments were the most precious commodity, and dark races would go to any lengths to get their hands on them, even waging war on the myriad realms. To think Courtney would be able to enter the blood rule source because of an accident, Wyatt did not know whether to consider her lucky or unlucky. See, I told you it is impossible to find Courtney in the blood rule source. It is so vast. Even while crying and worrying for her best friend, Bloodette did not forget to throw an "I told you so" in Wyatt's direction. First worry about entering the blood rule source. Finding Courtney comes later. In the entire card world, there wasn't a single being that could find the blood rule source. If anyone could, then it would have been Bloodette, since she was the daughter of blood rule stream itself. Wyatt believed she might have the synchronous rate required to locate and enter the blood rule source. However, in her current condition, he did not think she could do that. No, we can enter the blood rule source. I have been there. It is too vast. It will be impossible for us to search for Courtney there. Bloodette informed Wyatt that she had been to the blood rule source, astonishing him. If I've been there, does that mean you go there again? Wyatt asked with great anticipation, because if they could enter the blood rule source, finding Courtney would not be hard. Yes, with the blood rule stream's help, Bloodette replied. Great. Ask the blood rule stream to help us enter the blood rule source. Let us go bring Courtney home, Wyatt declared enthusiastically. Wyatt, you don't understand. The blood rule stream can only help us enter the blood rule source for a short time. In that limited time, it is impossible to search for Courtney, the vast blood rule source, Bloodette explained to Wyatt, feeling that he did not grasp how vast the blood rule source was and how little time they had to search Courtney in it. What are you talking about? Isn't your innate blood rule rune a pair with Courtney's innate blood rule rune? Since you can feel and check on here, can you not get the blood rule stream to use it to pinpoint her location in the blood rule source? Wyatt reminded Bloodette about her connection with Courtney. The only proof that gave them assurance that wherever Courtney was, she was alive, her innate blood rule rune. Yes, I can ask the blood rule stream to use my innate blood rule rune to pinpoint her location in the blood rule source and send us there to fetch Courtney. Why did I not think of this earlier? Bloodette agreed with Wyatt's suggestion excitedly. However, feeling that she was about to get sidetracked by her guilt and begin blaming herself for not thinking of this before, Wyatt hurriedly said, "This why I help saying do not let your emotions control you and think with a clear head. But now that we know how to find Courtney, what's the holdup? Contact the blood rule stream and let us go get Courtney." Yes, Bloodette agreed with resolve. Nodding to Wyatt, she began to contact with blood rule stream, asking it to locate Courtney in blood rule source using her innate blood rule rune and help her enter blood rule source exactly at that location, so that they can retrieve Courtney before their limited time in blood rule source was up. As Bloodette communicated with the blood rule stream, Wyatt patiently copied the vibrations of Bloodette in the physical plane and the vibrations of the blood rule stream in the spiritual plane, because he was planning to mimic Bloodette to try and see if he would be able to gain blood rule stream's favor. It was too good of an experiment. If he was successful, then he stood to gain a lot, not just in terms of blood rule comprehension, but other rules too. That was possible because if this experiment were to succeed, then he would seek out other supreme beings to copy their vibrations when talking with their respective rule stream. This way Wyatt could gain the favor of many rule streams. However, all of it depended on the success of this experiment. The blood rule stream has located Courtney. It says she is fine and in a deep sleep, Bloodette reported to Wyatt in excitement, and then blurted, "No wonder Courtney was not answering me, and in a deep sleep." Bloodette reported to Wyatt in excitement, and then blurted, "No wonder Courtney was not answering me whenever I tried to contact her using the connection between our innate blood rule rune. See, everything is fine. You were worked up over nothing. Now ask the blood rule stream to help us enter blood rule source right at Courtney's location," Wyatt said in anticipation. Now that Wyatt knew Courtney was safe and sound, Wyatt could not help but get excited over the fact that he would be able to enter the blood rule source, the place where blood rule was born, a place that was only accessible to the celestial bodies and the ruler class beings. But he was going to enter it. Even if it was just for a limited time, it was going to be a great opportunity. Any in the myriad realms would be willing to give up an arm or leg just to feel a rule source, let alone enter it. "Wyatt, you sure you want to enter the blood rule source? Courtney and I have a very high affinity to the blood rule, but you are different. You might lose yourself and become a blood rule slave just by being exposed to the blood rule source. How about you stay behind? I will go get Courtney." Bloodette was worried that Wyatt's consciousness would not be able to adapt to the atmosphere of the blood rule source, causing him to lose his mind to the blood rule and become a blood rule slave. "Blood rule slave?" Wyatt asked Bloodette in confusion. "Yes, blood rule slave or rule slaves. They are the beings that overestimate themselves and try to learn the mysteries of the rules directly from the rule source. As a result, lost themselves to the rules and became mindless beings attacking every being that tries to comprehend rules in the rule source. Each one of these rule slaves is an apex predator. As long as we do not try to comprehend the blood rule in the blood rule source with blood rule stream masking our breath, we should not attract them. Because for some reason, they do not target realms will only other intelligent beings." Bloodette explained everything she knew about rule slaves to Wyatt in a single breath and added, "It is because of them I was worried when I learned Courtney was in blood rule source. But now that blood rule stream is watching over her, she should be fine. How do you know so much about rule source and rule slaves?" Wyatt had very little knowledge of the rule source. He didn't actively seek information about it, knowing that he lacked both the strength and means to locate the rule source and enter it. After learning about rule slaves, Wyatt understood some things one cannot overreach for, or it might cost one everything. Such was the case of the rule slaves. These people overestimated themselves. They either lacked rule affinity to understand the mysteries of the rule source or lacked the strength to fight the rule slaves guarding the source. There was a lesson to learn in all of the rules. "Didn't I tell you? I have been to the blood rule source before?" Bloodette responded. It appeared that was all the explanation she was planning to give on that matter. "You encountered blood rule slaves during your visit, and the blood rule stream informed you about them," Wyatt guessed, to which Bloodette nodded in agreement and added, I had no idea that trying to comprehend blood rule at source would spell such a disaster. Fortunately, the blood rule stream acted and masked my breath with its in time otherwise. I would have joined the ranks of blood rule slaves. I see. Wyatt gazed at Bloodette with complicated eyes as she narrated her adventures at the blood rule source. Many lost their lives trying to locate and enter blood rule source, but Bloodette talked about it as if it were her neighborhood park. He would have envied her had he not seen her at her worst. So, you stay behind. I will go get Courtney from the rule source. Bloodette still believed Wyatt did not have enough affinity to soak in the unbound mysteries of the blood rule source. Don't worry about me. I have a very high synchronous rate, almost nearing that of a newborn celestial. Wyatt rejected Bloodette's concerns. Thanks to the treacherous pixie dust, his synchronous rate has grown to the point where he could simultaneously exist on both planes, physical and spiritual, similar to a celestial body. What? Bloodette did not understand a single word Wyatt just spoke. Seeing her like this, Wyatt finally saw the Bloodette her remembers. Listening to her go on about rule source and rule slaves, Wyatt had begun to doubt if Bloodette was secretly a genius. Nothing. I am tagging along, Wyatt simplified and assured Bloodette. Don't worry, if I feel like I can't handle it, I will return. That is if you get a chance to. Whatever, I will render you unconscious if you start acting out. Bloodette felt Wyatt's stubbornness to enter the blood rule source even after knowing the potential risk was stupid. Wyatt wanted to remind Bloodette that she was no longer a card overlord, but did not. Remembering that she was blood rule itself, he thought she might indeed be stronger in the blood rule source. All right, have it your way. In a minute, blood rule stream will borrow my body to open the gate to the blood rule source. So do not freak out seeing me act strange. Seeing Wyatt not showing any signs of changing his mind, Bloodette gave up persuading Wyatt. And closing the dungeon seal shut, she began to prepare herself to let the blood rule stream possess her. Wyatt nodded and then activated his soul pupils and other senses to monitor Bloodette in both planes as the blood rule stream possessed her. Soon the blood rocks in the cave began to glow rhythmically as Bloodette's sanguine eyes glowed with a deep red hue. Wyatt could feel a pressure he was very familiar with emitting from Bloodette. He felt the same pressure as he traveled the two blood rule meanings that he comprehended to completion. With his soul pupils, Wyatt learned that blood rule stream had not descended in Bloodette's body, but merely used it as a key to open the gate to the blood rule source. Before proceeding to open the gate, the blood rule stream glanced at Wyatt with Bloodette's sanguine eyes before resuming its purpose. Soon the blood rock cave began to drip liquid blood rule, which gathered at Bloodette's foot, forming a puddle of liquid blood rule. The puddle was 6 feet in diameter and a few inches deep. Soon the puddle froze, reflecting the reflections of Bloodette and Wyatt. Then suddenly the reflection on the frozen puddle morphed to reveal a scarlet world. Ignoring the background, Wyatt focused on the sleeping figure in the front. It was Courtney. Except for her deep sleep, she appeared to be fine. Courtney, Bloodette's sudden shout awakened Wyatt from his contemplation. Last chance. Wyatt, you can still choose to stay back, Bloodette reminded Wyatt, glancing at peacefully asleep Courtney. It doesn't appear that intimidating, Wyatt said, looking into the gate. Not intimidating, huh? The gate is not open yet. There is a thin barrier stopping the mysteries of the blood source leaking into the dungeon seal. Bloodette rolled her eyes, listening to Wyatt underestimate the blood rule source. Ah, I see. The barrier is for my protection. Wyatt scratched the back of his head, not knowing how else he could assure Bloodette that she did not have to worry about him losing himself to the mysteries of the blood rule source. Yes, it is. Bloodette's worries were not unfounded because she knew the limits of a mortal. If not for worrying about Wyatt, she would have rushed to Courtney's side. Aren't you sweet? But let us not keep Courtney waiting. Wyatt looked at Bloodette with warm eyes, feeling his efforts to help her were not a waste. Then with a subtle smile, he declared, let us go bring Courtney home. Yes, let us bring Courtney back. Bloodette too declared, and finally removed the thin barrier between them and the blood rule source. As soon as the barrier vanished, both Bloodette and Wyatt, instead of entering the gate, fell on the floor of the blood rock cave. What the FCK is going on? Wyatt yelled in his mind as his body had fallen asleep. When Bloodette removed the barrier, a thin wave of soul energy entered the blood rock cave along with thick and pure blood rule energy, washing over Bloodette and Wyatt, who stood right in front of the gate. As soon as the ominous soul energy touched them, both Wyatt and Bloodette instantly fell asleep. Well, in Wyatt's case, only his physical body fell asleep, while his spiritual body was saved by the shell of the dungeon calamity seed covering his calamity soul gem. Bloodette had fallen into a deep sleep, similar to the one that Courtney was in. His spiritual body tried to awaken Bloodette in all ways possible, but she was not responding to any of them. Wyatt immediately concluded that Courtney had not slept for days without any reason. She had run into an unknown trouble. Wyatt, too, would have completely fallen prey to whatever was affecting her like Bloodette, if not for his mutated ego gem. So he did not dare to step into the gate to fetch Courtney without fully grasping the situation. Praising himself for using the cover of the dungeon calamity seed to create his Viltronian core and then ego gem, Wyatt's spiritual body gazed into the gate, trying to gauge the situation. This time he focused on the background instead of the asleep Courtney. But all he saw was a world in various shades of red. Considering this was the blood rule source, Wyatt guessed. Red represents the blood rule, and each of its shades represents its different meanings. Even with different shades, it would be hard for the naked eye to differentiate things in the red world from outside, but fortunately for Wyatt, he had soul pupils. Using them to scan the background carefully, he found various red creatures were asleep along with Courtney in that area. Wyatt did not notice them earlier with the red landscape masking them. Wyatt wondered if these were the so-called blood rule slaves that Bloodette warned him about. Unlike Courtney, who had fallen asleep haphazardly, as if she was thrown there, the asleep red creatures looked like they had fallen asleep heading in a certain direction. Wyatt wondered if that was the direction where the ominous soul energy was coming from. If these creatures were the blood rule slaves as he guessed, then, as the guardians of the blood rule source, they should be trying to remove the anomaly responsible for the ominous soul energy that was causing everyone it touched to fall asleep. By the position where the blood-red creatures had fallen asleep, Wyatt guessed that not all of them were of the same strength. He guessed the creatures that were able to fall further in the direction from where the ominous soul energy was coming from were the strongest, and those behind were weaker. Regardless, seeing the source of the ominous soul energy was nowhere in sight, Wyatt believed that it was far away from the gate. Since he had no idea when the gate to the blood rule source would close, Wyatt planned to enter it and retrieve Courtney at the fastest pace his spiritual body could. Navigating the surroundings of Courtney for one last time from the other side of the gate, and finding that there was no threat in sight, as the ominous soul energy in the atmosphere was putting all the rule slaves in deep sleep, Wyatt prepared to retrieve Courtney. Wyatt could not help but sigh, thinking maybe Courtney was lucky that she felt here of all the places in the blood rule source. Thanks to the ominous soul energy, she had instantly fallen asleep. Otherwise ignorant of where she was, she would have tried using soul energy or comprehending blood rule. As a result, she would become the target of the blood rule slave's wrath and ultimately die before Bloodette and he could come to her rescue. Shaking his head, Wyatt's spiritual body stepped into the blood rule source and felt the embrace of blood rule. As someone who was comprehending blood rule, Wyatt felt like a thirsty person who had found an oasis in the middle of a desert. However, constrained by time and fear of the unknown, Wyatt did not dare waste time thinking of what not. Nearing Courtney's body, he mobilized his celestial energy to carry Courtney. Then he hurried back to the gate. However, Wyatt soon felt an ominous presence gain on him from behind. Knowing that he could not reach the gate before the unknown presence caught up to him, he used his celestial force to launch asleep Courtney into the gate. Wyatt could have chosen to launch both of them into the gate, but then neither of them would have managed to enter the gate as the unknown presence was gaining on them that fast. Doing simple math, he knew that to increase the speed, he had to reduce the load. So Wyatt chose to stay behind and send Courtney through the gate while using his celestial force to cocoon him, bracing for the impact of the unknown presence. Futile effort. Wyatt heard a majestic voice from his behind. With no option, he turned to face an unknown presence to find a giant blood fog shaped like a serpent with 3 pairs of huge bat wings. Glancing into the glowing eyes of the majestic presence, Wyatt immediately knew what it was. Interesting. For a mortal, this one seems to be immune to my innate ability. The blood fog serpent's words interrupted Wyatt's train of thought. Don't tell me there are more beings like that, devil. The blood fog serpent continued to mutter to itself aloud. No, this one is different from that one. Bloodfog Serpent's glowing eyes scanned Wyatt's spiritual body from head to toe. Then it addressed him asking, "Mortal, tell me what is your kind?" "Esteemed Elder Anesthesia Dragon, I am a human," Wyatt answered. "No, you are not a human." The Elder Anesthesia Dragon rebuffed Wyatt. "That feeble thing you just threw is a human. Whereas, you remind me of a frightening memory I chose to forget. Give me a minute. I will remember." The dragon spun around Wyatt, scrutinizing him from head to toe, front and back, as if attempting to recall when and where it had encountered something resembling him. While the dragon wrestled with its memories, Wyatt attempted to reach out to the Devil Merchant Code, hoping to access its inter-realm teleportation function within the Blood Rule source. Unfortunately, his fears were realized as he found he could contact the Devil Merchant Code but couldn't access any of its functions. It appeared even the formidable Devil Merchant Code was powerless within the rule source. However, just as he started to feel disheartened, Wyatt was astonished to discover that he could still utilize the privilege granted to him by the Devil Merchant Code. This meant that the code could teleport his soul to any location across myriad realms, outside the confines of the rule source. Learning this, Wyatt's concerns about being stranded in the blood rule source began to ease. Now he too started to scrutinize the blood fog vessel of the Elder Anesthesia Dragon, much like it had assessed him. The concept of a soul inhabiting a vessel crafted purely from rule's energy wasn't entirely unfamiliar to Wyatt. It brought to mind rune spirits. "World Calamity Tree," the Elder Anesthesia Dragon suddenly exclaimed. "I remember now. You are the human incarnation of the World Calamity Tree. No wonder you are immune to my ability. But I thought the librarian destroyed the last seeds of the World Calamity Trees while tricking the pixie race into enslavement. I suppose even the librarian is not as thorough as everyone thinks." "World Calamity Tree," Wyatt muttered in confusion. It sounded somewhat like the Dungeon Calamity Seed, but he refrained from jumping to conclusions hastily. He couldn't recall reading about such a species of tree in any book. However, he mulled over the dragon's mention of the librarian and the pixies, realizing that the Elder Anesthesia Dragon before him was as ancient as the librarian, knowledgeable about the atrocities committed against the pixie race. Aware that the Elder Anesthesia Dragon was not someone to be trifled with, Wyatt ceased all his subtle probing and patiently awaited an opportunity to escape using his Devil Merchant Code privilege. He didn't dare to underestimate the Elder Anesthesia Dragon, recognizing it as among the elite, even within the ruler class. Who knew what formidable abilities it possessed? Wyatt refused to gamble with his life by relying solely on the shell of the Dungeon Calamity Seed or the Devil Merchant Code privilege. He knew he had only one chance at escape, and he was determined to make it count. A World Calamity Tree, that's what you are. Did you forget your true self? Judging by your strength, you seem too young to succumb to the curse of immortality and lose your memories. Are you injured? Furthermore, how did you gain entry into the blood rule source? This is not a place for your kind, the Elder Anesthesia Dragon remarked, surprisingly talkative for someone of its age and strength. Wyatt attributed its enthusiasm to its curiosity about the World Calamity Tree. "Esteemed Elder Anesthesia Dragon, I must clarify that I am not a World Calamity Tree. I am a mere human who utilized the Dungeon Calamity Seed as an ingredient to forge my demon core." Wyatt revealed his secret to the dragon, sensing it was in his best interest to dispel the misunderstanding and diminish its curiosity about him. "Are you absolutely certain? Apart from your humanoid appearance, your spiritual energy bears a striking resemblance to the World Calamity Tree. And what exactly is a Dungeon Calamity Seed?" The Elder Anesthesia Dragon appeared disappointed as it listened to Wyatt's explanation and attempted to negotiate with Wyatt regarding his identity, a notion that seemed utterly absurd to Wyatt. "I am completely certain that I am a human, and this is a Dungeon Calamity Seed," Wyatt affirmed, using his spiritual power to project the image of the Dungeon Calamity Seed from his memories for the dragon to see. "That's a World Calamity Tree seed. You are indeed a human incarnation of the World Calamity Tree," the dragon exclaimed upon seeing the image of the Dungeon Calamity Seed, growing more convinced of Wyatt's identity as a World Calamity Tree who had taken on the guise of a human. Wyatt was now certain that the dungeon calamity seed was indeed the seed of the world calamity tree the elder anesthesia dragon spoke of. However, he chose to clarify the truth to the dragon, unwilling to exacerbate its misunderstanding. Sir, I am a human who unwittingly utilized the seed of the world calamity tree to forge my demon core, Wyatt explained to the elder anesthesia dragon earnestly, revealing his deepest secrets. Why do you persist in denying your true identity? Aside from the unmistakable spiritual shell of a world calamity tree's seed, which is impervious to all spiritual attacks, a human does not possess a spiritual body as robust as yours, capable of withstanding the boundless mysteries of the blood rule source at the demon master realm, nor do they possess celestial force. How do you account for these attributes? The elder anesthesia dragon's tone suddenly shifted, causing Wyatt to feel a surge of fear. Do you take me for a fool? Or are you concerned that I might betray you to the librarian? The dragon added, sensing Wyatt's apprehension. Upon hearing this, Wyatt's nerves gradually calmed. Your Highness, then how do you explain a world calamity tree entering the rule source? Wyatt pointed out respectfully. He feared angering the dragon, yet he persisted in trying to dispel its misunderstanding, realizing he did not know its intentions regarding him or a world calamity tree. Wyatt had no idea why the world calamity tree was not allowed entry into the rule source. He only knew about it once the elder anesthesia dragon babbled about it earlier. But to clear the misunderstanding, he did not hesitate to use the elder anesthesia dragon's word against it. Seeing the dragon lost in its thoughts, Wyatt knew his bet worked. Then he subtly glanced at the gate connecting Bloodette's dungeon seal and the blood rule source, hoping it closed before the elder anesthesia dragon's interest shifted to it. Wyatt had yet to learn what the elder anesthesia dragon was capable of as an ancient ruler class. He felt that if it wanted to kill him, the shell of the world calamity tree's seed would not be able to protect his feeble soul against the elder anesthesia dragon's might and ancient knowledge. Hence, he was very careful around the elder anesthesia dragon. As such, he did not dare to go along with the dragon's misunderstanding. Wyatt observed that the dragon didn't immediately attack upon seeing them, leading him to believe it wasn't the ferocious kind like the ones depicted in fairy tales. Its curiosity about Wyatt's resistance to its power suggested it might not have even noticed them otherwise, perhaps simply choosing to ignore their presence. Wyatt realized that all the misunderstandings arose from his ability to resist the elder anesthesia dragon's sleep breath. He understood that the quicker he could make the dragon lose interest in him, the sooner he could escape from its influence. The only way he knew to achieve this was by clearing up the dragon's misunderstanding about his identity. Hence, despite the risk of angering the dragon, he continued to insist that he was human and not a world calamity tree. As for the blood rule source, Wyatt quickly lost interest in it as soon as he assessed the strength of the rule slaves slumbering around him and realized each one of them was a ruler class strong. Any one of these beings posed a formidable challenge for Wyatt at his current level. In addition to the ruler class rule slaves, other beings were roaming the blood rule source, adding to the peril. Fortunately, the elder anesthesia dragon Wyatt encountered was friendly, showing curiosity rather than hostility. If it had been another being in the dragon's place, they likely would have killed anyone who dared to enter their domain. The danger of the blood rule source became abundantly clear to Wyatt, erasing any allure it may have held for him. All he wanted to do now was escape from here as quickly as possible. How am I supposed to know that? You are the world calamity tree. You tell me how you were able to enter the rule source. The elder anesthesia dragon suddenly spoke up, snapping Wyatt out of his train of thoughts. Listening to the dragon's words, Wyatt couldn't help but wonder how it had managed to survive for so long. Besides, how stupid do you think I am to believe that a human managed to create a perfect demon core using the seed of a world calamity tree as an ingredient? The elder anesthesia dragon's disdain for humans was evident in its words. It wasn't surprising, considering that in the dark realm, races outside of it were viewed as primitive races with very little knowledge and history. Wyatt stared blankly at the dragon, at a loss for words. The elder anesthesia dragon's skepticism was justified. The card apprentice Wyatt knew lacked the knowledge to even crack the shell of a dungeon calamity seed until Wyatt arrived. Heck, they did not truly know what it was. How could someone like them possibly use such a seed as an ingredient? Consequently, Wyatt decided to let the dragon lead the conversation, recognizing that his opinion held little weight in its eyes. The only thing that seemed to work in Wyatt's favor was that he managed to keep the dragon distracted until the gate connecting the dungeon seal to the blood rule source had closed. Knowing that he had left clones behind in both the dungeon seal and the seed world, Wyatt wasn't concerned about the girls misunderstanding his unresponsive body and worrying unnecessarily. Now, all Wyatt had to do was wait patiently for the elder anesthesia dragon to lose interest in him or provide an opportunity for him to use his devil merchant code privilege to escape and obviously not get killed by the dragon or an unexpected rule slave in the process. Why are you silent? Answer me, the dragon demanded, its glowing eyes fixed on Wyatt. Your Highness, I wouldn't dare to deceive you. If you insist that I am a world calamity tree, then so be it, Wyatt conceded, deciding to yield to the dragon's misguided belief. Finally, the elder anesthesia dragon cheered upon hearing Wyatt agree to its arrangement. Then, with a gentle assurance, it spoke. Don't worry, I will not harm you or sell you to the librarian. The ancestors of the anesthesia dragon race and the world calamity tree were friends long ago. Just follow me, and I will protect you from the librarian and anyone who wants to harm you. Wait, the custom dictates that an anesthesia dragon should offer the world calamity tree a sacrifice on our first meeting. I have just the right offering. Follow me to my body. I have something you will love. The blood fog vessel of the elder anesthesia dragon conveyed before carrying Wyatt to where its real body was asleep, leaving him no chance to reply. Upon reaching the elder anesthesia dragon's body, Wyatt was astonished by the range of the dragon's sleep breath. It extended nearly 50 miles from where he had entered the blood rule source. Realizing the potency of the dragon's sleep breath, which could affect ruler-class rule slaves so far away, Wyatt felt grateful that he hadn't underestimated the dragon despite its apparent friendliness. Ruler class was a title given to beings in the myriad realms closest to achieving transcendence. The librarian of the Infinity Library, the stupid elder anesthesia dragon that Wyatt just met, and the asleep blood rule slaves were the perfect examples of ruler class. As for the devil merchant code, the sentient spell, there was doubt surrounding its actual realm. If it had not achieved transcendence by now, then it should be the being that was very likely to achieve it and worthy of the title of strongest under transcendence. Meanwhile, demigod Norley, Field Marshal Heatsend, the southern ruler, and the masters were only the closest to achieving transcendence in the card world. A devil of Belphegor's level was able to give them a challenge for their money, let alone the librarian, the stupid elder anesthesia dragon, and other ruler-class beings. They could not hold a candle against them. Not all ruler-class beings were the same. Wyatt had no idea how they were ranked as not much was available about the ruler class even for an executive VVIP member of Infinity Library. It was a very tightly lipped circle, and one had to be a ruler class to learn anything related to them. However, Wyatt knew that when a being could detect the rule source and enter it using any rule by themselves, then that being had entered the ranks of the ruler class. The rule source was an amalgamation of various rule sources. They acted as an entry to the source. Even a ruler class does not have access to the entire rule source. They could only enter the rule source of the rule they had high affinity to. Similar to how the blood rule stream could only enter the blood rule source and not another rule source. Only the celestial bodies held that privilege of accessing all the rule sources. This was why their will fragments made an excellent way for the ruler class beings to increase their affinity to the rules of their choice. Seeing how the elder anesthesia dragon was able to knock out the rule slaves who held the strength of a ruler class at a minimum, 50 miles away from its true body, Wyatt believed the elder anesthesia dragon was ranked top in the ruler class, meaning it was not lying when it claimed that it could protect Wyatt from the librarian. If not for the misunderstanding, Wyatt would have welcomed the elder anesthesia dragon's friendship. He knew that friendships built on lies were doomed to fail, and that the truth was bound to come out sooner or later. Wyatt was worried that the elder anesthesia dragon would feel it had been tricked and hold a grudge against him when it learned that Wyatt was not the world calamity tree. Capable of dream escape, the elder anesthesia dragons were considered one of the best assassins in the myriad realm. This meant that if Wyatt were to make an enemy of an elder anesthesia dragon, then he could never enjoy a sleep and would always be on the watch for an assassination attempt. Considering the realm difference between them, it would only take a second for the Elder Anesthesia Dragon to not only track and kill Wyatt in sleep, but destroy the card world. If Wyatt were to die, he would blame himself for being incompetent, but if he were to drag the entire card world with him, then he could rest even his death. This was the reason why Wyatt was so cautious around the Elder Anesthesia Dragon. Due to the Belphegor invading card world and the northern region's human sacrifice incident, Wyatt has come to realize that his actions have grave consequences. If he were to make a powerful enemy that he cannot defeat in the myriad realms, then escape was no longer an option because the card world would end up paying for his dine and dash. This was why he had created alternate identities using his myriad devil transformation and soul pathway vibration control to hide his true identities while dealing with powerful beings. But this time, however, he was caught off guard, underestimating the dangers of the blood rule source. Now that the Elder Anesthesia Dragon was familiar with his spiritual and soul energy signature, it could not only track Wyatt, but catch him anywhere in the myriad realms using its dream escape ability, putting a stop to Wyatt's plan of escaping using his devil merchant code privilege. No wonder it called his effort to bring Courtney to safety a futile effort. As long as it has gotten a lock on her spiritual or soul energy signature, it could track her down anywhere in the myriad realms using its dream escape ability. Now, Wyatt was doing his best to ensure that the Elder Anesthesia Dragon and he did no part on bad terms. This was not going to be easy because though the Elder Anesthesia Dragon was friendly toward him, but it disgraded his opinion because of his lack of strength. So Wyatt could only think of the next best thing, which was figuring out what the Elder Anesthesia Dragon wanted from a world calamity tree. If he could help the dragon with its need, then well and good, but if he could not, he believed if he searched hard enough he could find another dungeon calamity seed in Card World and exchange it for his freedom. That was only possible if the dragon did not kill instantly out of rage. All the scenarios Wyatt could think of ended up with him dead. Don't space out, I know I am majestic. Especially my scale, they couldn't be brighter. The Elder Anesthesia Dragon tooted its own horn, seeing Wyatt lost in thought staring at his sleeping body. Then it added, "Find a suitable place and lay your roots while I fetch your gift." Lay my roots? How the hell am I supposed to do that? Wyatt panicked, listening to the Elder Anesthesia Dragon suddenly ask him to settle next to its sleep body. But then recalling that the shell of the Calamity Dungeon seed was enough for him to use the Myriad Devil transformation and morph into the World Calamity Tree. Wyatt locked eyes with the stupid Elder Anesthesia Dragon and agreed, sure. Wyatt looked around as if searching for a suitable spot and said, "Esteemed Elder Anesthesia Dragon, forgive me for the late introduction, but I am Dalton Wyatt." Wyatt decided to be honest through and through because Wyatt did not want to give a chance for the Elder Anesthesia Dragon to blame or believe that Wyatt was tricking him on purpose. If the dragon doesn't kill him out of rage, then he can explain to the dragon that he was not at fault as he only did what it asked him to do. Dalton Wyatt? That sounds like a savage's name. From now your name is Nazaka Vreeksh. The Elder Anesthesia Dragon changed Wyatt's name without asking for his opinion. Then it continued to say, "It seems you do not know anything about your ancestors. To think you believed you are a human. I guess with all of them destroyed, your existence is already akin to a miracle. Don't worry, I will help you gather the knowledge your ancestors left behind." Wyatt stared at the blood fog vessel of the dragon blankly. It was too busy going through its storage space, whose coordinates were fixed with its true body, searching for the present it planned to gift Wyatt. The reason Wyatt introduced himself to the Elder Anesthesia Dragon was that he hoped to learn about its name and learn more about it. But the stupid dragon was suddenly acting aloof. It did not even bother to introduce itself to him. This was not a good sign. After all, even a master tells their name to their slaves. Shaking his head, Wyatt used his soul pupils to find a spot where he could best comprehend blood rule. With the Elder Anesthesia Dragon's true body comprehending blood rule in its sleep, Wyatt could not find any suitable spot for blood rule comprehension in its surroundings. But he did not dare to complain about this to the dragon, seeing that getting what it wanted, it was slowly acting indifferent toward him. So far, Wyatt had tried to not use his soul pupils on the Elder Anesthesia Dragon since the Field Marshal can sense them. Then the Elder Anesthesia Dragon can too. But he accidentally caught a glimpse of the elder anesthesia dragon's tail to find that its scales were contaminated with peculiar stains that were only visible to his soul pupils and not his naked eyes. Wyatt closely examined the stains to feel a sense of revulsion for them from the core of his being and blurt out a cry of disgust. "You! What's wrong?" the elder anesthesia dragon asked with a frown. "Your Majesty, your scales are contaminated with a dark stain. The stain seems to be spreading with time." Wyatt informed the elder anesthesia dragon what he saw honestly. "What are you talking about?" the elder anesthesia dragon asked Wyatt in confusion, as it felt its scales could not be more radiant and vibrant. At first, Wyatt was amazed by the elder anesthesia dragon's majestic and imposing presence. Its long beard, spanning from under its lower jaw down its neck, exudes an aura of age and wisdom. Long whiskers extending from its snout add to its regal appearance, while its mouth, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, hints at its formidable strength. The dragon's body is adorned with bright white scales, tinged with a sanguine hue, creating a striking contrast against its dark surroundings. Massive wings, capable of spanning several city blocks when fully extended, further emphasize its immense size and power. Atop its head, a pair of sharp horns adds to its commanding presence, completing the image of a truly formidable creature. But now that Wyatt's soul pupils had captured the disgusting dark stain spreading across its scales, Wyatt would not truly appreciate its majestic appearance. Once he had seen what lay hidden within the beauty, he could no longer look at it the same way, even with the elder anesthesia dragon's spiritual vessel breathing down his neck. The elder anesthesia dragon looked at Wyatt with a frown. Just as everyone likes to be called beautiful, similarly, everyone hates to be called ugly. It was no different for the dragon. Bored out of its wits hiding in the blood rule's source, the dragon was happy to find a friendly face. However, upon seeing the friend criticize its beautiful scales, the dragon lost its generosity for the friend in this holy but foreign land. If the friend did not provide a good explanation, then it would have to. "Your Majesty, let me explain." Wyatt immediately spoke up, interpreting the intrusive thoughts entering the dragon's mind, sensing its favorability toward him decrease. Wyatt could have chosen to stay quiet about the dark stains spreading across the elder anesthesia dragon's scales, but he decided to inform the dragon about it, believing that, by helping the dragon find the hidden danger in its body, it would owe him one. This way, he aimed to win its true favor rather than the superficial one it was currently showing him. Wyatt believed that if the dragon owed him a favor, it might grant him his freedom or at least listen to his opinion. "Go ahead." The elder anesthesia dragon gave Wyatt a chance to explain, indicating its willingness to listen. This gesture suggested that the dragon was not lying when it claimed that the World Calamity Tree and the Anesthesia Dragon race were allies before the librarian hunted down the World Calamity Trees to extinction. Before proceeding with his explanation, Wyatt utilized his myriad devil transformation skill to morph his spiritual body into an Elder Calamity Trant, the third form of the Dungeon Calamity Seed. Typically, any transformation using the myriad devil transformation skill was easy to adapt to the new form and felt comfortable. However, upon transforming into an Elder Calamity Trant, Wyatt not only adapted quickly, but also felt more than comfortable. He felt weirdly familiar with it. This feeling was familiar to Wyatt, reminiscent of the sensation he experienced in his human form. It was as if he was an Elder Calamity Trant by birth. Astonished by this discovery, Wyatt pondered if using the Dungeon Calamity Seed to create his Viltronian core was the reason for this uncanny familiarity. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other explanation. The reason Wyatt chose to morph into the third form of the Dungeon Calamity Seed was because he felt that his opinion would hold more weight in the dragon's eyes if it were to come from this form than his human form. This would only add to its misunderstanding, but if it were to help him get the dragon to owe him a favor, why not? After all, he was already knee-deep in the stupid dragon's misunderstanding. There was no turning back now. Might as well use it to ensure his safety. "Ah, you look more pleasing in this form, Nazaka. Why did you leave your physical body behind? I miss the fragrance of your kind. Let us go, get it," the Elder Anesthesia Dragon expressed, confirming Wyatt's expectation that it preferred seeing him in the third form of the Dungeon Calamity Seed over his human form. Seeing the Elder Anesthesia Dragon open a gate to Bloodette's dungeon seal, Wyatt hurriedly informed. No need, Your Majesty. I regrew a new physical body in here. Wyatt was shocked by the elder anesthesia dragon's powerful command over space rules, allowing it to directly open a space gate to Bloodette's dungeon seal from within the blood rule source. Meanwhile, the field marshal could not even peer into the dungeon seal if Bloodette were to close its gate. Now, Wyatt was even more sure that he was right to give up trying to escape using his devil merchant code privilege. The ruler class were truly different from average demigods and devils. No wonder Belphegor did not dare to find trouble with his chaos dwarf persona despite suffering a loss under him. That's good too. Lay your roots next to my main body. Your fragrance will help me have pleasant dreams, the elder anesthesia dragon ordered. Previously, it had given Wyatt a choice, but now it directly ordered him where to lay his roots. It seemed that it had not forgotten about his comment on its scales, but chose to overlook it while venting through passive, aggressive behavior. From the elder anesthesia dragon's actions, so far one thing was clear to Wyatt, that the dragon seemed to value his world calamity tree identity very much, going as far as to tolerate the things that it did not like about him. This made Wyatt more curious about the relationship between the world calamity tree and anesthesia dragons. After all, being considerate of a demon master rank tree was a very rare sight for a ruler class being like the elder anesthesia dragon. However, before delving into that, he had to warn the dragon about the disgusting stains covering its scales. Now that he knew it was tolerant toward him, he could try to be more persuasive in his approach. Sure thing, Your Majesty, Wyatt agreed. With his body reconstruction skill, the calamity's soul gem within him began to grow a new body. Taking the form of a towering 150-meter-tall elder calamity treant, Wyatt walked over to the sleeping dragon and decided to plant his roots 100 feet away. During this process, Wyatt was astonished to find that the sleep breath ability of the elder anesthesia dragon, which had managed to render his human body asleep from 50 miles away, did not affect his elder calamity treant body that was 100 feet away from it. Even the ruler class rune slaves were helpless against the dragon's sleep breath, but his elder calamity treant body was completely immune to it. Wyatt also noticed that the tree's innate fragrance was more prominent in this form compared to his human form. This prompted Wyatt to wonder if the Calamity Daughter gems created in this form were better than the ones created in his human form. Wyatt made a point to note this down, as he wanted to experiment to see if the Calamity Daughter gems created in his Elder Calamity Treant form were more efficient and held any other surprises compared to the ones created in his human form. It has been so many centuries since I last smelled this fragrance. The Elder Anesthesia Dragon's true body's breath rhythm eased, showing that it was enjoying the fragrance of the Elder Calamity Treant. Seeing the dragon's true body show not even a hint of obsessive behavior even after smelling the Calamity Treant's fragrance from so close, Wyatt wondered if it was because of the realm difference between them or if the dragon was immune to the World Calamity Tree's fragrance. If the latter were true, then Wyatt could envision the World Calamity Tree and the Anesthesia Dragon becoming allies. With both races being immune to each other's prominent racial talents, the chances of them allying over becoming enemies were very likely. Indeed, without the World Calamity Tree's innate fragrance that drove other beings mad and compelled them to consume its seeds, it was only left with its slave army to defend against predators. Similarly, without their sleep breath, the Anesthesia Dragons relied solely on their high defense to protect themselves from predators. After some contemplation, Wyatt realized that the sleep breath ability of the Anesthesia Dragon complemented the innate fragrance of the World Calamity Tree. The stronger and more sentient a being, the higher the chances of them resisting the mental corruption of the World Calamity Tree's innate fragrance and escaping, especially those that are far from the tree. However, asleep targets, regardless of their realm, were easier prey for the tree's fragrance and more tempted to consume its seeds. A slave created using the combination of the Anesthesia Dragons and the World Calamity Tree's abilities would serve as nourishment for both entities. The dragon could feed on the vitality of beings that had inhaled its sleep breath, just as the tree could also feed on the vitality of the beings it enslaved. In this way, the slaves created using the combination of their abilities would act as a buffer between them, sustaining the alliance between both the dragon and the tree. As this thought crossed Wyatt's mind, he could guess why the World Calamity Tree and the Anesthesia Dragons chose to ally. They were likely codependent on each other. But this also meant both of them exposing their vulnerability to each other. The Anesthesia Dragons were most vulnerable when awake, while the World Calamity Trees were most vulnerable at close range. If the Anesthesia Dragon chose to sleep next to the World Calamity Tree through its sleep and awake cycle, then they both would be exposing their vulnerability to each other, allowing them to gain others' trust. Making these assumptions, Wyatt frowned because he now felt that gaining his freedom from the Elder Anesthesia Dragon was not going to be as easy as he had thought. The dragon was clearly showing signs of grooming him, or his World Calamity Tree persona, for its purposes. Had Wyatt not created a life for himself in the card world, he would not have minded using the help of the Elder Anesthesia Dragon to achieve ruler class power in the shortest time possible. Though it had its obvious demerits, it also had its merits, especially the fact that Wyatt could find the relaxed life he was seeking with it by his side. However, that meant giving up on the life he had created for himself in the card world and having an ancient dragon as his benefactor. Due to the contamination of the disgusting stain on the dragon, Wyatt struggled to discern the dragon's sex with the help of his soul pupils. These stains were evidence that the dragon had powerful enemies, indicating that his peaceful life by its side would be short-lived. Wyatt realized that there were no shortcuts to achieving his dream. Only he could make his dream come true. Shaking his head, Wyatt no longer entertained the idea of taking the easy route. The path he was already traveling might be long and arduous, but it felt right for him. It was filled with excitement and challenges, unlike the one the dragon could offer him. Wyatt was beginning to cherish the journey and the companionship of the friends he had made along the way. The emotional scars he had acquired on Earth were healing in the card world. This moment of hesitation only served to strengthen Wyatt's resolve as he embraced the challenges ahead, knowing they would not only lead him to what he sought, but also give him the strength to protect it when he acquired it. That was the point of all his struggle, gaining the strength to protect what was precious to him, both physically and spiritually. No longer hesitating, Wyatt resolved to confront the dragon about the disgusting stain. Regardless of how dismissive it might be of his opinion, he would do everything in his power to free himself from the dragon's grasp. My soul and body feel so at ease and relaxed. With your innate sense help, I should be able to skip my upcoming awake period and slumber peacefully for another millennium. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The serpent-shaped blood fog vessel of the dragon's spiritual body exclaimed in pure bliss as its true body went into deeper sleep. Listening to the Elder Anesthesia Dragon unveil the true motive behind its fascination with the World Calamity Tree, Wyatt realized that a portion of his speculation was accurate. The dragon wasn't just immune to the World Calamity Tree's fragrance, but the scent actually aided it in sleeping for extended periods, effectively nullifying its soul vulnerability. It was no surprise that once it confirmed Wyatt's identity as the World Calamity Tree, the dragon was willing to overlook Wyatt's previous remarks about its scales. Wyatt had long suspected that the dragon intended to raise him as its pet, but now he understood the reason behind it. But I'm uncertain if the disparity between our realms will diminish the potency of your inherent fragrance. There's still another decade before I truly require it. That should provide ample time for you to digest one of the sleeping rule slaves to break through to the devil rank, or if you're fast and efficient enough, even ruler class. Let's not leave anything to chance, the Elder Anesthesia Dragon remarked cautiously. Listening to the dragon's offer to assist him in attaining devil rank, or even ruler class, Wyatt remained untempted due to his strengthened resolve. However, when in the form of the World Calamity Tree both physically and spiritually, he could harness all its abilities. Specifically, he could consume the corpses of the blood rule slaves to bolster his growth. Yet, doing so would render him more World Calamity Tree than human until the day his realm as a card apprentice surpassed his realm as a World Calamity Tree. Wyatt, still deeply attached to his humanity, couldn't entertain the dragon's offer at present. However, Your Majesty, I deeply appreciate your consideration. Your generosity will forever be remembered, Wyatt expressed, intending to address the dark stains contaminating the dragon's scales after he had accomplished his new secondary objective. Nazaka, please, there's no need for such formality. Given the history of our races as allies, it's only fitting for me, as the stronger of the two, to help you, the elder anesthesia dragon remarked, though appearing aloof. It seemed to have a weakness for flattery. Wyatt understood that if he were to deliver a few more compliments, he could regain its lost favor towards him in no time. Your Highness, if that is the case, then I eagerly anticipate enhancing my strength to be of use to you. Wyatt intended to say repay you, but reconsidered, realizing it might not be the most suitable word to win the dragon's favor. Using repay could imply that he planned to leave the dragon once he was strong enough, which would likely anger the dragon, as it was attempting to groom him as its sleeping aid tool. Therefore, he opted for the word use instead, signifying his submission to the dragon's guidance and authority. I appreciate your enthusiasm. With time being limited, let me fetch a few corpses so you can commence your practice immediately, the dragon expressed, highly satisfied with Wyatt's attitude. Who did not like a well-mannered slave? Your Highness, if I may, Wyatt called out to the dragon, who was preparing to procure the corpses of the sleeping rule slaves to use as manure for the world calamity tree. Yes, Nazaka, what is it? The dragon paused in its flight and asked. Please forgive my impudence, but I would prefer the core of the rule slave over there instead of their corpses. I believe refining its core is the quickest path for me to ascend to the devil realm or beyond, Wyatt informed the dragon, hoping to complete his secondary objective. That rule slave, just the fact that it could approach so close to my true body without succumbing to sleep shows its remarkable power. Furthermore, its transformation into a blood rule slave is complete. It's now one with the blood rule source. Are you certain you'll be able to refine its core? The elder anesthesia dragon frowned as it scrutinized the rule slave Wyatt had pointed out, recognizing it as one of the most formidable adversaries that had attempted to attack him. The elder anesthesia dragon wondered whether a demon master could successfully refine its core. It didn't want Wyatt to bite off more than he could chew, as it would be counterproductive and a waste of time, time being the only thing they lacked right now. Your Majesty, I have been comprehending blood rule, though my attainments in it are not high. I think I should be able to refine that blood rule slave's core and ascend to the devil realm. Wyatt continued to persuade the elder anesthesia dragon to help him get the core of the completely transformed blood rule slave. Wyatt's persistence in obtaining the core of a fully transformed blood rule slave stemmed from his belief that it would enable him to utilize his myriad devil body skills to transform into a blood rule slave. This form would not only enhance his blood rule affinity, but it would also align with the form best suited for his 12 blood curse incarnation form, thereby augmenting its power. Since Wyatt was unwilling to sacrifice his humanity to achieve rapid growth, this endeavor was crucial for preserving his frail human existence by increasing his explosive strength, though temporarily it got the job done when defeating Belphegor's World Hog incantation. Well, Nazaka, if you insist, the elder anesthesia dragon reluctantly agreed, feeling that the world calamity tree should have the best understanding of what was most suitable for its practice. Listening to the elder anesthesia dragon acquiesce to his request, Wyatt felt relieved, knowing that his secondary objective was almost complete. The elder anesthesia dragon's spiritual body, encapsulated within the serpent-shaped blood fog vessel, promptly dissected the rule slave and retrieved its core for Wyatt. Handing the blood rule slave's core to Wyatt, the dragon added a few words of encouragement. Here, with this core and your racial talent, you should be able to ascend to the devil realm within this decade. I anticipate great things from you. Before leaving Wyatt to practice, the dragon didn't forget to remind him, I haven't forgotten about your customary gift on our first meeting. This rule slave's core, isn't it? I have something more special. I just don't recall where I placed it in my storage space. Just give me a moment to sort through the items. Your present should be buried amidst the mess. Can't he just use his spiritual sense to scan his storage space and find the gift in there? Wyatt wondered to himself. However, knowing that aside from being aloof and susceptible to flattery, the dragon was also lacking in common sense, Wyatt decided not to remind it. He feared that bringing attention to its forgetfulness would embarrass the dragon and potentially diminish his favorability points with it. As if the dragon had read Wyatt's mind, it explained, the storage space is lined with the highest grade heathen stones and SSS rank spiritual sense isolation array formation as a security measure against the Eternal Thief Guild. So I cannot use my spiritual sense to scan the storage space to search for your gift. Let me tell you, Nozaka, if you ever encounter those bastards, they will strip you bare with their unique space rule arts. Well, with your current realm, they would simply sell you to the highest bidder. But don't worry, you have me to protect you now. I will not allow any harm to befall you. If not for its blood fog vessel, even the dragon's spiritual body could not access its storage space. For a brief moment, Wyatt was almost frightened, thinking that the seemingly dim-witted dragon could somehow read his mind. However, upon hearing its reassurance of his safety, he realized it was simply engaging in casual conversation. Wyatt had learned about the Eternal Thief Guild when exploring the Devil Merchant Code. They were considered a semi-ruler class force. He hadn't expected even a ruler class entity like the Elder Anesthesia Dragon to be wary of them. However, given their mastery of mystical space rule arts and the mystery surrounding their base location, they were indeed an annoying pest in the Dark Realm. Nozaka, continue your practice. It will take me some time to sort out the mess in here. The blood fog vessel of the dragon informed Wyatt, its gaze fixed on the storage space, whose coordinates were linked to its true body. Wyatt also caught a glimpse into the Elder Anesthesia Dragon's storage space, and he was astonished. The space within the dragon's storage exceeded even the void in his seed world. He observed about a dozen celestial bodies within, each being nourished by 3 artificial suns. If Wyatt had previously been proud of his seed world, he was no longer after witnessing the dragon's utilization of celestial bodies in its storage space, akin to shelves in a bank vault. Indeed, the dragon was not exaggerating when it mentioned that it would take some time to organize the chaos within its storage space. Your Majesty, you have done so much for me. It would be heartless of me to continue and ignore the hidden danger threatening you. Wyatt suddenly spoke aloud, surprising the dragon with his emotional declaration. What do you mean? The dragon blurted out in total bewilderment. It was pleased with the sentiments Wyatt was expressing, but it had absolutely no clue about the hidden danger he was referring to. Your Highness, you must trust me on this. There is indeed an ominous stain contaminating your majestic body, starting from your scales. Before Wyatt could continue, the dragon thundered, again with that nonsense. Wyatt didn't back down, understanding that the Elder Anesthesia Dragon plans to rely on the World Calamity Tree to extend its sleeping stage so it would never kill him. He continued his act, adding, Your Majesty, even if it risks angering you, I must speak the truth. You could kill me, and I wouldn't mind, as my life was granted by you. However, you must listen to me. You may have already noticed that my eyes possess a unique ability. They reveal to me that your scale's aura is being tainted by an ominous stain. If left unchecked, who knows what peril it may bring upon you. The Elder Anesthesia Dragon was speechless, at a loss for words on how to counter Wyatt's assertions. If the World Calamity Tree had rebelled, the dragon could have employed force to subdue it. However, seeing that the World Calamity Tree was willing to risk its life out of concern for him, who was accustomed to getting his way as an apex loner through force, now found himself unsure of how to handle the current situation. Your Majesty, you can punish me later as you see fit for my impertinence. But if you are willing to grant me a scale of yours, I can show you what I am talking about. Wyatt spoke passionately, his voice filled with so much emotion that it struck an emotional chord in the dragon's heart, a chord that hadn't been touched for ages. Listening to Wyatt's words, the Elder Anesthesia Dragon was moved to the point where it momentarily set aside its vanity and agreed to Wyatt's selfless request. Very well, but if you fail to substantiate your claims, you are never to bring up this matter again. It stipulated firmly, willing to part with one of its magnificent scales of its own accord. Thank you, Your Majesty. I could never betray your trust in me, Wyatt expressed enthusiastically, appearing grateful for the dragon's agreement to his request. Here, the blood fog vessel of the Elder Anesthesia Dragon reluctantly plucked a scale from his tail with a hint of sadness, then handed it to Wyatt without any hesitation. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will show you what I am talking about, Wyatt said, extending a branch of his Elder Calamity Treant body to collect the Elder Anesthesia Dragon's scale. Wyatt immediately separated that branch from his main body, and it took root on the surface, forming a wooden hand that appeared to have sprouted out of the surface to hold the scale. The scale of a young anesthesia dragon was worth 2 devil-grade ingredients, indicating that the scale of a ruler-grade elder anesthesia dragon would be priceless. Yet, Wyatt felt no allure for it, as it was tainted. Wyatt did not want to touch the disgusting scale regardless of its worth in the market, but he knew that letting his repulsion surface would hurt the elder anesthesia dragon's feelings. So, he went as far as instantly separating the branch that collected the scale from the dragon. The elder anesthesia dragon's vessel suddenly responded, staring at the newly formed scale. "It seems there is truth to your words, Your Majesty?" Wyatt asked the dragon in surprise. Until now, the elder anesthesia dragon had been very dismissive of Wyatt and unwilling to listen to his claim of a disgusting stain contaminating its body, starting from its scales. Now, the dragon was agreeing with Wyatt even before he had the chance to prove that his claims were not false. Wyatt wondered what brought about this change. "I sensed a delay as my lost scale recovered. It wasn't instantaneous. This never happened before, even amidst battle. It could only mean something has dampened the sense of the scale's roots in my body, as you suggested." The elder anesthesia dragon spoke with authority. When asleep, its recovery rate was almost instantaneous. However, now, for some reason, even when deeply asleep, its scale did not recover instantaneously. Listening to the dragon, Wyatt nodded in understanding and asked, "Your Majesty, may I use my unique eye ability on your body?" Sure," the dragon agreed, nodding its serpent blood fog head. With the dragon's permission, Wyatt activated his soul pupils and scanned the entire true body of the elder anesthesia dragon, starting from the newly formed scale. He found that the newly formed scale was born contaminated, with the stain covering it brighter than the other scales. Wyatt then recalled to his naked eye that the scale was dimmed in radiance compared to the other scales, meaning that the newly formed scale was more contaminated than the rest. "So, what did you find?" the dragon asked, no longer doubting Wyatt's claim, as it too could feel the difference in the newly formed scale and its old scales. Wyatt took a moment to carefully choose his words, mindful not to unsettle the dragon. While the dragon was no longer as dismissive of his words as before, it still didn't fully trust him. Wyatt understood he needed to tread carefully, especially considering he didn't know how the dragon would react upon seeing the disgusting stains spreading across its body. The contamination from the stain was slow, and it was uncertain how long it had been present on the dragon's body. If dragons took pleasure in grooming themselves like cats, then the elder anesthesia dragon might come to regret learning the truth about the appearance of its vibrant scales, which it was so proud of. Wyatt utilized his spiritual power to project a 3D hologram of the dragon's true body and proceeded with his explanation. "Your Highness, this is your body as you can see now, and this is your body as I see it with my unique eyes." Wyatt then projected a second 3D hologram of the dragon's true body, this time with 3/4 of its body covered in disgusting black stains, right next to the first one, so it would be easier for the dragon to compare. Wyatt opted to use the holograms instead of showing the dragon the real thing using the scale it gave him, because the actual contamination was even more repulsive than the stains depicted in the hologram. He hoped that this would prepare the dragon for the blow it was going to receive learning the truth. "What the heck is that disgusting thing? I don't believe it. How come I cannot sense its presence when it is spread over 3/4 of my body?" the dragon exclaimed in disbelief. "Your Highness, let me," Wyatt said, as he proceeded to mobilize his roots to encircle the branch holding the dragon's scale, forming a simple array formation using his own body. The Elder Calamity Trent's body was very handy for array formation because of its capability of producing infinite branches and roots, which were incredible ingredients for setting up array formations. "That's a simple separation array formation," the dragon pointed out, wondering what Wyatt was planning by using such a basic array formation. It believed if the dark stains were mystical enough to escape its senses, then how could a basic array formation be able to help it see the stains? Besides, it cleans itself with liquid soul energy. It failed to see how Wyatt's basic array was going to be of any help here. "Yes, Your Majesty. Please be patient," Wyatt nodded. The dragon was right. The array formation he was using was indeed basic. However, That was all that was required to separate the disgusting stain from the dragon's scale. Any other cleansing methods, even high-level cleansing array formations, would fail to wash the stain as it was masking itself as part of the dragon's body. However, with a separation array equipped with proper parameters regarding what it needed to separate, the array could effectively remove the stain from the dragon's body, even if it was masquerading as part of the dragon's natural form. With Wyatt's command, the separation array formation commenced. Wyatt personally took command of the array instead of letting it operate autonomously because he wanted to use his soul pupils to guide it and ensure the complete, instead of letting it operate autonomously because he wanted to use his soul pupils to guide it and ensure the complete removal of the dark stain covering the scale. After all, even if the scale was tainted once, it was still a priceless treasure in the end. Soon, under the scrutiny of the vigilant dragon, the shimmering white scale separated into two scales. One looked like the original shimmering clear white scale, while the other was a dark scale that, when looked at with microscopic vision, revealed a disgusting mixture of dark and revolting tentacles joining together to take the shape of the scale. What the heck is that? To think something so revolting has been contaminating my body without my knowledge. How ridiculous is this? The elder anesthesia dragon yelled furiously, its blood fog vessel taking several steps back in shock upon seeing the true nature of the black scales. The elder anesthesia dragon's vessel wasted no time in expressing its shock and anger. Instead, it rushed to its asleep, true body and covered itself in an SSS rank version of the basic separation array to rid itself of the invisible filth covering its body. However, to the dragon's surprise, regardless of how it operated the array formation, it was unable to separate any filth from its body. Then it realized that the dark filth was exhibiting a similar energy signature as its own body. So it turned to Wyatt, saying, "Nazaka, it seems I need your eye's assistance to get rid of the filth covering me." "My pleasure, Your Majesty," Wyatt said, and he moved his spiritual sense to help the dragon guide its array formation. As Wyatt focused his spiritual sense to assist the dragon, he delved deeper into the intricate workings of the separation array. With his unique eye abilities, Wyatt could discern the subtle differences between the dragon's true form and the contaminating filth. Together, they adjusted the parameters of the array, fine-tuning it to specifically target and extract the dark filth without harming the dragon's body. With each adjustment, they observed as the array began to effectively separate the filth from the dragon's scales. It was a delicate process, requiring precision and patience, but gradually, the tainted filth started to separate, revealing the dragon's true radiance. "Nazaka, did we get all of it?" "Yes, Your Highness." The elder anesthesia dragon let out a sigh of relief as it felt a sense of ease, knowing its majestic body was now free of all the contamination. Its vessel body jaw dropped, witnessing the transformation, marveling at the power of Wyatt's unique abilities and the synergy between him and the array. However, just when the elder anesthesia dragon was thinking that the worst was over, the filth that they had just separated from its body gathered, forming a blob of dark filth. Witnessing the ominous response of the filth, both Wyatt and the dragon stared at it in vigilance. The dark blob quivered and writhed, pulsating with an unsettling energy. It seemed to possess a malevolent consciousness of its own, defying all the views of the elder anesthesia dragon. The murky mass of filth trembled and contorted, throbbing with an unsettling rhythm. Seeing this, the traumatized elder anesthesia dragon yelled in fury, "Stay away from my body, you filth." Utilizing its serpent-shaped blooded fog vessel, the elder anesthesia dragon's spiritual form harnessed the power of the blood rule, forcefully propelling the repulsive mass of filth several miles away from its body. The elder anesthesia dragon was so disgusted by the filth that it was unwilling to use its spiritual sense to push the blob away directly. Once the blob was at a safe distance from its true form, the elder anesthesia dragon gathered a huge amount of blood rule energy above the filth and invoked the blood rule's blood explosion meaning, aiming to obliterate the filth. However, to its surprise, instead of vaporizing, the filth fragmented into chunks, scattering across the surface of the blood rule source. As Wyatt witnessed the elder anesthesia dragon gathering blood rule energy sufficient to fill a small sea and preparing to detonate it, He couldn't help but ponder the immense impact the filth had on the dragon's psyche to compel it to mobilize its entire strength. Despite considering the dragon's action as potentially excessive, Wyatt opted to remain silent. Was the dragon overreacting? No, it wasn't. After all, nobody could remain unaffected upon learning that they had been sleeping in such disgusting filth for who knows how long. Observing the filth raining down on the surface of the blood rule source, instead of being vaporized as expected, Wyatt realized that the dragon's reaction was not overkill, but rather insufficient. It became evident that the blob of filth was not to be underestimated, as it seemed resilient to even the formidable power of a ruler-class elder anesthesia dragon. Still, Wyatt sighed in relief, knowing that the elder anesthesia dragon had the foresight to push the filth far away before attempting to detonate it. Otherwise, all of them, the dragon's true body, its vessel, Wyatt, and the sleeping rule slaves, would have been covered in chunks of filth. Since it was not clear what the filth was capable of, the dragon's judgment to keep them far from all beings was praiseworthy. However, the elder anesthesia dragon and Wyatt were still not out of danger, as the chunks of filth scattered across the surface of the blood rule source began to wriggle and crawl towards one another, almost as if they possessed a consciousness of their own, seemingly intent on reuniting to reform into a single blob of filth. Blood cloud. The elder anesthesia dragon cried out, dividing its blood fog vessel into two. One portion continued to serve as the vessel for its spiritual body, while the other transformed into a sanguine-colored cloud, streaking towards the area of the blood rule source where the chunks of filth were scattered. Upon reaching its destination, the blood cloud expanded rapidly until it enveloped the entire affected area. Then, it began to crackle ominously, resembling a dark cloud before a storm. As thunderous sounds echoed through the air, following scarlet flashes illuminated the enormous blood cloud and cast an eerie glow. The chunks of filth began to crawl and rejoin at an accelerated pace, as if they could sense the impending threat looming above them. "Let's see you survive this, bloody smite," the elder anesthesia dragon muttered to itself before commanding the blood cloud to unleash its fury upon the scattered filth. In response, a wide spread pillar of sanguine lightning with a scarlet glow enveloped the entire affected area, leaving no piece of filth spared. Gazing at the blinding, expansive sanguine pillar of lightning, Wyatt marveled at its sheer magnitude, spanning almost a few hundred miles in radius. Moreover, the pillar of lightning persisted for a full 10 minutes, during which the elder anesthesia dragon showed no sign of exhaustion or replenishing its energy. Deep down in his mind, Wyatt couldn't shake the feeling that this display of power was far from the true limit of the elder anesthesia dragon. Ruler-class beings are indeed terrifying, Wyatt noted to himself, fully aware that even his most powerful form, the 12 Blood Curse incarnation form, would not have survived the blood rule explosion from earlier, let alone the bloody smite. If it weren't for his Calamity Soul gem granting partial immortality through its pseudo-Calamity Soul, Wyatt wouldn't even entertain such reckless thoughts. When the lightning pillar cleared, the elder anesthesia dragon was surprised to find the pieces of the filth were still present and had not vaporized as it hoped. However, unlike the last time when the scattered filth immediately recovered from the explosion and tried to rejoin, the pieces of filth remained unresponsive. "Nazaka, are they vanquished?" the elder anesthesia dragon inquired of Wyatt, its senses unable to ascertain the status of the filth. This was one of the reasons Wyatt treated the filth with such seriousness, and also why it had ceased the bloody smite attack to assess the situation. Otherwise, it would have continued the attack until either it or the filth succumbed to exhaustion. "No, Your Highness, they are in a state akin to unconsciousness. They should recover soon," Wyatt replied after checking the status of the filth with his soul pupils. He reported back to the elder anesthesia dragon, expressing awe at the filth's tenacity. "Nazaka, can your special ability discern the weakness of that filth?" the elder anesthesia dragon inquired. Its senses were failing when it came to the filth, so it had to rely on Wyatt's unique eye ability to devise a way to vanquish it. "Your Highness, Wyatt hesitated, debating whether to reveal the truth about the filth to the elder anesthesia dragon, unsure if it was ready to hear it. Observing Wyatt's hesitation, the elder anesthesia dragon frowned, but then nodded in understanding the reason behind his hesitation. Then it reassured Wyatt, saying, "Nozaka, speak what you see. You don't have to hide any information to spare my feelings." Then, "Your Highness, please forgive my rudeness," Wyatt politely said before he began, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders as he prepared to reveal the truth. The news Wyatt was about to disclose to the dragon was exceptionally sensitive, particularly for the elder anesthesia dragon. He needed to ensure that the dragon wouldn't react explosively, unable to handle the truth. This was especially critical considering Wyatt had witnessed firsthand the dragon's formidable power and knew that he wouldn't be able to evade its pursuit in the myriad realms. Wyatt then informed the elder anesthesia dragon, "As of now, all I can tell you is that the filth is born from the fusion of your energy with the energy of an unknown entity, most likely a ruler-class entity with remarkable tenacity that could affect reality itself. However, if you give me some time, I can analyze the data at my disposal to provide you with a more comprehensive report." As Wyatt completed his report, he sensed a sudden increase in pressure in the atmosphere, and it was evident that the source of this change was the elder anesthesia dragon. Wyatt dared not make any subtle movements, for he had just reported to the dragon that the filth was, in some sense, born from it. It was a part of it, and in certain contexts, considered akin to its offspring. A long silence hung in the air, and the longer the elder anesthesia dragon remained silent, the more uncertain Wyatt felt. He was prepared to utilize his devil merchant code privilege to transport his soul into a pseudo-calamity soul gem next to Kuthdia in the Dark Realm at even the slightest sign of hostility from the elder anesthesia dragon. "It moved, Your Highness," Wyatt cried aloud and continued. "It is moving faster than before. A lot faster." Hearing Wyatt's exclamation, the elder anesthesia dragon snapped out of its thoughts and turned its attention to the pieces of filth, observing them crawling at a speed akin to that of a devil-grade entity. Then, as if struck by a realization, it muttered to itself, "I suddenly sense a familiar presence from it." The scattered chunks of filth across the blood rule source's surface exhibited an astonishing display of agility and coordination as they wriggled and crawled at an unprecedented speed. Driven by an innate instinct to reunite, each fragment of the filth seemed to possess a singular purpose, moving with synchronized precision toward pieces of filth nearest to them. Despite their fragmented state, they appeared to communicate with each other through some unseen force, guiding their movements to converge seamlessly. As the scattered chunks of filth across the blood rule source's surface exhibited their astonishing display of agility and coordination, Wyatt and the elder anesthesia dragon watched in stunned silence. Their expressions mirrored a mix of shock, disbelief, and growing apprehension as they witnessed the fragments wriggling and crawling at an unprecedented speed. Wyatt's mind raced with a flurry of thoughts, his usual composure shaken by the surreal scene unfolding before him. He couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of fear at the sight of the filth's relentless determination to regroup. The sheer speed and efficiency with which they moved sent shivers down his spine, sparking doubts about their ability to contain the looming threat. Wyatt's fear intensified as he grappled with the realization that the filth was not solely born from the elder anesthesia dragon's power, but from the union of two ruler-class beings. This revelation struck him with a profound sense of dread. As Wyatt had observed the filth's unsettling capabilities such as dampening the dragon's abilities and spreading across its body by feeding on its residual energies, Wyatt couldn't shake the disturbing thought that the filth might be a harmful organism akin to a parasite implanted in the dragon by the other ruler-class being. If this were indeed the case, then the sudden explosion of activity displayed by the filth's fragments could indicate that the original owner of this filth, the other ruler-class being, had become aware of the dragon's discovery and was retaliating. The fact that the dragon suddenly said that it felt a familiar presence from the filth added merit to Wyatt's speculation. The prospect of a ruler-class battle erupting within the blood rule source sent a chill down Wyatt's spine. He realized that he might soon bear witness to a clash of titans, a confrontation between two beings of immense power vying for dominance. Beside Wyatt, the elder anesthesia dragon remained equally transfixed, its usually aloof demeanor replaced by a palpable sense of unease. Despite its formidable power, the dragon couldn't hide the flicker of concern in its eyes as it watched the chunks of filth converge with alarming speed. The elder anesthesia dragon's sudden unease was compounded by the energy signature it suddenly detected emanating from the filth. This signature stirred memories of its most shameful and dreaded past, awakening a deep-seated fear that it had long thought buried. Never in its wildest dreams did the dragon imagine that there would come a day when it would once again sense the dreaded presence that haunted its darkest memories. As the realization sank in, the dragon's stoic facade cracked, revealing a glimpse of the terror that gripped its heart. The echoes of its past transgressions reverberated through its being, filling it with a sense of dread and foreboding. In that moment, the dragon found itself confronting the specter of its past, a past it had desperately tried to escape, but now confronted with chilling clarity. In mere moments as Wyatt and the dragon were consumed by uncertainty and fear, the scattered chunks of filth coalesced into a singular, ominous blob, their movements synchronized in a mesmerizing display of unity. The newly formed mass exuded an aura of malevolence. Wyatt ceased his gaze upon the repulsive mass of filth and turned his attention to the elder anesthesia dragon beside him, seeking a sort of assurance for the upcoming threat. However, his expectations were dashed upon witnessing the distressed mental state of the dragon. "Why am I always stuck with unreliable teammates?" screamed Wyatt inwardly as he observed the elder anesthesia dragon losing its composure, sensing a familiar presence emanating from the blob of filth. Observing the proud dragon in such a vulnerable mental state, Wyatt could only deduce that whoever had planted the filth upon it must possess greater strength. The dragon's helplessness against the filth served as compelling evidence of this. Since Wyatt found himself powerless against the elder anesthesia dragon, it goes without saying that he would be equally powerless against the entity that even the dragon feared. However, the pressing question now loomed. What exactly was the blob of filth, and what were its intentions? The Hive AI diligently worked to unravel the mysteries surrounding the filth, drawing from the data Wyatt had gathered. As for filth's current objectives now that it was whole again, Wyatt activated his soul pupils to scrutinize its activities. The blob of filth pulsated, contracting and expanding in a rhythmic pattern akin to a beating heart. Then, abruptly, it flattened horizontally, turning into a 2D circle before elongating vertically, forming a rectangular shape, resembling a door or gate. Witnessing this transformation, Wyatt hastily exclaimed, alerting the elder anesthesia dragon, "Your Majesty, the blob of filth is summoning someone. Most likely the owner of the presence you mentioned earlier." Wyatt's outcry jolted the dragon from its daze, causing it to focus on the blob of filth, now resembling a gate to a dungeon. Unconsciously, it blurted out, "This is bad. I don't want to face that freak again." Listening to it, Wyatt's expression turned stiff. Then, at the risk of angering the elder anesthesia dragon, he said, "Your Highness, should we retreat before whoever the gate of filth is summoning arrives?" "What? Why would you even suggest such a thing to me? Do you think I'm weaker than that freak?" "I'm not, okay. It's just that freaky bastard fights dirty. And when I say dirty, wait, why am I explaining this to you? Just shut up and watch as I return that bastard tenfold the shame I suffered that night," proclaimed the elder anesthesia dragon aloud, with particular emphasis on the last part. Wyatt sensed that the final words were directed more toward the dragon itself rather than him. Listening to the elder anesthesia dragon's rambling, Wyatt felt a sense of confusion. He couldn't discern whether the dragon was asserting its strength or expressing doubt. "Besides, he's already here," the dragon suddenly added, giving Wyatt the impression that it, too, had contemplated retreat but concluded they hadn't acted quickly enough. "Nazaka, just in case, run as far as you can. I will contact you when I am done here," the elder dragon ordered Wyatt, resolutely staring at the gate of filth. Following the elder anesthesia dragon's instruction to flee, Wyatt's towering 150-foot elder calamity transformed swiftly restructured into a 150-foot-long root that looked like a long wooden serpent dragon with its leaves acting as its scales. He prepared to burrow into the surface of the blood rule source with the rest of its roots that were already branched out underground, intent on running as far away as possible. Despite Wyatt's attempt to escape, A formidable blood rule domain suddenly enveloped the area, thwarting his efforts. In response, then the elder anesthesia dragon summoned its blood rule domain, engaging in a fierce clash with the opposing domain. As the two domains collided, the pressure on Wyatt's body lessened slightly, but he remained ensnared within their confines, unable to break free. With no escape in sight, Wyatt scanned the surroundings for the origin of the hostile domain. His search led him to behold two enormous gray humanoid hands, each large enough to accommodate the filth gate, pressing together as they peered into the blood rule source from the other side of the filth gate. As the hands maneuvered through the filth gate, they parted to grasp onto either side, commencing a process of stretching the gate. Gradually, the gate widened enough for the being to extend its legs through, providing leverage for the hands to further stretch the gate until the entirety of the being's body could pass through. As Wyatt gazed upon the colossal humanoid devil emerging from the filth gate, he was struck by a sense of astonishment at the creature's formidable physique. Every inch of its massive form was adorned with well-defined muscles, rippling beneath its gray, demonic fur. The creature exuded an aura of power and strength. Its physique reminded Wyatt of the legendary champions of Earth's Mr. Olympia competitions, albeit with a sinister and furry twist. The devil's muscular build exerted an unfathomable pressure on its surroundings, creating an imposing presence that dwarfed everything in its vicinity. Each movement it made seemed effortless, yet brimmed with latent power, as if it could shatter mountains with a mere flex of its colossal limbs. As Wyatt took in the sight of this otherworldly being, he couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation at the sheer might it possessed. In the face of such overwhelming power, he knew that confronting this creature would be an immense challenge even for the elder anesthesia dragon. The ginormous gray devil stood within range of the elder anesthesia dragon's sleep breath ability, yet it seemed unaffected by the dragon's power. Instead, the devil took a deep breath, inhaling a large amount of the dragon's sleep breath, and stood tall and imposing as before. As the master of the filth covering its body revealed himself, the blood fog vessel housing the spiritual essence of the elder anesthesia dragon stood poised and emitted a resounding cry with determination, its crimson mist swirling with fervent energy in anticipation of the impending skirmish. War Dragon form, activate. Dream Rule rune, Sleep Golem, activate. Blood Rule rune, Blood Puppet, activate. With the elder anesthesia dragon's war cry, Wyatt shifted his attention from the ginormous gray humanoid devil and focused on the dragon's blood fog vessel, only to see it dissipate the next second. FCK, did it escape without me? Were Wyatt's first thoughts. In a panic, Wyatt hurriedly followed the spiritual body of the elder anesthesia dragon, witnessing its return to its true body undergoing a transformation amid a veil of blood fog. Relief washed over Wyatt as he realized the dragon had not chosen to escape alone. Had the dragon opted to escape using its dream escape ability, the massive gray devil would have surely targeted him. Even if Wyatt's status as the only world calamity tree did not interest the devil, it would still have pursued him simply for being by the dragon's side, believing Wyatt and the dragon were acquainted. In an instant, the blood fog surrounding the elder anesthesia dragon's true body dissipated, revealing the giant dragonoid, a fusion of dragon and humanoid form, standing with its eyes closed, seemingly asleep. It must be the elder anesthesia dragon's war dragon form, Wyatt mused, observing the dragonoid. Its iconic long beard remained unchanged, while its twin horns formed a crown atop its head. The long pair of wings folded neatly on its back, and its whip-like tail swept the blood-ruled surface, unable to sit still. It wasn't clear if it was out of excitement for the upcoming battle or out of uncertainty. Wyatt quickly deduced that the spiritual body of the elder anesthesia dragon was controlling the dormant body of the dragon using the runes Sleep Golem and Blood Puppet. However, before he could finalize his conclusion, he noticed that the countless rule slaves who had succumbed to the dragon's sleep breath ability suddenly rose to their feet, still in a state of slumber. Observing the rule slaves now standing, Wyatt realized that they had been transformed into sleep golems and were being manipulated with precision through Blood Puppet rune by the dragon. Once again, he was astonished by the remarkable abilities of the dragon. Nazaka, hide. I will end this quickly, once and for all, the elder anesthesia dragon said, throwing a huge turtle shell-like shield his way. Wyatt extended his branches to catch the shell shield and hid under it. Just then he heard the ginormous humanoid devil say, "My dear Raoul, we finally meet. Don't ruin my beautiful name by calling me that, you disgusting freak." The elder anesthesia dragon yelled furiously, hearing the devil give it a nickname. It appeared as if just the sight and sound of the devil were enough to stir the dragon's rage. "Feisty as ever, I see. Just the way I like it," the devil replied vulgarly. The dragon's rage only seemed to add to the excitement of the devil, confusing Wyatt, who happened to be peeping on the two of them. "Do you know how many young and elder anesthesia dragons I had to sleep with to try and recreate our night together?" the devil uttered with profound sorrow, each word heavy with the weight of its emotions. "Don't you dare speak of that night," the dragon roared furiously, its anger palpable in the air. Despite its agitation, however, the dragon refrained from launching an attack on the devil before it. The memories of the consequences of such actions were still fresh in its mind, serving as a potent reminder of the danger of recklessness. Despite the devil's attempts to provoke it with references to that unfortunate night, the dragon exerted control over its raging emotions. It understood that in the face of such a formidable opponent, maintaining composure was paramount. Rather than succumbing to a petty provocation, the dragon focused on its strengths, recognizing that agility and strategy were its greatest assets in this confrontation. Refusing to be goaded into a rash response, the dragon stood firm with its own calculations. "How can I not bring that up? That night, you appeared in my dream and stirred up emotions within me that I didn't even know existed. Just as I was starting to relish the satisfaction, you vanished, leaving me stranded. Since then, I've searched for you tirelessly, yearning to recreate the passion we shared that night, but you've remained out of reach. Forced to cope, I sought solace in the arms of other anesthesia dragons, but no matter how many encounters I've had, none have been able to come close to erasing the memory of you in that night." The devil's response was laden with disappointment and anguish, revealing the depth of its longing for the elder anesthesia dragon. It made no attempts to mask the pain. The raw emotion in its voice perfectly expressed its true feelings. However, the devil's words fell into the elder anesthesia dragon's ears as a mockery of its existence. The dragon's anger flared at the devil's mocking words, refusing to be provoked by its false claims. As the devil persisted in its accusations, recounting the pleasure it had discovered in the wake of their encounter, the dragon's fury reached its boiling point. "How dare you mock me? Others might be afraid of your family, but I am not one of them. Since you have come to my doorsteps on your own accord, then let me complete my assassination mission, which I could not that night." The elder anesthesia dragon was pissed, listening to the devil. It kept claiming that because of the dragon, he discovered a new realm of pleasure, and to satisfy it he hunted down and defiled the other anesthesia dragon, especially since the elder anesthesia dragon was nowhere to be found. The dragon could not help but erupt, as the devil blamed him for its actions of hunting and defiling other innocent anesthesia dragons. The dragon did not let the devil's words get to it, as it believed, even without it, the devil had already been hunting down the anesthesia dragons, which is why it attempted to assassinate him in the first place. Fueled by righteous anger, the elder anesthesia dragon's emotions erupted in response to the devil's accusations, refusing to bear the blame for the atrocities it had committed. The dragon stood firm in its conviction, unwilling to let the devil's words sway its resolve. Despite the devil's attempts to shift the blame, the dragon remained steadfast in its belief that its only mistake was failing to assassinate the devil that unfortunate night. Concealed beneath the protective cover of the turtle shell shield, Wyatt remained alert, attuned to the discourse unfolding around him. Before him stood the imposing figures of the elder anesthesia dragon and the colossal muscular devil, engaged in a tense exchange of words. Despite the dragon's evident fury, it hesitated to make the first move. On the other hand, the muscular devil exuded an air of indifference, displaying no inclination towards aggression, as if it had stumbled upon a long-lost affection. Wyatt observed them with a mixture of apprehension and fascination. Wyatt, harboring apprehension over the looming specter of battle, experienced a wave of relief upon witnessing the apparent reluctance of the elder anesthesia dragon and the muscular devil to engage in direct conflict. Yet, beneath this relief simmered a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that amidst the clash of these formidable rulers, he could seize the chaos as a diversion for his escape to the sanctuary of the Dark Realm, where he could lie low and evade the tumult of impending strife for a few precious days. However, with the anticipated confrontation now hanging in an uncertain balance, despite the initial disappointment, Wyatt found a glimmer of hope amidst the tension-ridden scene unfolding before him. The subtle dynamics at play hinted at a potential resolution that could favor his escape plans. Observing how the muscular devil asserted its dominance by invoking its blood rule domain first, Wyatt discerned that its primary objective might not be to engage in direct combat with the elder anesthesia dragon. Instead, it seemed intent on preventing the dragon from evading its grasp once more. Conversely, the elder anesthesia dragon's visible agitation suggested that it was compelled to either confront the muscular devil head-on or retreat, both of which could escalate into a full-blown battle. Wyatt recognized that patience would be his greatest ally in this precarious situation. By biding his time and closely monitoring the unfolding events, he could seize the opportune moment to execute his escape plan while the attention of the formidable beings remained fixated on each other. In the tense atmosphere, all three, the dragon, the devil, and the tree, calculated their next moves. "You are the dragon from the myths, the one that got away," Wyatt blurted upon a sudden realization, his voice trembling slightly with a mix of awe and trepidation. Wyatt's words cut through the silence like a knife, shattering the fragile equilibrium that had thus far been maintained. As Wyatt's words reached the ears of the elder anesthesia dragon, a wave of burning rage that had engulfed it moments before was swiftly extinguished by a chilling sense of embarrassment. How could it not know Wyatt's unmistakable reference to the infamous folklore of the anesthesia dragon lover/slayer? This tale, woven into the fabric of Dark Realm lore, had been recounted countless times, a stain on the otherwise illustrious record of the elder anesthesia dragon. The dragon's pride crumbled under the weight of this revelation, leaving it feeling exposed and vulnerable. It longed to bury its head in shame, to hide from the piercing scrutiny of Wyatt. Yet, constrained by the exigencies of the moment, it masked its inner turmoil behind a facade of impassivity, outwardly displaying no reaction to Wyatt's revelation. Listening to the colossal muscular devil reflect on a night when the elder anesthesia dragon visited it in its dreams and stirred up emotions within it that it didn't even know existed. Then, hearing the elder anesthesia dragon recount the same night from its perspective, narrating its failure to assassinate the muscular devil on that fateful night. It didn't take long for Wyatt to grasp the conversation's context. He immediately recalled the Dark Realm's folklore of the anesthesia dragon slayer/lover. To think I am standing among the myths of the Dark Realm, Wyatt reflected. His thoughts ran with newfound information, recalling the names of the legendary figures involved in the lore. The elder anesthesia dragon, the dream assassin, known as Rakalmar, and its adversary, the genius prince, Mamas Mulius, the deviant devil. As this realization dawned on Wyatt, he understood the deeper significance behind the elder anesthesia dragon's reluctance to disclose its name. It wasn't due to pride or arrogance, as he initially assumed, but rather a profound sense of shame and vulnerability. The dragon, Rakalmar, feared that by revealing its name, Wyatt would uncover the dark secrets of its past, the past it couldn't bear to face. Wyatt's heart swelled with empathy for the powerful creature before him. Here was a being of immense strength, feared even by celestial bodies, yet burdened by the weight of its shameful past. With the revelation of the true identities of the elder anesthesia dragon and the mighty muscular devil, Wyatt's understanding of their history deepened, fueled by the lore of the Dark Realm's anesthesia dragon slayer. This newfound knowledge only intensified his sympathy for the dragon. It had sought vengeance for its tribe by targeting their killer, yet instead of achieving justice, it suffered a grievous defeat. Not only did the dragon fail to vanquish the murderer, but it also became a victim of sexual defilement, igniting a perverse fascination within the murderer's heart. This twist of fate only compounded the hardships for the dragon's tribe, adding a layer of tragedy to an already sorrowful tale. As Wyatt cast a gaze of pity upon the elder anesthesia dragon, he suddenly felt a murderous stare fixated on him. It emanated from the colossal muscular devil, its eyes glaring at him with malice. Suddenly, it spoke, directing its words at him. A world calamity tree? To encounter such a pest in the blood rule source of all places. It appears the librarian has failed in his duty to rid the myriad realms of these pests. Allow me to assist in rectifying this. The colossal muscular devil declared arrogantly, its voice tinged with disdain for both the world calamity tree and the librarian. Although the muscular devil initially paid little attention to the world calamity tree, its perspective shifted when it witnessed how mere words from the nuisance provoked a drastic change in the unstable elder anesthesia dragon's demeanor. The dragon's fury redirected towards the devil, but this time it was fueled with newfound resolve. Recognizing the significance of the pest to the dragon, the muscular devil devised a plan to provoke the dragon further by targeting the pest. True to the devil's expectations, the elder anesthesia dragon swiftly intervened to shield the pest from harm, diverting its attention away from the devil's intended target. As Wyatt observed the elder anesthesia dragon stepping in to shield him, a sense of relief washed over him, softening some of the anger he harbored toward the dragon. It was reassuring to see the dragon prioritize the protection of its people. However, Wyatt remained wary, knowing that the dragon's formidable size might not be sufficient to safeguard him from the muscular devil's potential harm. The Hive AI's deduction had revealed troubling information. The devil seemed to possess a reality manipulation ability. This realization added a layer of complexity to Wyatt's predicament, as it suggested that traditional means of defense might prove inadequate against the devil's powers. Upon the completion of the Hive AI's processing of the soul records of the filth extracted by Wyatt's soul pupils, a startling revelation emerged. The filth that had contaminated the dragon did not originate from reality, but rather from an illusion. Wyatt found himself perplexed by this revelation, struggling to make sense of its implications. However, as Wyatt pondered further, a recollection surfaced in his mind. The last encounter between the elder anesthesia dragon and the muscular devil had occurred within the realm of dreams. In that confrontation, the dragon had attempted to assassinate the devil using its dream escape ability. Suddenly, pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. It became apparent that the filth contaminating the elder anesthesia dragon might be tied to its dream encounter with the devil, explaining the illusionary origin of the filth and suggesting that the supernatural abilities exhibited by the devil might have the capability to turn illusion into reality. Wyatt realized that the formidable muscular devil possessed the ability to transform illusions into actuality, which greatly diminished the elder anesthesia dragon's chances of prevailing in a confrontation. Short of utilizing its dream escape capability, Wyatt struggled to envision a scenario where the dragon could emerge victorious in such a battle. It wasn't that Wyatt underestimated the dragon. Rather, it was widely acknowledged that the anesthesia dragon tribe boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities when asleep, coupled with formidable offensive prowess in the realm of dreams. However, the muscular devil was impervious to its sleep breath ability. The elder anesthesia dragon found itself stripped of its two most potent weapons, sleep breath and dream field. As a result, it had effectively lost nearly half of its strength. In stark contrast, the muscular devil seemed completely at ease. No wonder the devil showed no haste in launching an attack. Instead, it savored the dragon's turbulent emotions with the delight of savoring a delectable dish. Wyatt sensed that the elder anesthesia dragon was cognizant of this predicament, which explained its reluctance to charge recklessly regardless of its fury toward the devil. Despite possessing numerical superiority with its blood rule slave sleep golems. "Raoul, how shall we proceed?" inquired the muscular devil, its confidence in victory apparent. "I don't mind allowing the pest to witness me express my love for you. But if you prefer privacy, I have no qualms about killing it before we begin." "Silence, you wretched bastard," roared the elder anesthesia dragon in a fit of rage. In a crescendo of fury, the elder anesthesia dragon unleashed its command. "Shut up, you damn bastard." blood puppet explosion. With the force of its rage, about 10 of the stationary sleep golems, their visages devoid of expression, surged forward with astonishing velocity towards the muscular devil. Their movements were swift and calculated, akin to silent predators closing in on their prey. These sleep golems, obedient to the dragon's will, moved with purpose, converging upon the devil with deadly intent. With each step, they closed the distance, their determination unwavering. As they reached the devil, their movements synchronized, encircling the infernal creature with an ominous aura. In an act of ultimate sacrifice, the sleep golems lunged towards the devil, their grasp tight and unwavering. In that moment of contact, they triggered their explosive essence, prepared to detonate themselves along with their target. As the 10 sleep golems closed in on the muscular devil, mere meters away from their target, the devil's response was swift and devastating. With a flex of its muscles, the devil unleashed a powerful shockwave that rippled through the fabric of space itself. Instantaneously, the space around the devil erupted into a swirling vortex of razor-sharp blades, each edge honed to lethal perfection. The torrent of space blades tore through the air with unstoppable force, slicing through the 10 sleep golems with merciless precision. Despite their proximity to the devil, the golems stood no chance against this onslaught. Their bodies were rent asunder, reduced to nothing more than scattered fragments that littered the surface of the blood rule source. The dragon's desperate gambit had been thwarted, its puppets obliterated in an instant by the devil's overwhelming power. The battlefield now bore witness to the grim aftermath of this clash, with the dragon left to confront the harsh reality of its defeat. Yet, amidst the chaos and destruction, the determination in the dragon's eyes did not diminish, which signaled that the struggle was far from over. Raoul, I will take this as a yes. It seems you're keen on starting with foreplay as always. Fine by me, the devil laughed aloud, its voice echoing across the blood-soaked battlefield with a sinister undertone. Observing everything unfold, Wyatt stayed silent, patiently waiting for his opportunity to execute his escape plan at any moment. The legends were true. Even the towering peaks of the dark realm pale in comparison to the sheer might of the deviant devil's muscles. Wyatt pondered as he watched in awe. Could this be the epitome of physical prowess? Muscles so potent they can alter reality itself, he mused, witnessing the deviant devil effortlessly kill 10 rule slaves with a mere flex. Blood puppet amalgamation. In response to the devil's taunt, Elder Anesthesia bellowed another command, manipulating its sleep golems with precision through its blood puppetry rune. With the dragon's command, the stillness of the blood rule source shattered as the blood rule slave sleep golems, once dormant, surged into motion. Their movement was swift and relentless. A sound of pounding footsteps echoed across every corner of the blood rule source. Yet, their destination was not the deviant devil. This time, their target was the formidable Elder Anesthesia Dragon. With their steps, the surface of the blood rule source trembled beneath their weight, and the air crackled with the swift movement of their huge bodies. It was a scene of unexpected chaos, as the golems, driven by the dragon's blood puppetry, closed in on their towering master following its command. As the blood rule slave sleep golems approached, the Elder Anesthesia Dragon flew and curled into a protective fetal position, surrounding himself with a pulsating blood rule orb. Meanwhile, the blood rule slaves seamlessly merged with the orb. Once all the blood rule slaves fused with the pulsating blood rule orb, a remarkable transformation unfolded before the eyes of the deviant devil and Wyatt. Their forms intertwined and melded together, shifting and reshaping into a colossal humanoid dragon that resembled the form of the Elder Anesthesia Dragon's war dragon form. Each rule slave that contributed to the amalgamation had their face engraved onto the scales of the colossal dragonoid as their essence had blended seamlessly to form the towering figure. The pulsating blood rule orb remained at the center of this new entity as the core of the amalgamation. It not only served as the central command, but its radiant energy coursed through the amalgamation's veins. With each pulse of the core, the amalgamation dragonoid pulsed with power, as the Elder Anesthesia Dragon's power fused seamlessly with the amalgamation of blood rule slaves. The fusion of the Blood Rule slaves with the Elder Anesthesia Dragon's essence resulted in an astonishing revelation. The towering dragonoid now inherited all the formidable abilities of its slumbering counterpart. With this fusion, it gained an asleep Elder Anesthesia Dragon's astounding 90% physical damage negation and 90% spiritual damage negation, rendering it virtually impervious to harm on both physical and spiritual levels. The spiritual damage negation should have been absolute, however. Since the dragon's spiritual body was awake, its spiritual damage negation was reduced to 90%. Furthermore, it acquired immunity to debuffs and boasted a formidable 60% counter damage capability, showcasing its prowess in turning attacks against its foes. This remarkable display underscored the mastery of the Blood Rule achieved by the dragon, pushing its power beyond Wyatt's comprehension. As Wyatt gazed upon the towering sanguine dragonoid, its imposing form adorned with intricate faces etched into its scales, he couldn't help but ponder its intentions. It was evident that the dragonoid wasn't attempting to rival the deviant devil in sheer physical strength, as the devil had already established its unmatched prowess in that regard. Any attempt by the dragonoid to engage in such a contest would surely lead to its defeat. The Elder Anesthesia Dragon, with its past encounter with the deviant devil, should have recognized this fact by now. Wyatt couldn't shake the feeling that there must be a deeper strategy at play, one that went beyond mere brute force. "Raoul, aren't you considerate? Now I can fully enjoy myself," the deviant devil remarked with a wicked grin, his voice dripping with amusement. With those words, he underwent a startling transformation, rapidly increasing in height until he matched the towering stature of the amalgamation dragonoid. As a member of the Mulia's demon tribe, known for their formidable size and strength, the devil's ability to rival even the Worldhog tribe in sheer stature was legendary. This was why the Anesthesia Dragon lover/slayer lore spoke of the deviant devil's immense physical prowess, with tales recounting how even the tallest peaks of the Dark Realm paled in comparison to the deviant devil's imposing muscles. "I've had enough of you, die," roared the Elder Anesthesia Dragon in a surge of fury, abandoning caution as it charged at the deviant devil with relentless aggression. Ignoring its own defenses, the dragon unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the devil's lower jaw. Even though the dragon possessed high damage negation and damage counter abilities, the dragon's reckless abandoning of any defensive stance in the face of such a formidable opponent left Wyatt feeling uneasy, as the deviant devil's muscles were capable of altering reality itself. They posed a threat beyond the ordinary to the dragon. Yet, despite his misgivings, Wyatt held on to his patience, trusting that the dragon harbored a cunning plan amidst the chaos of battle. With a wicked grin etched upon its features, the deviant devil met the dragonoid's oncoming punch with an air of amusement. In a display of uncanny agility, it sidestepped the impending blow with effortless grace, seizing the dragonoid's outstretched arm in a swift and fluid motion. Locking the dragonoid's limb in a vice-like grip, the devil swiftly maneuvered its entire body, ensnaring the dragonoid in a tight deadlock that rendered it immobile. As the dragonoid found itself restrained, the devil's grin widened, exuding a sinister aura as it taunted its captive foe. With a vulgar chuckle, it whispered in the dragonoid's ear, "To think you would charge at me so recklessly. It seems you've forgotten our encounter that fateful night. Allow me to refresh your memory by reliving that delightful experience once more." Soon the deviant's mouth gaped open and its slick, large tongue slithered out, poised to touch the dragonoid's earlobe, but Rakal's voice interrupted it. "It appears you've forgotten what happened a few minutes ago. Allow me to refresh your memory." Wyatt was astonished as he witnessed the lightning-fast movements of the deviant devil. Despite his keen perception granted by his soul pupils that allowed him to trace the movements of the dragon, had failed to trace the sheer speed and agility displayed by the devil. This left him momentarily dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the dragonoid found itself ensnared in the devil's grasp, immobilized by the devil's expertly executed maneuvers. Wyatt's mind raced to comprehend the sequence of events. He had to use the Hive AI's help to replay the events slowly to understand how the deviant devil not only managed to render the dragonoid helpless by entrapping it in its formidable muscles. As the Hive AI replayed the encounter in Wyatt's mind, a revelation dawned upon him. The deviant devil's dominance over the dragonoid wasn't merely a result of brute strength. Its physical prowess was augmented by a martial arts technique exclusive to the devil itself. This technique enabled the devil to harness a staggering 1,000% of its muscular potential. Such an incredible boost equated to a tenfold increase in physical prowess, propelling the devil's already unmatched strength to unparalleled heights. As Wyatt grasped the source of the devil's extraordinary power, the unique martial arts technique, he questioned whether 1,000% was the pinnacle of its enhancement or if it could propel the devil's prowess even beyond. Then Wyatt couldn't shake the thought of the devil combining its reality-altering ability with its boosted physical strength from the martial arts technique. The potential implications of such a fusion sparked curiosity and apprehension within him. Yet, before Wyatt could delve deeper into this speculation, his thoughts were abruptly halted by the devil's provocative words directed toward the dragonoid. Wyatt's focus snapped back to the confrontation, his mind racing with concern. He couldn't shake the unsettling thought of the deviant devil potentially violating the elder anesthesia dragon's amalgamation dragonoid body. The possibility hung heavy in the air, adding an ominous layer to Wyatt's already tense mind. He braced himself for the impending clash, hoping that such a despicable act would not come to pass in the heat of battle. While Wyatt harbored grievances against the elder anesthesia dragon, the deviant devil's implications surpassed even his darkest expectations. He couldn't fathom such despicable intentions, especially towards a being who had bestowed upon him the gift of a blood rule slave's core. What the heck were you thinking? Wyatt roared in his mind. He was not one to blame the victim, but right now, he blamed the elder anesthesia dragon's recklessness for its current predicament. He wanted to escape in the heat of the battle, but because of the dragon's stupidity, he had a front-row seat to witness it being defiled by the deviant devil. "Oh, my eyes!" Wyatt's inner scream echoed with horror as the deviant devil's slimy tongue slithered out, poised to defile the dragonoid. He grappled with a surge of revulsion, contemplating whether to abandon his original escape plan and just escape right away to avoid witnessing the grotesque scene unfolding before him. The temptation to avert his gaze and save himself from witnessing such blasphemy tugged at Wyatt, but a sense of hope and belief that the dragon had bigger plans kept him rooted in place, a reluctant spectator to the abominable act about to unfold. Wyatt had noticed that the dragonoid remained calm despite being immobilized by the deviant devil and made no efforts to struggle free from its grip. Knowing the resilience of the elder anesthesia dragon, he trusted that it had a strategy in mind. Despite his initial instinct to doubt, Wyatt held on to his belief, and he was right to do so because the perfect opportunity he was waiting for presented itself. Boom! The enormous amalgamation dragonoid which the deviant devil had subdued by wrapping its legs and arms around the dragonoid's limbs suddenly erupted with all its energy. The blast was so huge that its explosion sound reverberated throughout the blood rule source, while forming a tall mushroom-shaped cloud that could be seen from any corner of the blood rule source. Wyatt patiently anticipated the inevitable clash between the dragon and devil, knowing their immense power would create chaos. His plan crystallized. Exploiting the turmoil, he would simulate his demise amidst the fury, then vanish into the obscurity of the dark realm. When the dragon suddenly unleashed its fury, Wyatt found himself within the searing blast radius. But instead of fear, he felt exhilaration. Faking his death in that moment, he believed, would ensure his survival. Regardless of which ruler emerged victorious, they wouldn't spare a thought for a mere casualty in the aftermath, leaving him free from their pursuit. This strategy offered him a chance to evade detection and live in seclusion, away from the looming conflict's aftermath. Wyatt's heart raced with anticipation as he prepared to execute his daring escape plan. As Wyatt prepared to activate his Devil Merchant Code privilege to flee to Kuthdia's side, he found that the explosion's damage had been completely nullified by the protective turtle shell shield enveloping him. Cursing inwardly, Wyatt understood the implications. If he faked his death and escaped now, and if the dragon survived the ordeal, it would undoubtedly hunt him down. His supposedly flawless escape plan crumbled before him, revealing its fatal flaw. Frustration and desperation surged within Wyatt as he grappled with the sudden realization that his carefully laid-out scheme had been rendered ineffective. With the dragon's survival posing a looming threat to his safety, Wyatt's mind raced to devise a new plan, one that could still grant him a chance at evading the impending danger and securing his freedom. Ha ha ha, I knew it, you are the one. Only you can give me this level of satisfaction. The echoes of the explosion had yet to die, but the deviant devil which was at the center of the explosion not only managed to survive, but laughed aloud, instead of licking its wound in some corner of the blood rule source. The deviant devil's laughter echoed in the blood rule source, killing the echoes of the explosion earlier. Still, there was no word from the elder anesthesia dragon, the one responsible for the explosion. Wyatt did not believe the elder anesthesia dragon would sacrifice itself to take the deviant devil down. Things were not that desperate yet. Not to mention it could run any time using its dream escape. The cloud of blood rule energy had yet to settle, so it was hard for Wyatt to navigate through the thick fog of rule energy and spot the soul pathways of the deviant devil and the dragon. Still, with Hive AI and soul pupils working together, Wyatt spotted two soul pathways among the blood rule energy fog. With the quick study of this soul pathway, Wyatt not only figured out which soul pathway belonged to whom, but also their status. Despite detonating its amalgamation dragonoid body earlier, the asleep elder anesthesia dragon forged a new towering dragonoid with itself as its core. The dragonoid inside the core showed no sign of exhaustion. Even the faces of blood rule slaves, which contributed to the creation of this amalgamation form, engraved on the dragonoid scale, looked fiercer and more vivid. Wyatt wondered how these blood rule slaves were still alive, and where was the elder anesthesia dragon conjuring so much blood rule energy from. That was when Hive AI pointed out to Wyatt that the dragon and the blood rule slaves had comprehended blood rule's blood rebirth meaning. The blood rule domain deployed by the dragon also had the blood rebirth meaning in it. This meaning of blood rule allowed them to regenerate completely within a fraction of seconds, even if all that reminded of them was a single drop of blood. This meaning of the blood rule held little significance to the ruler class strong outside the blood rule source, but inside, it practically made them immortal with an inexhaustible energy source at their disposal. This was why, even though the elder anesthesia dragon had just detonated the amalgamation dragonoid, it was able to recreate its form with ease in under a fraction of a second. Now Wyatt knew why the elder anesthesia dragon was not worried about defense. With such a regeneration hack combined with its innate defense ability, it had very little to worry about, even if its opponent was the deviant devil with muscles so strong that put the tallest peak of the dark realm to shame. If the dragon was an impenetrable fortress with an instant repair hack who gave absolute defense a new meaning, then the deviant devil was nothing less. Its combat fashion embodied the saying, "Offense is the best defense." The soul pathways of deviant devil showed that apart from a few flesh wounds, it hadn't suffered any serious injuries despite being at the very center of the explosion. Wyatt could not fathom how the deviant devil managed that, because even if its muscle absorbed all the damage, how did it manage to protect its ears and other senses? To understand how the deviant devil managed to survive the explosion with little flesh wounds, Wyatt had to get the Hive AI to replay the footage of the explosion in slow motion, where he got to see the deviant devil release the dragonoid at an insane speed and throw a punch aiming at the explosion with its back resting on the blood rule source. Seeing this video, Wyatt was astonished to find that the large mushroom cloud and the thunderous sound that echoed after the explosion were not because of the explosion, but because of the clash between the deviant devil's punch and the explosion. Not only did the deviant devil use a single punch to face the explosion head-on, but their clash produced thunderous echoes that traveled the entire blood rule source and only died with its laughter. The devil's punch was so strong that it reflected the explosion, resulting in a huge blood rule energy mushroom cloud that could be seen from any corner of the blood rule source. Actually, it managed to reflect only 90% of all that energy with a single punch. It withstood the rest with its body, which along with the 60% counter damage managed to leave a few swallow flesh wounds at best. Even though the devil had only punched the explosion was from the dragon's essence, hence activating the 60% counter damage. The devil was basically half responsible for its wounds. This showed that had all the blood rule energy bombarded with deviant devil's body, it would not have exploded to smithereens even if the explosion contained so much blood rule energy that the battlefield was still covered in the blood rule energy fog. And from the looks of it, the cloud of energy was far from settling. Understanding what actually had transpired during the explosion, Wyatt was impressed by the deviant devil's physical prowess. He was even more sure that deviant devil was not far from the absolute peak of the physical prowess. He could not wait to achieve such heights in physical prowess himself. Wyatt also noticed that the deviant devil did not heal its shallow flesh wounds, or more like it couldn't, as these wounds were festered with blood curse, meaning making it hard for it to heal even small flesh wounds. Within the blood rule source, blood rule attacks were more efficient. However, except for the blood rule domain it had deployed earlier, the deviant devil had only relied on its physical prowess and its reality-bending ability. It had yet to use any blood rule skills. Seeing how the deviant devil was able to deploy a robust blood rule domain that could stand against the elder anesthesia dragon's blood rule domain, it was safe to assume that the deviant devil's mastery of blood rule was not inferior to that of the dragon. Wyatt was beginning to feel that the deviant devil was playing with elder anesthesia dragon, as it claimed repeatedly. The only time it was serious was when it used its entire physical strength to lock the dragonoid with its body. As for other times, it never gave its all. Even during the explosion, it only relied on its physical powers enhanced by its unique martial arts. Wyatt wondered if the dragon would even have the chance to escape if the devil got serious. Slowly coming to the conclusion that the elder anesthesia dragon was no match for the deviant devil, Wyatt was beginning to understand why the elder anesthesia dragon hid in the blood rule source for millenniums together, but never tried to seek the deviant devil for revenge or help its tribesmen, which were now not only being slaughtered by the deviant devil, but defiled. Regardless of all its bravado, the elder anesthesia dragon knew that it was no match for the deviant devil. This was why, at first, it did not dare to attack the deviant devil despite its numerous taunts. At first, Wyatt had mistakenly believed that the dragon did not dare to fight with the devil at a close range because of its past trauma where the devil would try to engage in a dirty wrestling match as it did earlier. Now he was starting to feel dragon's hesitation to engage the devil at close range was more because it was aware of its limitations and not because of its past trauma. This begs the question, what was the elder anesthesia dragon up to, trying to fight someone it knew it could not defeat? Was it because it was tired of running? Nah. Wyatt immediately erased that thought. The dragon might be stupid enough to mistake a human for a world calamity tree, but, clearly, it was not tired of living seeing how it planned to groom a world calamity tree even if it meant that it would become enemies with the librarian. This showed that the elder anesthesia dragon had a lot of ambition for its future. Regardless of how much Wyatt wrecked his brain, he could not understand why the elder anesthesia dragon was fighting the devil if it knew it was no match for it. Forget the elder anesthesia dragon. Wyatt did not understand the deviant devil. If it was powerful enough to subdue the elder anesthesia dragon, then why was it not imprisoning the dragon and dragging it to its palace in the Dark Realm? Wyatt soon found the reason for this exploring the laughter of the deviant devil. The deviant devil was not quickly imprisoning the dragon and dragging it to its castle because it understood that it could enjoy the elder anesthesia dragon the most inside the blood rule source. The fact that it stood to gain maximum pleasure from its toy within the source was enough reason for it to not drag the toy to its castle, where the toy would be broken easily. How did the deviant devil stand to gain maximum pleasure in the blood rule source? It was because it found out that, within the blood rule source, it could attack the anesthesia dragon without worrying about killing it in a single punch. Earlier it only planned to defile the dragon as it usually did, but now after the explosion, it was able to experience the pleasure it had long lost, the pleasure of getting high on the anesthesia dragon's sleep breath. The counter damage of the anesthesia dragon also increased the chance of the target falling asleep, so every time deviant devil attacked the dragon, despite its immunity to the dragon's sleep breath, even though just for a fraction of a second, it could relive the rush of being high on the anesthesia dragon's sleep breath. How is that possible? It was because the 60% counter damage from its attack on the dragon would break the defense of its muscle. As such, for a fraction of the second, it would lose its immunity to the dragon's sleep breath and for that moment, it would experience the potent sleep breath. Even though the satisfaction was only for a second, the devil was now at least able to enjoy it, unlike before when it had to rely on other means to satisfy its needs, earning it the title Deviant Devil. All this was only possible because the dragon was able to survive its punch and return 60% of it to him as counter damage, which was only possible because of the blood rule source acting as its inexhaustible power source. On the outside, other dragons couldn't survive its punch and would die even before their counter damage activated. This was why the Deviant Devil laughed heartily and yelled that Rakal was the only anesthesia dragon that could satisfy him. Feeling the long-lost pleasure of the dragon's potent sleep breath for a fraction of a second, the Deviant Devil was moved to tears. It wanted to feel it again, which was why it gave the Elder Anesthesia Dragon all the time in the world to prepare for its next attack. As far as the Deviant Devil was concerned, it was willing to risk its life again and again to enjoy the potency of the dragon's sleep breath. For Wyatt, the Deviant Devil's thoughts were simple, its actions and words matched. However, the Elder Anesthesia Dragon, on the other hand, was a mess. Its words and actions did not match, making it difficult for him to read its thoughts. Just as Wyatt wondered what was the dragon's gameplay here, the surface of the rule source began to tremble as the colossal amalgamation dragonoid sprinted toward the Deviant Devil, not waiting for the blood rule energy cloud to settle. Once again it pounced on the Deviant Devil without regard for its defense. The addict Deviant Devil caught the ticking time bomb with open arms and a grin on its face. Soon the sound of an explosion reverberated throughout the blood rule source, while producing a big blood rule energy mushroom-shaped cloud. This mushroom-shaped cloud was even bigger than the last explosion. The explosion sound that echoed throughout the battlefield suddenly died with the Deviant Devil's pleasure-filled cries. "Ah, yes, this is it. Give me more, baby." Wyatt listened to the moans of the Deviant Devil with a deadpan face. He was embarrassed, but he had little choice here, as this time, too, the turtle shell was able to negate all the damage of the explosion. Boom. Allah. Boom. "Ah, yes, this is it. Boom. Ah, give me more. Boom. Ah, faster. Boom. I said faster." The thunderous explosion and pleasure-filled moans of the Deviant Devil echoed on the battlefield, one after the other in a rhythm. The devil, like a lunatic, kept asking the Elder Anesthesia Dragon to attack him faster and harder. Wyatt hated the fact that he had grown used to them. He could not tune out his senses because the Hive AI could not record the battle. After all, Wyatt's sensory organs were the means of its data input. Besides, he could choose to disconnect his consciousness from the sensory organs, but then he wanted to keep track of the battle to find an opportunity to execute his escape plan. He was stuck. The Elder Anesthesia Dragon has been relentlessly bombarding the Deviant Devil despite knowing that its explosions could not even amount to a punch from the Deviant Devil. Wyatt wondered if the dragon had gone senile. After all, it repeated the same action repeatedly, expecting a different result. That was the definition of being foolish. Compared to the dragon, Wyatt was more astounded by the Deviant Devil's actions. The mighty devil had let its addiction to the Anesthesia Dragon's sleep breath grow to the point where it was willing to indulge in self-harm to get satisfaction that only lasted a fraction of a second. Deep and grave injuries have long replaced the Deviant Devil's original sallow flesh wounds. Its original, short gray fur was now turned red, covered in its blood. The blood rule curse had now sunk deep into its muscles. Knowing that its muscles were capable of reality bending, Wyatt believed that if the devil wanted to, it could not only erase the blood rule curse, but also heal all its wounds in an instant. But it chose not to, since it would be easier for the dragon's counter damage to break its muscles' passive damage. To satisfy its addiction to the Anesthesia Dragon's sleep breath, it was willingly harming itself. This was just insane. The devil's addiction had driven it mad and becoming more worthy of its title, Deviant Devil. At first, it was willing to defile Anesthesia Dragons regardless of age or gender, and now it was harming itself. If not for its muscles' passive immunity to the Anesthesia Dragon's sleep breath, the devil would have OD'd long ago. Well, if not for its muscles, it would have become an addict in the first place. Regardless, for such a mighty figure to not have an ounce of self-control, it had turned from the genius of its tribe to the shame of its tribe. If not for the fear of its tribe, the lore would not be known as Anesthesia Dragon Lover/Slayer, but something entirely different. Yet, it could not escape the Deviant Devil title among the circle of ruler-class forces. Be it the Deviant Devil or the Elder Anesthesia Dragon, Wyatt sided with none, as he did not feel the need to. Even if he did, he would still not choose either of them, as they were freaking lunatics. One kept fighting a losing battle instead of escaping, while the other harmed itself to satisfy its addiction. If they had not been born good, they would never been able to gain the power or popularity to become the legends of the Dark Realm. The dragon and the devil reminded Wyatt of the rich second-generation young masters. Meanwhile, the dragon and the devil were engaging in their foolishness. Wyatt was not sitting around. He had copied the soul records of the Elder Anesthesia Dragon and the Deviant Devil. Now he was planning to collect samples of their DNA material. Wyatt had the Elder Anesthesia Dragon's scale, which the dragon had given to him to prove the presence of filth covering its body. So, currently, Wyatt was aiming for the Deviant Devil's DNA material. With its wounds bleeding porously, Wyatt wanted to collect a drop of the Deviant Devil's blood from the battlefield. However, the question was how he going to collect it with the Elder Anesthesia Dragon constantly bombing the battlefield at a regular interval. Wyatt was able to witness this battle leisurely thanks to the protection of the turtle shell shield that the dragon lent, but if he were to leave its premises, then he would instantly be killed by the shock waves generated by the clash of Devil's Fist and explosion, even before the explosion reaches him. However, who was Wyatt? He was the undefeated champ of retro games. He had already seen the pattern in the dragon and devil's attack and determined the minimum time interval between each confrontation. Now all he had to do was think of a way to reach the devil, collect its blood, and retreat in that interval without catching the attention of the devil. One might think that the real problem here was the Deviant Devil, but that was not the case. The Deviant Devil was too caught up in enjoying itself, so even if it were to notice something collecting its blood, it would ignore it. The real problem here was the to and fro journey within the stipulated time interval. It's time to put the Field Marshal's A-rank teleportation card, the runaway kid, to use, Wyatt thought to himself, recalling the A-rank teleportation card the Field Marshal had lent to him. However, the card had a cooldown time which would vary based on the distance traveled, so it could only be used once. Wyatt decided to use it on the way back as it would be the most optimal and efficient use of the card. With the runaway kid teleportation card, Wyatt no longer had to worry about escaping after collecting the Deviant Devil's blood. Now all that remained was figuring out how to safely get close to the Devil's blood and collect it within the time limit. Any blood spilled in the blood rule source would be absorbed by its surface, but that was not the case for the Deviant Devil's blood, especially when spilled out of its body. Even in the blood rule source, the Deviant Devil's blood managed to retain its strong vitality and its strong sense of self, not getting absorbed in the blood rule source's surface. This not only showed that the Deviant Devil's physique was extraordinary, but that its attainments in the mastery of the blood rule were very high. If being able to enter the blood rule source was a testament to that, then the Deviant Devil's blood being able to repel the temptation of the blood rule source when spilled off its body was a greater testament to that. To reach the Deviant Devil's blood and collect a sample of it within the time limit, Wyatt could only think of the trial and error method. He just had to keep trying until he got the sample of the devil's blood or found the opportunity to escape his SH though. Wyatt did not plan to stay around just to get his hands on the Deviant Devil's blood sample. Wyatt was doing this to keep him occupied, which the devil and dragon were fooling around. His main priority was to fake his death, escape to the Dark Realm, and lie low for a while. Though collecting the DNA samples was not his main priority, there was a purpose for why Wyatt was collecting the DNA. That was to make the clones and then replicate their race's gifts. Wyatt could buy the DNA sample of these two ruler-class beings' tribe at the Interrealm network at a price, but he was after their DNA because these two had the best genes of their tribe. Their physique and traits were rare in their tribe. They cannot be found in other elite members of their tribe, let alone the regular members. This was especially true in the case of the Deviant Devil. Its reality-bending muscle physique was unique in the Mulia's tribe, so their DNA samples were a treasure trove of rare physiques and traits. Using the information they provide, Wyatt could use the ingredients obtained from their regular tribesmen to make capable cards for himself or his subordinates. There were some things Wyatt could not buy in the Interrealm network and some information that Wyatt could not find in the Infinity Library, The DNA samples of the devil and the dragon were both of these things. Their parts were so valuable that they could not be found in the market. The information their best genes had could not be found in a library. Only with such rare information and ingredients could Wyatt stand the chance to make it to the top in this saturated world. Wyatt used a Calamity Daughter soul to create a clone, then had it morph into the fastest being whose DNA sample he had sacrificed to the myriad devil transformation skill. It was an insect race, the coldstone cobbler ant. These ants could travel 720 miles per hour as a mortal. If they were to possess the prowess, physique, traits, and cards of Wyatt, then the speed they could achieve according to Hive AI was enough for Wyatt's clone to reach the blood of the devil and collect a sample within the time limit. This was just a theoretical claim of the Hive AI after conducting numerous simulations. Now it was up to Wyatt's clone to take the practical test and prove the theoretical claims were correct. Wyatt never doubted the accuracy of the Hive AI, but today was different because of the large cloud of the blood rule energy covering the battlefield. It was interfering with his soul pupils. So Wyatt felt there were chances of a slight error in Hive AI's theoretical results. The clone morphed coldstone cobbler and stood by the edge of the turtle shell shield ready to sprint after the explosion when the devil moans aloud in pleasure. Boom. Oh. Zoom. Getting the signal, the coldstone cobbler ant clone of Wyatt dazed towards its destination using the predetermined route mapped by the Hive AI. This way, even if the blood rule energy fog was blocking its sight, it would know exactly where to go. Forsaking everything else, the clone kept dashing toward the devil's blood with a one-track mind. Seeing the clone morphed ant reaching closer to the devil's blood, Wyatt looked at it with anticipation. Seeing the ant reached its destination with a few seconds to spare, he cheered for its success inwardly. But the devil had noticed it as it tried to collect its blood in a storage card. Wyatt hoped that it wouldn't get quashed by the devil. As Wyatt had guessed, lost in satisfying its addiction, it ignored the pesky ant stealing its blood. Now that the ant had gotten a sample of the devil's blood, it was the moment of truth. The truth of whether the space at source was so strong that no one under the transcendence realm could scrabble the space in it. The ant used the A-rank teleportation card to teleport to Wyatt's side under the cover of the turtle shell shield. And, poof, it worked, proving that the space inside the blood rule was indeed strong as the myths claimed. The deviant devil and the dragon were strong, but neither of them was as strong as true transcendent. The devil could use its reality manipulation to bend the space surrounding it to its whim, but it could not do that for the entire battlefield. It would have to consume too much physical power, energy, and spiritual strength. Therefore, after arriving in the blood rule source, it unleashed its blood rule domain to trap Wyatt and hinder the elder anesthesia dragon, instead of using its presence to scrabble the space of the blood rule source, as it could do in any other world or dimension. As a result, Wyatt's gambit worked. He got the devil's blood sample within the time limit. Now that Wyatt had obtained the blood sample of the deviant devil, he once again completely focused on finding an opportunity to fake his death and escape to the dark realm. However, he also realized that if the devil and the dragon were to continue to fight so foolishly, as long as the elder anesthesia dragon's turtle shell shield was protecting him, he might never find the opportunity he was looking for. Therefore, Wyatt was beginning to consider if he should taunt the deviant devil into attacking him. He felt that the devil's punch would be enough to break the shield and kill him, giving him just the opportunity he was seeking. He would not have considered taking such a desperate measure, but after collecting the devil's blood sample, Wyatt had nothing to distract him from the devil's moaning while waiting for the perfect opportunity. Wyatt could no longer take it, as the deviant devil's actions had escalated. It no longer just welcomed the dragonoid pouncing on it with open arms, but it would use its extreme physical prowess to vigorously hump the dragonoid in the fraction of a second it takes the dragonoid in its arms to detonate. As a result, the sounds of its humping along with its rapid breath would echo. Even the sound from the explosions was not able to kill these embarrassing echoes. If I wait any longer, I might get to collect a sample of the deviant devil's love juice. Dark lines formed on Wyatt's forehead as this thought crossed his mind. He shook his head desperately, not wanting to entertain that thought, or if possible erase it. But he grew worried about the possibility that even if he ignored this thought, it might actually become a reality soon. Is the dragon enjoying it? Wyatt wondered. If someone were to look at the scene in front of him, starting now and without any context, then they would think the same and also think that the dragon was detonation itself out of guilt for participating in such a shameful thing, for wanting it, and for enjoying it. Otherwise, what else can explain the reason why the elder anesthesia dragon was repeating the same thing despite already knowing the end result? Why it could not think of a reason to justify the dragon's actions. It was getting harder for him to defend that stupid dragon as he had no idea what was going through the dragon's head. The deviant devil's shelf harm was driven by its addiction to the dragon's sleep breath, but what was the dragon's repeated self-detonation driven from? Why the heck was it doing this? What's that strong smell? Suddenly smelling a rancid smell in the atmosphere of the battlefield. Wyatt's mind raced, and he instantly determined the source. Pre-cum. FCK. First my eyes, now my nose. I will kill these two deviant bastards one day, Wyatt yelled aloud in his mind. Determining that he was right about the source of the rancid smell, feeling the atmosphere of the blood rule source. The blood rule source was the genesis of the blood rule, a divine place where all celestial bodies visited to learn blood rule and give birth to their blood rule stream in their will's womb. In such a divine place these two were engaging in such a shameful act. If the other partitioners of the blood rule in the myriad realms were to learn of the shameful acts of these two deviants, they would weep tears of blood and curse these two for the rest of their pitiful life. If I stay here any longer, there is a chance that the battlefield might get flooded with the devil's boundless love juices. At the first sign of his worst fear coming true, Wyatt thought of a possibility worse than seeing the devil climax. It was to be covered in its fluids. Erase. Erase. That's it. I going for it. Driven to a corner, Wyatt decided to execute his desperate plan to taunt the devil into attacking him. It might be easier now considering that nobody likes to be disturbed while they get busy. Just as Wyatt was about to carry out his plan to interrupt the deviant devil, a third blood rule domain appeared, shattering the blood rule domains of the devil and the dragon. Then pressure surrounding the area increased by several folds, enough to hinder the devil and the dragon, stopping them amid their action. Thanks to the turtle shell shield, Wyatt remained safe and was unaffected by the new pressure. Otherwise, his physical body would have been crushed by the sudden change in the pressure. Unhindered by the pressure, Wyatt scoured his immediate vicinity of the blood rule source to find the owner of the new blood rule source domain. Since their blood rule domain was able to destroy the blood rule domain of the devil and the dragon with ease, Wyatt believed the new player was more powerful than the deviant devil and the elder anesthesia dragon, at least in terms of the blood rule mastery. Finally, it is here. Suddenly the elder anesthesia dragon's voice sounded in Wyatt's mind. Meanwhile, the deviant devil was furiously searching for the one responsible for interrupting its pleasure time. What is here? Wyatt asked, expanding his parameter of search, not finding the unknown player in his immediate vicinity. The celestial blood rule slave, the elder anesthesia dragon replied and added, "Today, I will complete my millenniums-old assassination mission and avenge my tribesmen, erasing the stain mark on my and my tribe's name." What celestial blood rule slave? See it, Wyatt stuttered, finally finding the source of the third blood rule domain. His mind went blank for seeing the owner of the third blood rule domain. Wyatt blankly stared at the red moon that had just made itself visible. It was the source of the third blood rule domain. The red moon was not a moon, but the celestial blood rule slave. Just as its name suggested, it was a celestial body turned blood rule slave. The celestial blood slave was a few 100,000 miles away from their battlefield, so it appeared small, like it was the moon of the blood rule source. However, a keen eye would notice that its size was slowing, growing, showing that it was hurrying toward the battlefield. What shocked Wyatt about all this the most was that the celestial blood rule slave was not only able to cast its blood rule domain on the battlefield while being a few 100,000 miles away, but also destroy the blood rule domain of the devil and the dragon. How did a celestial become a blood rule slave? Even a newborn celestial can easily withstand the mystique of the blood rule source. A celestial's will can't be driven mad to become a blood rule slave, Wyatt inquired the dragon, unable to believe what he was witnessing. It was the universal truth that the rule source was like mother's milk to the celestials. How can a mother's milk harm her baby? What you see is indeed the body of the celestial, but the will inhabiting it is not that of a celestial, but an ancient devil. An ancient devil who was born with a very strong will, reaching the end of its potential and unable to find the path to transcendence, desperately decided to swallow the will of a newborn celestial and replace it in hopes of using the celestial's body to achieve transcendence. By doing so, the ancient devil managed to gain the body of a celestial, but it still underestimated the path to transcendence. Without a complete body, how can one hope to attain transcendence? Though its body was celestial, its will was not. The results are right in front of you. That ancient devil is not the only one nor the last. Desperate people resort to desperate means, and there are many desperate people. The elder anesthesia dragon narrated the story of the celestial rule slave, revealing a hint about the transcendence to Wyatt. A complete body was needed to attain transcendence. Shouldn't we escape before it arrives? Wyatt suggested escaping right away, fearing that once the celestial blood rule slave was close enough, they might not have the chance to escape. He no longer cared about hurting the dragon's ego. "Don't worry, I have everything planned," the elder anesthesia dragon assured Wyatt and narrated. "I encountered this celestial blood rule slave a few millenniums ago. Back then I was lucky to have escaped it. I have been keeping track of its activity in the blood rule source since then. I knew I could count on the deviant devil's stubbornness to find me. Setting my trap, I patiently waited for it. All my patience is finally about to yield results. Just enjoy the show." Listening to the elder anesthesia dragon, Wyatt finally knew why it was repeatedly pouncing at the devil and detonating itself, even though it was not able to harm the deviant devil with its attack. It was because its target was never the devil, but the celestial blood rule slave. It was creating as much as ruckus possible to attract the celestial blood rule slaves toward the battlefield, while simultaneously keeping the deviant devil engaged, even at the expense of getting vigorously and repeatedly humped by it. Listening to the elder anesthesia dragon say that it was planning all this for millenniums, Wyatt gulped nervously. Then, thinking that the beings with long lifespans have a different perspective of time compared to mortals, felt it was understandable. This did not mean that he undermining what the elder anesthesia dragon had done. It was the other way around. He was impressed. It was able to execute its plan only because of the dragon's strong self-control and tolerance. Most importantly, the fact that dragon understood its enemy, made a bet, and stuck to it till the end. The dragon knew the deviant devil's fascination with it, and also knew the lengths it would go to satisfy them. It did not allow its embarrassment and shame for the devil to cloud its sense of judgment. As such, it did not make the mistake of underestimating its enemy, regardless of their long lifespan. Now, how many of the powerful beings could pull something like this off? Just because someone had a long lifespan did not mean they would be so motivated about something so much. They would be lazy or covet their long lifespan. Just compare the humans and dogs, for example. They both were smart and capable in their ways. The dogs, in general, were happy creatures, despite their shorter lifespan. They lived every day of their short lifespan like it was their last day in the world. Humans, on the other hand, despite having a longer lifespan than dogs, were riddled with a myriad of worries, and slaved every day of their lives for the next day, while some just gave up. This was an excellent example to explain the elder anesthesia dragon's mindset was not common among the beings with long lifespans, but rather extraordinary. The deviant devil was an excellent example of this point. It had a long lifespan and was more gifted and stronger than the dragon, but its mindset was weak, and it did not have an ounce of self-control. Its mindset was so basic that for a moment of pleasure, it resorted to self-harm. Others might excuse it because of its drug problem, but Wyatt had seen people who were introduced to drugs in their mother's wombs due to their negligent parents get addicted to drugs since birth. Most don't make it to adulthood, but some have, and in some rare cases they even thrive in society. These people were not gifted like the deviant devil and had every reason to engage in destructive behavior, but they had strong mindsets and made it even though they lived every day of their lives in hard mode, without gaining the luxurious and exclusive rewards of hard mode. It seems, the dragon did not get the title strongest assassin for no reason. Wyatt had now grown wary of the elder anesthesia dragon. But he had also come to respect the dragon, so much so that Wyatt wondered, what were the natives of the Dark Realm thinking when they made the lore anesthesia dragon lover/slayer? If it was an attempt to appease the Mulia's family, then they did a banger job. Wyatt was now beginning to understand that elder anesthesia dragon wasn't all for show. if not for the deviant devil's immunity to its innate ability. Despite how gifted and strong the devil was, it would have killed it at its first attempt. The tolerance, persistence, and deviousness the dragon had shown changed Wyatt's view about it, as he too knew a thing or two about dedicating one life for vengeance. However, Wyatt and the elder anesthesia dragon were different. In his past life, Wyatt dedicated his life to killing the Voltronian and had no plans after that. But the elder anesthesia dragon, though dedicating a small fraction of its life to killing the deviant devil, had ambitions beyond that. While considering the strength difference between Voltronian and Wyatt, not to mention limited time and resources, Wyatt was lucky that he was able to kill that bastard. Wyatt and the elder anesthesia dragon were born different, after all. Ah, the deviant devil yelled in rage, staring at the incoming celestial rule slave. It tried to break the celestial rule slave's blood rule domain with all its strength. It even mobilized its muscles' reality-bending ability that allowed it to manipulate the space around it to its whim with just the flex of its muscles. However, the celestial rule slave's domain remained unresponsive in front of the devil's reality-being strength. Frustrated, the devil unleashed a primal scream. "Arr!" His voice echoed with such intensity that it seemed to pierce through the pressure of the blood rule domain, mobilizing his reality-bending abilities. With each syllable, his vocal cords generated a highly concentrated sonic beam, pulsating with raw energy. As the devil's fury intensified, the particles within the sonic beam vibrated at an otherworldly frequency, distorting reality itself. The air crackled with power as the sound waves warped the space around them, creating a palpable sense of dread. In the wake of the devil's sonic beam, a pitch-black shadow emerged. The swirling vibrations of the particles in the path of the sonic beam vibrated with such frequency that they seemed to devour the light, casting darkness upon everything the sonic beam passed. The sheer force of the devil's anger manifested visibly, a testament to his formidable power of reality manipulation. Witnessing the manifestation of his rage, even Wyatt and the dragon were taken aback. The devil's ability to command reality with nothing but the force of his voice was a chilling reminder of its overpowered physique. Wyatt wondered if its emotions were magnifying the effects of its ability. It should have forged a rune related to emotions, Wyatt thought. The only solace to Wyatt in this was that if he ever made it out of here, then one day he too would be able to acquire similar power, thanks to his pre-knowledge of collecting the deviant devil's blood sample. After launching the sonic beam with a triumphant roar, the deviant devil stood tall, pride radiating from every inch of its formidable physique. It reveled in the display of its power, confident in the concentrated force of sound to vanquish any obstacle in its path. It believed that the sonic beam would destroy the blood rule domain of the celestial blood rule slave that locked the battlefield in its sinister grip. Yet, to the devil's dismay, the sonic beam faltered and sputtered, fizzling out before it could even travel a significant distance, let alone achieve its intended results. The once proud devil's confidence shattered like glass as it watched the feeble remnants of its attack dissipate into nothingness. The celestial blood rule slave's blood rule domain loomed ominously, mocking the devil's futile efforts to break free from its grip. Seeing that one of its strongest attacks could not even tear a hole in the blood rule domain cast by the celestial blood rule slave, the deviant devil was immediately humbled, being forced to confront its limitations. Then a sense of frustration and disbelief washed over the devil, and it stood frozen in disbelief. Witnessing that even the deviant devil was rendered helpless by the blood rule domain cast by the celestial blood rule slave, Wyatt began to panic, pondering if the dragon was capable of protecting him. Otherwise, he would be forced to reveal his strongest ace to it. It was one thing for him to escape using the Devil Merchant Code's privilege when the elder anesthesia dragon was busy or distracted, but not the same when it was next to him trying to protect him. It would definitely realize that the Devil Merchant Code had helped his soul escape. If it managed to survive this debacle, then it will relentlessly try to find him using his soul signature with its dream escape ability. Rockall, how sure are you about our survival? Wyatt asked the dragon, no longer going to the trouble of keeping his polite facade. Trapped in the celestial blood rule slave's blood rule domain, they could not escape using regular means. They needed extraordinary means like the dragon's dream escape ability and Wyatt's devil merchant code privilege that only teleports his soul. That was only if the celestial blood rule slave did not have other tricks up its sleeves. In such a desperate situation, Wyatt wanted to know if he could trust the dragon. The dragon was without words hearing Wyatt call it by its first name. Oi, get over yourself. After what we have been through and what I have seen you do, I don't think we need to be polite to each other. Wyatt spoke the first thing that came to his mind. Nazaka, trust me. The elder anesthesia dragon finally answered Wyatt. It felt like Wyatt's words were true. Having shared its deep plans with the world calamity tree, the dragon felt relieved. But the reason it explained its plans to Wyatt was that it did not want Wyatt to lose faith in it or think that it was just as deviant as the devil. It planned to groom the world calamity tree. As such, it had to make sure that it respected him. But listening to Wyatt's words, it felt that they had unknowingly forged a stronger bond. Though it did not know what their bond was called, it felt close to Wyatt. If Wyatt were to know the dragon's thoughts, then he would slap his forehead in frustration, knowing that the dragon misinterpreted his words. My name is Dalton Wyatt, not Nazaka, damn it. Listening to Wyatt snap back at it, the elder anesthesia dragon did not take any offense. Instead, it gently asked, You don't like the name I gave you? Yes, I don't. I like the name Dalton Wyatt quite fine, Wyatt replied bluntly. I think you don't like it because you don't understand what it means. In a certain ancient language, Nazaka means destroyer, and Vreksh means tree. When you put them together, it's destroyer tree. A name befitting you, a mighty world calamity tree. The elder anesthesia dragon patiently explained to Wyatt. I appreciate the thought, but in all languages, Dalton Wyatt means me. I am Dalton Wyatt. Wyatt emphasized the last sentence. I did not know you were so attached to that name. The elder anesthesia dragon backed down, seeing Wyatt care so much about his savage name. Well, that's what my parents named me. I have been using it for so long that all the people I care about know me by that name, Wyatt explained. His tone eased. It was hard for him to keep getting mad when the dragon was so reasonable. No offense, but what kind of self-respecting world calamity tree names their child Dalton Wyatt? Does it even have a meaning? I don't suppose it does, considering it is from a savage language. The name I came up for you is more befitting of you. The dragon argued in hopes of persuading Wyatt into using the name it came up for him. My name is not Nazaka or Nazaka Vreksh. It is Dalton Wyatt, Wyatt responded sternly. Then he added, They are not required to have a powerful meaning because my existence gives them meaning. What's so hard to understand about that? Oh, I see. The elder anesthesia dragon remarked, a flicker of comprehension crossing his ancient mindset. As Wyatt's argument finally penetrated the depths of its wisdom, a subtle grin curved upon his asleep lips. Then, with a rumble that echoed through the chambers of Wyatt's brain as the elder burst into laughter, a hearty sound reverberated in his mind. It chuckled. Ha ha ha. You are more arrogant than your ancestors, Dalton Wyatt. Wyatt pondered silently, refraining from correcting the elder anesthesia dragon's misconception regarding his race. Amid their current predicament, Wyatt sensed that the dragon was not yet prepared to comprehend the truth of his ancestry, and he saw no benefit in unsettling their tenuous alliance with unnecessary revelations. Moreover, a lingering concern gnawed at Wyatt's thoughts. The celestial blood rule slave was an enigmatic force that wielded powers beyond his comprehension. He had doubts about the slave's power and feared it had abilities with the potential to disrupt the devil merchant code's ability within the blood rule source, burning his escape plan. Thus, despite his reservations about the dragon, Wyatt hesitated to sever ties completely, feeling that there could be a possibility that he might have to rely on the dragon's escape plan in case of unforeseen challenges. Rakal, what about the deviant devil? Does it have the means to break the celestial blood rule slave's blood rule domain and escape the blood rule source in time? Wyatt inquired about the elder anesthesia dragon because the only reason it was taking this risk was to kill the deviant devil with the hands of the celestial blood rule slaves. If the devil were to escape, then all of this would be pointless. Don't underestimate the deviant devil. It is a lot stronger than what it has revealed so far. Not only is it capable of breaking the blood domain, but also capable of facing the celestial blood rule slave head-on. It might appear to be frozen in fear, but actually, it is frozen with the sheer amount of anticipation. During my first encounter with it, It stood the same way when I almost came close to extinguishing its soul in its sleep. Then my nightmare began. The elder anesthesia dragon explained. Unknowingly, it opened up about its most dark past with Wyatt. It did not mind talking about its past with him. However, the more the dragon revealed about its dark past, the more wary Wyatt grew about resolving the dragon's misunderstanding about his race. Wyatt knew the only reason the elder anesthesia dragon was so close to him was because it thought he was its fate world calamity tree, its fate home. Convincing it that he was not a world calamity tree at this point was starting to seem less of a good idea, as it would never let a mortal who knew about its dark past live. This was why every time the elder anesthesia dragon revealed its dark past to him, he felt the dragon's grip around his neck getting tighter. Aside from his addiction to your sleep breath, he is a battle manic. Are you saying that this is not his full power? Has he been hiding his strength this whole time? Then, what are his chances of winning against the celestial blood rule slave? Wyatt's words tumbled from his lips in a mix of astonishment and concern, his mind racing with implications. The revelation that the deviant devil had been concealing his true prowess sent a shiver down his spine, challenging everything Wyatt thought he knew about their precarious situation. Especially when the Hive AI had gone through the deviant devil's entire soul record and not reported anything about it hiding its strength or any hidden strength in its body. It seems you do not know much about the Mulia's tribe, the dragon said, staring at the deviant devil, whose body appeared to be shivering out of fear, but actually, it was just a sign of it awakening to its demonic instincts. There isn't much on ruler-class forces in the Infinity Library. If not for the folklore, I wouldn't even know that the Mulia's tribe was a ruler-class force, Wyatt replied, having assigned the Hive AI to go through the deviant devil's soul records once again to find it was hiding strength as the elder anesthesia dragon claimed it to be. You have been to the Infinity Library? The elder anesthesia dragon asked Wyatt in astonishment, knowing that with the history between the librarian and the world calamity tree race, Wyatt was lucky to have walked out of there. Yes, but I haven't actually been to the Infinity Library, but I have just visited it in the Interrealm City in the spiritual plane, Wyatt elaborated. Regardless, that's impressive. Forget the deviant devil. I am more interested in you. As a world calamity tree, not only were you able to enter the blood rule source, but you walked in and out of the Infinity Library and lived to tell the tale. No wonder you managed to survive when the rest of your tribe was destroyed. The dragon looked at Wyatt with a look of shock and admiration. Then the dragon further added, "Did the pixies not suspect you? I forgot they love your scent more than us anesthesia dragons. As long as you don't run into an elder pixie, you're safe, even within the Infinity Library. But to think you could control your hunger when in the presence of so many naive pixies. It displays your remarkable self-control. It seems you are more than what meets the eye." Wyatt was speechless listening to the anesthesia dragon, especially when it implied that the world calamity tree liked to eat pixies. Wyatt then remembered that Dreydre on numerous occasions had mentioned that she enjoyed his smell the most. And why did the dragon warn him that he was fine as long as he did not meet an elder pixie? Wyatt then began to recall his encounter with every strong being, including Librarian Jr. Nobody ever called him out about being a world calamity tree in disguise, when in his human form except for the elder anesthesia dragon. He wondered how it figured out that he had used a world tree seed to strengthen his existence. Were the elder pixies capable of something similar? Considering that world calamity tree liked to feed on pixies by baiting them with their innate fragrance, and elder pixies were basically guardians of the pixie tribe, it only made sense that they knew their natural predators. Wyatt then pondered what kind of existence were the world calamity trees for them to snack on pixies that were capable of creating celestial bodies. Putting that aside, Wyatt wondered if Librarian Jr. knew or suspected him about being a world calamity tree. Wyatt wondered if this was the real reason for his special treatment of the Infinity Library, and if everything else about helping pixies become independent was just a cover story. Arc! Wyatt screamed in frustration, unable to understand why the Librarian Jr. assigned Dreydre as his pixie. He wanted to go through the recorded memory of his talk with the Librarian Jr. to see if he missed something during their conversation. Click! Just as Wyatt was lost in thought, a sharp crack pierced the air, jolting him back to reality. He instinctively glanced down to find a fracture snaking its way across the surface of his turtle shell shield. the protective barrier that had shielded him thus far. It was a stark reminder of the imminent danger he faced. His attention quickly shifted to the celestial blood rule slave, whose domain exerted an escalating pressure, evident in the pulsating energy around them. Wyatt's gaze rose to the sky, where he observed the once-distant crimson orb looming larger and more menacing than before. The celestial blood rule slave was drawing nearer, its ominous presence intensifying with each passing moment. Wyatt's mind was a battleground of uncertainty and tension as he grappled with the dire circumstances surrounding him. The turtle shell shield, his sole protection against the overwhelming pressure of the blood rule domain, served as a grim reminder of his vulnerability. Without its shielding embrace, his physical form would have succumbed to the crushing force long before. Inside the blood rule source, Wyatt felt acutely aware of his insignificance. It was a realm meant for beings of immense power, far beyond his own meager capabilities. Even a ruler-class individual would struggle to endure the relentless onslaught of this domain, let alone someone of Wyatt's modest strength. He knew he didn't belong here, a fact underscored by the reckless schemes of the dragon that had ensnared him in this perilous predicament. As frustration and anger welled within him, Wyatt cursed the elder anesthesia dragon for the circumstances that had led him here. If not for worrying about the dragon learning about his deepest secret, Wyatt would have long fled this battlefield. Wyatt regularly kept checking in with the Devil Merchant Code to see if he could use his Devil Merchant Code privilege. As long as the Celestial Blood Rule slave did not have any means to counter the little authority the Devil Merchant Code had in the Blood Rule source, Wyatt had nothing to worry about. But nothing was set in stone yet. Rockall, the turtle shell shield won't hold much longer. Can you get me out of here? Wyatt asked the dragon, urgency dripping from his words. He directed his request to the elder anesthesia dragon, aware that the shield provided by the dragon was on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the celestial blood rule slave's domain's pressure. Wyatt's request wasn't for bolstered defenses. He knew that prolonging the inevitable would only delay his escape. Instead, he implored the dragon to utilize its escape plan, the very means it had prepared to use the moment when the two apex ruler-class beings clashed in a cataclysmic showdown. With a mixture of uncertainty and determination, Wyatt urged the dragon to prioritize his safety above all else. He understood the risks involved in the confrontation between the celestial blood rule slave and the deviant devil, and he refused to be a mere causality in their deadly battle. As he awaited the dragon's response, Wyatt braced himself for whatever method of extraction the stupid creature had devised, clinging to the hope of a swift and decisive retreat from the battlefield before it was too late. Yeah, that is not possible, the elder anesthesia dragon answered as it moved its blood rule slave amalgamation dragonoid body and morphed it to form a dome around turtle shell shield protecting Wyatt. What do you mean? No, you won't send me out of here now, or no, you can't send me out of here at all. Which is it? Wyatt asked the dragon for clarity on its reply. Seeing the might displayed by the celestial blood rule slave despite being a few 100,000 miles from the battlefield, he was beginning to think that the dragon might also be trapped with him in the blood rule domain. No, I won't send you out of here now. It is all about the timing. If I try to send you out of here now, it might give the deviant devil the impression that I am trying to escape. Then it will have to choose between playing with the celestial blood rule slave or with me. Since I am the sure thing, it will try to capture me and leave here, foiling my plan and years of patience. It is not that I don't want you to be safe, but I cannot risk everything over this. Trust me, I will not let any harm befall you. Do you understand what I am saying? The elder anesthesia dragon patiently explained to Wyatt. It even made sure that Wyatt knew that his safety was also its priority, showcasing that it had already begun to consider Wyatt as its junior. Now that it had been vulnerable in front of Wyatt, it no longer had any qualms with or reservations about Wyatt. It genuinely treated Wyatt as its own. I trust you, Wyatt responded reluctantly. He could feel genuineness in Dargon's words. However, Wyatt felt sad knowing that the dragon only cared about the world calamity tree and not the mortal Dalton Wyatt. His sadness stemmed from the fact that they could have been friends, but things growing complicated. Then Wyatt hurriedly changed the topic, reminding the dragon. You were saying something about the Mulia's tribe. Ah, that. It is debated that the Mulia's tribe are the descendants of a transcendent devil ape that ate the ninth and the smallest moon of the Dark Realm. The dragon continued where it had left off. Ninth moon. Did the Dark Realm have 9 moons? Wyatt asked the dragon in disbelief because as far as he knew the current Dark Realm had 6 moons, but because of their varying size and orbit path, they only appeared together once every 4 years of the Dark Realm. Even seeing 3 of them together once a year was a rare sight. Some tribes believed these moons were remnants of an ancient tribe's weapon to unify the Drak Realm, similar to the Devil Merchant Code. Many ruler-class forces have invested a lot of time and money trying to explore these moons, but none found any evidence to back that up. A few Manics even wanted to blow up one of the moons to find proof, but the timely intervention of a few formidable ruler-class forces saved the Dark Realm from a catastrophic tragedy that could never be undone. However, Wyatt had not read or heard of the Dark Realm having 9 moons until the dragon mentioned it. There are many ancient records stating that the Dark Realm once had 9 moons. It is said that the 9 moons formed a natural array that gathered and trapped soul energy in the atmosphere of the Dark Realm. According to the records, the soul energy was so abundant in the Dark Realm that— Hold up, aren't you getting sidetracked here? With a celestial body threatening to crash into us, do you think it's appropriate time to tell me about the baseless lores of the Dark Realm? Just tell me about the Mulia's tribe, and if the deviant devil will meet its end for us to be risking our life here. Wyatt interrupted the dragon, warning it to not get sidetracked as it was not the time and place. I thought a few stories would help calm your nerves, but you did not fall for it. But you are so smart, the dragon replied, dotting on Wyatt. Listening to the dragon, Wyatt felt a revolting feeling in his gut. Wyatt would prefer the haughty dragon over this one every day. Get to the point. Why did the ancestor of the Mulia's tribe eat the moon, and how is it related to the deviant devil's strength? Wyatt inquired sternly. It is said that the Mulia's tribe ancestor ate the 9th moon to prove his transcendence. But many believe that the Mulia's tribe's ancestor failed to prove his transcendence despite eating the moon, yet in his final moments it bestowed power to its descendants hoping they could achieve success where it failed. Many have been debating about it for millenniums, so do not take it seriously. As for how it is related to the deviant devil's strength, you are about to witness it soon. I won't be cruel to spoil it for you. The dragon answered, but chose to keep the deviant devil's ability a secret to build suspense. Proving transcendence. Is that supposed to be a step to achieving transcendence? Wyatt asked the dragon in astonishment. Yes and no. It depends on what path you take to achieve transcendence. The ancient tribes had records of my paths to transcendence, but one has worked so far, so don't take them seriously either. Besides, only savages like the Mulia's tribe would prefer to use their brute strength to prove transcendence. The dragon wasn't subtle about its prejudices towards the Mulia's tribe. Why would it be? Their decision to use anesthesia dragons as ingredients to ease their prince's pain had spelled a catastrophe spanning a few millenniums for the anesthesia dragon tribe. The catastrophe that could only end with death of their prince. You keep talking about ancient tribes. You are already a few millenniums old, so how old are these ancient tribes you speak of? Wyatt wondered what period would be considered ancient for someone who had lived a few millenniums themselves. Wyatt, the myriad realms are a few billion years old. You tell me what period of it I should consider as ancient period, the elder anesthesia dragon asked Wyatt instead of answering him. I hear your point, Wyatt nodded and asked. Then do you think that someone in the ancient tribes had achieved transcendence? It is a popular belief that the prodigies of the ancient forces had achieved transcendence and then carried their tribe with them, explaining why these tribes disappeared. As for my personal view, I believe it is possible. I have to believe because without it only despair remains. The dragon answered what it had from others' mouth to the best of its knowledge. Then why isn't anyone able to use the path to transcendence left by these tribes to achieve transcendence? Wyatt was beginning to understand that when it comes to transcendence, even the apex ruler class beings like the elder anesthesia dragon were as clueless as the rest of them, or maybe even more, because they had access to much more useless information. It has to be related to our tidal demon cores. The ancient tribes only left behind their path to transcendence, but never their method of forging the tidal demon core. It is as if they left behind that map to their home, but only those with the key to the home could enter it. Because of this, many speculated that the ancient tribes did this for those of their kind that they left being. Some are still searching for remnants of ancient tribes, which was how the lores of the Mulia's tribe's ancestors eating the ninth moon were born. Still, many smart ones have used the paths of transcendence left by the ancient tribes best suited for their tidal demon core to seek transcendence, giving birth to the ruler class, the being closest to achieving transcendence. If not for those ancient records, ruler class would never have been possible. We too, like the life forms in other primitive worlds, would still be stuck at the devil rank. My anesthesia dragon tribe had also done the same to achieve our current strength, if not for being at odds with the Mulia's tribe maybe. Whatever, what's done is done. The enemy of my tribe will die today, and my tribe will prosper using its ashes, the dragon swore. It appeared it would only leave here after making sure that the deviant devil was dead. What about the world calamity tree? Wyatt asked out of curiosity, believing that it would help him with his calamity soul gems transformation. Your ancestors' hunger was their worst enemy. They could amass the strength of the ruler class as easily as they could lose it. That is why I am surprised that you were able to control your hunger in Infinity Library, the den of pixies. I am not criticizing your ancestors, but they were a bunch of dumb trees with many insane gifts. Unfortunately, intelligence was not one of them. They let their hunger dictate their actions. Just like that stupid deviant devil, which allowed its addiction to dictate its actions, the dragon somehow managed to connect everything to the deviant devil. Then, the dragon immediately began to praise Wyatt. You have soon more self-control than your ancestors, which is why I have huge expectations for you. I have a feeling you will achieve something greater than any of your ancestors had achieved. I see. Wyatt gained nothing new about the world calamity tree from the dragon. It appeared the world calamity trees depended on draining energy from the realm they took root in. Once that realm was destroyed because of their exploitative behavior, they would use the strength they gained to sustain themselves till they found another world. This cycle kept repeating itself, fitting their name World Calamity Tree. No wonder the dragon went as far as to call the World Calamity Tree stupid. But that would mean the anesthesia dragon were the brains of their partnership. Now, Wyatt knew why the librarian was able to destroy the World Calamity Trees. He faced no challenge fighting against the combination of dumb and dumber. Are these paths of transcendence left behind by the ancient tribes available in the Infinity Library? Wyatt asked the dragon, though could already guess the answer. Yes, but you would have to be at least a Tier 1 executive VVIP member of the Infinity Library. But if one manages to climb to that rank in the Infinity Library, then they are already part of Infinity Library, so in a way that knowledge is not available to the outsiders. Even in the Dark Realm, many, almost 90%, still believe there is no path to transcendence. In a way, they are right because as far as I know, no one has achieved transcendence using the path left behind by the ancient tribes. This is why the devils keep exploring the depths of the myriad realms in search of transcendence. If a realm has the lore of transcendence, you will find the dark tribes there, the elder anesthesia dragon revealed. However, the more Wyatt listened to the dragon talk about transcendence, the more he felt he had no idea about achieving transcendence. They too were just figuring it out by trying the trial and error method. However, they were ahead of the card apprentices thanks to their historical records dating back several millenniums. Then, what about the realm will fragments? I heard they help in attaining transcendence. Wyatt inquired the dragon about the realm will fragments. Yes, the realm will fragment do help. But everything has a limitation. If one could achieve transcendence just by relying on external things, then many would have already attained transcendence by now. Wyatt, you are still in the Demon Master realm. Knowing all this information beforehand will not be of any help to you, but it might harm your confidence. Once the time is right, I reveal what you need. Don't try to run while you are still learning to walk. The dragon warned Wyatt that knowing too much wasn't good in most cases as it might just end up overwhelming him. Wyatt stared at the red dome covering the turtle shell shield in dismay with words. His feelings about the elder anesthesia dragon were mixed. It was treating him genuinely. However, knowing that it was because of a misunderstanding, Wyatt was having a hard time appreciating it. It's about time. Brace for impact, the elder anesthesia dragon warned Wyatt. That can't be right, Wyatt muttered, using his soul pupils to peer through the blood dome and into the sky. The celestial blood rule slave had grown closer, but it was still far away. Boom. Suddenly, a huge explosion shook the blood rule source. Tremors spread across the surface of the blood rule source, threatening to spill and swallow everything or being that stood on it. Even the world calamity tree, within the turtle shell shield, which had its roots buried in the surface of the blood rule source, found it hard to stand on it. Splat! The blood rule slave amalgamation dome covering the turtle shell shield burst like a water balloon while protecting the turtle shell shield from the shock waves of the explosion. The blood rule slave amalgamation flooded the turtle shell shield. But soon, each drop of the amalgamation worked together to reform the dome around the turtle shell. Once the surface of the blood rule source stabilized, Wyatt searched for the source of the explosion. He easily found it as it was covered in a silver apparition which resembled a mini-moon. It was Maliu's prince, the Deviant Devil. He was asleep inside a mini-moon-shaped apparition in a fetal position. It appeared as if the moon was a womb housing the Deviant Devil, which was contrary to the lore about Mulia's tribe ancestors eating the 9th moon of the Dark Realm. So Wyatt could not help but ask the dragon, "Are you sure the lore said Mulia's tribe's ancestor ate the moon? Because from what I am seeing it appears as if he was born from it." Wait for it. The elder anesthesia dragon didn't immediately answer Wyatt. Instead, asked him to wait, creating suspense. Wyatt wondered if the dragon hated the Mulia's tribe or not. From the looks of it, it did, but it could not help appreciate strong abilities. Just like any other dark race. "I don't think any enemy would wait for it," Wyatt remarked on the time it for the Deviant Devil to activate its tribe's ability. That's the beauty of the Mulia's tribe's ability. It has two states: moon incubation state and awakened state. During the moon incubation state, all the attacks they suffer will not only not be able to kill them, but will be healed once they awaken. But the real kicker is the fact that in the awakened state temporarily, they will gain immunity to all the attacks they suffered in the moon incubation period. So if the hostiles were impatient and kept attacking the Mulia's tribe members in this period, then when the Mulia's tribe awakened, their nightmare would begin, the dragon explained, revealing a little about the Mulia's tribe's ability to Wyatt. Doesn't that mean it would be impossible to kill the Mulia's tribesmen if they chose to stay in their moon incubation state? Wyatt asked the dragon in shock. He thought the anesthesia dragon tribe's damage negation and counter were overpowered, but the Mulia's tribesmen seemed to have an even overpowered ability. Nonsense. The moon incubation state can only last for a few minutes. It varies between the Mulia's tribesmen. It is perceived that those with stronger bodies can remain in the moon incubation state longer. So the Deviant Devil with his physical prowess can stay in the moon incubation state for a few more minutes than the rest of its tribesmen, but not more than that. Besides, using that ability follows with a temporary weakened state, so the Mulia's tribesmen only use it as a last resort, the dragon revealed. It was very forthcoming about the ability for someone who said that it would not spoil the Deviant Devil's ability for him. Listening to the dragon, Wyatt felt that despite its many limitations, the Mulia's tribe's ability was overpowered. Even if those familiar with their ability would avoid attacking them during the moon incubation state, there was more to the Mulia's tribe's ability that the dragon had not revealed to Wyatt. "Rakal, you sure the Deviant Devil is hiding strength?" "I do not see any sign of it hiding strength," Wyatt asked the dragon again, because after rechecking the Deviant Devil's soul pathways a few more times, the Hive AI reported back to him that the Deviant Devil was not hiding its strength. The moon incubation state is a blessing to the Mulia's tribesmen bestowed by their ancestors. So, the Deviant Devil is not hiding its strength, but borrowing strength from its ancestors. This should be why you are unable to gauge its new combat power, the dragon elaborated, and then added, "Wyatt, stop pestering me. Can't you just be patient and see for yourself?" The dragon wanted Wyatt to see the ability of the Mulia's tribe rather than explaining their ability to him. Wyatt rolled his eyes at the dragon. He did not like being surrounded by variables since he was only comfortable when he had a certain control over his surroundings. So ever since he had entered the blood rule source, he has been uncomfortable. First, the dragon, then the Deviant Devil, and now the celestial blood rule slave. Wyatt did not have peace of mind as he felt prepared, not knowing what could happen next. Since the dragon was no longer willing to answer him, Wyatt decided to use his trusted soul pupils on the deviant devil to monitor the changes it was undergoing. Recalling that he was able to use his soul pupils to almost copy the skill the demigod Michael Godson had bestowed upon his last descendant, Pax White bin Godson. During his origin card creation, Wyatt believed that he should also be able to repeat the same or do better in the case of the deviant devil. If he could copy the blessing of the Mulia's tribe, then just like their ancestor Wyatt too could bestow this blessing on himself and others. Just by entering its moon incubation state, Deviant Devil was able to cause an explosion that was able to spread unrest through the battlefield for minutes and a shockwave that was able to destroy the amalgamation dome. Recalling this, Wyatt could not help but imagine what kind of terror the Deviant Devil would be in its awakened state. At the same time, the Hive AI was busy studying the moon incubation state of the devil using Wyatt's soul pupils. It was using the soul records of the deviant devil as stencils to mark the influence of its ancestors' blessing on its soul pathway. This was one huge project. Wyatt not only had to recreate the whole blessing, but then make a version fitting the card apprentices. Yet Wyatt went through the trouble of copying this trouble, because Wyatt could see many possibilities where he could use the Mulia's tribe's blessings moon incubation state. Just from what the dragon had explained to Wyatt about this state, Wyatt could think of a few different places where he could use it on himself and his creation. Oi, Rockall, don't you think the celestial blood rule slave is getting faster the closer it gets? Wyatt informed the elder anesthesia dragon, when his secondary task to the Hive AI, to calculate the time it would take the celestial blood rule slave to crush into the battlefield was inconclusive. Yes, it is. Don't worry though, by the time it arrives the deviant devil will have long awakened from his moon incubation state. The dragon replied nonchalantly. Hey, by the way, why are we not escaping now while the deviant devil is in the incubation period? Especially when it is almost certain that the deviant devil and the celestial blood rule slave will clash, Wyatt pointed out to the dragon. He wondered what the heck were they still doing there when it was clear the devil and the celestial would go to battle. No, we can leave now. The deviant devil can choose to exit its incubation period sooner, though it will not be at its peak strength. The dragon rejected Wyatt's idea to leave the battlefield now. Isn't it a good thing? I thought you wanted the celestial blood rule slave to kill the deviant devil. It not being at its peak would make it easier for the celestial blood rule slave to kill. Wyatt did not understand why the dragon would care if the deviant devil was not at its peak when fighting against the celestial blood rule slave. No, the deviant devil is a battle maniac but not stupid. Why would it risk its life by fighting the celestial blood rule slave capable of killing it when it is not at its peak? It will also choose to escape, the dragon explained hurriedly in a stern but weird voice. Wyatt felt dragon's argument was valid but wondered why the dragon suddenly acted weird. It was someone capable of waiting millenniums to see its trap succeed. Its suddenly attacking weirdly seemed suspicious to Wyatt. Then a thought crossed his, causing him to exclaim, "You greedy dragon, you not only want your vengeance, but also the core of the celestial blood rule slave. Watch it, Wyatt. I am your elder. How dare you to call me greedy?" The dragon warned Wyatt, losing what little respect Wyatt had for it. Well, aren't you being greedy? Aren't you? Wyatt did not back down. He continued to blame the dragon for being greedy. This asshole wanted the deviant devil and the celestial blood rule slave to fight to death, killing each other. This way, not only would it manage to get its revenge, but also get its hand on the core of the celestial blood rule source. Ahem. Wyatt, this is not called being greed, it's called being ambitious. The elder anesthesia dragon cleared its throat and shamelessly colored its greed as ambition. Being ambitious, which dictionary are you using? Mine explains it as countering death. Wyatt stared at the shameless dragon and yelled. Then he added, "Not only are you being greedy, but you are risking my life for your greed. I don't like this one bit. You might have grown tired of living since you were a few millenniums old, but I am not even a century old. I have people counting on me back home. Just send me out of here." As Wyatt spiraled with rage after learning that the dragon was risking his life for its greed, the dragon couldn't shake the weight of guilt pressing upon its conscience. It knew that by indulging its own insatiable greed, it was recklessly endangering Wyatt. Yet, the allure of the fragments of a celestial blood rule slave's will, nurtured by the very essence of the blood rule source, proved too intoxicating for it to resist. Rare opportunities such as this didn't come by often even in the dragon's long lifespan. The chance to seize these fragments promised an unprecedented leap in its mastery of the blood rule, potentially propelling it closer to the coveted state of transcendence. It had created this opportunity with millenniums of plots and schemes. The only reason it could be so patient was by envisioning this moment when the celestial blood rule slaves will fragments would be within its grasp, and also the vengeance part. The dragon's resolve remained unyielding, even in the face of Wyatt's rage. Despite the torment clawing at its conscience, it couldn't bring itself to abandon the carefully laid plans it had nurtured for millenniums of its life. The culmination of its ambitions was at hand, and surrendering now was inconceivable. So, with a heavy heart and eyes fixed on the prize, the dragon steeled itself to pursue its long-awaited ascension, knowing that the cost might be Wyatt's trust and perhaps even his life. Though the dragon grappled with guilt, the allure of power proved stronger. It steeled itself against hesitation, determined to seize the fragments of celestial blood rule, slave's will. Wyatt's presence became a mere footnote in the grand design, overshadowed by the dragon's relentless pursuit of transcendence. I am sorry, Wyatt. Try to understand that the moment I use my ability, even if I don't escape, the deviant devil will turn its focus onto me from the celestial blood rule slave. Then, my plans will not go according to my calculation. There is a lot at stake here. So, I cannot afford any variables. The dragon firmly rejected Wyatt's pleas to send him out of the celestial blood rule slave's blood rule domain influence, stating that it would not let anything come between its pursuit of transcendence, even if it were Wyatt, his new home. Wyatt's presence was already a huge variable. It has been very tolerant. Seeing that throwing a tantrum did not get him out of there, Wyatt dropped his head in dismay. Calling the dragon greedy and blaming it for putting his life in danger for its greed were all an act Wyatt displayed to get the dragon to feel guilty and send him away from this bloody battleground. It was a long shot, but his strength and intelligence had been dwarfed by the three apex ruler class beings' vast knowledge and prowess, so he had little choice but to resort to such means, putting aside his pride. If the dragon were to send him out of here, then he could escape and go into hiding, assuming a new identity through myriad devil transformations such that the dragon could never find him. However, Wyatt was only met with disappointment when the dragon did not budge. His plan did not work. He did manage to garner guilt from the dragon, but its pursuit of transcendence was too strong. He was already lucky that it did not kill him for trying to come between its path to transcendence. However, this left an aftertaste of mixed feelings for the dragon in Wyatt's heart. Wyatt had mixed feelings about this conclusion because he did not expect the dragon to not kill him for coming in the way of his transcendence, but also repeatedly console him while feeling guilty for putting his life in danger. Though it did not budge, it willingly took all the blame. The dragon was very sincere toward the world calamity tree. Most importantly, when all of this was too sudden and not entirely the dragon's fault. If Wyatt had left the filth covering the dragon's body alone, he could have found some other reason or a way to convince the dragon to leave him alone. Now he was stuck right at the heart of the battle between apex ruler class beings. Wyatt was to be partially blamed for his current situation. However, in the dragon's eyes, Wyatt was his lucky charm. Wyatt's arrival not only gave him a new home and hope to extend his sleep cycle, but also solve the hidden danger covering his body. Thanks to this, its wait spanning for millenniums finally came to an end. If not for Wyatt discovering the filth covering its body in time, Dragon would not know the filth's existence even after its contamination had spread to its internals and throughout his body. Dragon did not know the consequences of such a thing happening, but seeing how the filth was able to summon the deviant devil, if it had contaminated its entire body, it would have been able to teleport it to the deviant devil. That wasn't the worst part. Since it had already spread throughout its body, the dragon could not escape it. Even if it were to use its dream escape ability, the filth covering its body would teleport it back to the deviant devil's side. So in the end, it would have become the deviant devil's pet with filth as its leash. However, by helping it remove the filth in a timely fashion, Wyatt had not only saved it from such a tragic fate, but also acted as a catalyst for its trap, which it had set up a few millenniums ago and lying in wait since then, by bringing the deviant devil to him. All in all, In the Elder Anesthesia Dragon's eyes, Wyatt was his lucky star. Having lived for millenniums and wasted almost half of it trying to trap the deviant devil and the celestial blood rule slave in deathmatch, it had come to know that sometimes no amount of talent, planning, or hard work can force things into motion unless it's time. Many know it as the fated time or lucky time, and the dragon believed Wyatt was his fated/lucky time. It felt that with Wyatt by its side, its path to transcendence would be a lot smoother. All of these thoughts morphed Wyatt's position in the dragon's heart and mind to a whole new level. Even if it hasn't been long since they have met. Was it the fate of a world calamity tree and anesthesia dragon, or just a mere coincidence? Regardless, everything seemed to fall in place for the dragon with Wyatt by its side. The dragon couldn't care less about why when the fruits it had been waiting for millenniums were right in front of it, and a few seconds from its reach. If Wyatt knew how high the Elder Anesthesia Dragon held him in its heart and mind, he would not only be creeped out, but worried for his future. As did not want to become some old dragon showpiece, or worse, a trophy wife. Here he was thinking of how to escape the clutches of the dragon, but with every passing second, the dragon's obsession with Wyatt kept increasing. So much so that its priorities now were achieving transcendence, grooming Wyatt, and everything else. Yes, taming Wyatt was only second to achieving transcendence in the dragon's list of priorities. If Wyatt were to learn of this, then his mixed feelings for the dragon because of its sincerity toward him or his world calamity tree self would vanish without any remnants. However, currently, the Elder Anesthesia Dragon's obsession with Wyatt was being overshadowed by its single-hearted pursuit of transcendence. So, Wyatt very little idea about the dragon's plans for him. What is happening? Wyatt asked the dragon as he felt the surrounding space tremble. The origin of the tremors was the moon apparition covering the deviant devil. The moon is about to take form by enveloping the surrounding space around it with the deviant devil at its cover. However, the space of the blood rule source is too strong, easily a few hundred times stronger than that of the realm you entered the blood rule source. And not to mention the blood rule domain of the celestial blood rule slave is locking the space. The dragon informed Wyatt. Does that mean the deviant devil's moon incubation form is going to fail? Wyatt inquired. It was the obvious conclusion. If it were some other tribe member of the Mulia's tribe, then they would definitely fail to complete their moon incubation state. However, if it's Mama's Mulia's, that it's a different story. Did you not see how he could use his reality-bending ability to toy with the space in his surroundings to his whim with a flex of his muscles? The blood rule source's space will not only be able to stop him from completing his moon incubation form, but it will make his awakened form stronger, the dragon explained, showing that it truly knew its enemy inside out. How so? What does the strong space of the blood rule source increase its prowess in an awakened state? Since the deviant devil's moon incubation state was a blessing and yet to fully manifest, even with his soul pupils, Wyatt could not analyze its soul pathways to tell what it was capable of and had to rely on the dragon for information about the blessing. The moon incubation state not only makes the Mulia's tribesmen temporarily immune to all attacks used on them during their incubation period, but allows them to adapt to the battlefield they are incubating in. In their awakened form, their body will be perfectly adapted to the battlefield. That form will be the most fit for the Mulia's tribesmen to fight on that battlefield, allowing them to turn any field into their home field and take full advantage of it. When Deviant Devil awakened in my dream field, it was more adapted to the dream field than me. Even though it was my ability, I was at a disadvantage in it. Do you understand what I am saying? It is like you spend your life honing a single skill to its limit, but suddenly someone else comes up with better skills, but for half the effort. Or in this bastard's case, a few minutes. That night, for the first time in my life, I realized the perils of an untalented person seeing this asshole adapt to my proudest skill dream field, like a fish in the water, and whoop my ass. The Mulia's tribe's ruler class force is not just for show. There is a reason why my anesthesia dragon tribe has been helpless against these bastards. These F-Curs are born fighters. The dragon narrated without hesitating to use profanity. Despite its blatant use of cuss words, one could not tell if it admired the Mulia's tribe's blessing or hated it. This was the first time Wyatt had heard the dragon use so many curses at once. Previously, regardless of how desperate the situation, it would remain calm. However, seeing the moon incubation state of the deviant devil take physical form by using the space surrounding it. The dragon recalled its dark past, especially when the deviant devil bested it in its own home ground, the dream field. Wyatt had previously wondered how the deviant devil, who was known for its physical prowess and reality-bending abilities, was able to defeat the elder anesthesia dragon in its dream. Now he finally had the answer. By using its moon incubation skill, it obtained a body that not only allowed it to display its strength and skills in the dream realm, but also a body that was born for the dream realm. A body that was better suited for dream-related skills than the elder anesthesia dragon's own body. Being best in its own specialty, it was impossible to stay calm every time it recalled it. The dragon could not have explained its anguish better. Even if it was an anesthesia dragon, a tribe crowned as dream walkers, it had to work hard to hone its innate abilities to their peak for it to gain the title of strongest assassin. However, the deviant devil, using its ancestors' blessing, was able to display dream-related prowess far better than him, who had spent the first millennium of his life honing his abilities and was considered the prodigy of his tribe. If it was someone else, they would have lost their will and lost sight of their goal after such a defeat. However, the elder anesthesia dragon not only overcame the shadow left behind by the deviant devil's prowess, but laid an elaborate trap for its nemesis. Holy SHD. Now that's one overpowered ability, Wyatt blurred aloud in his mind, listening to the dragon explain the second effect of the deviant devil's moon incubation ability. Overpowered. That's a befitting word to describe that ability, the dragon muttered, sometimes finding Wyatt's colloquialism whimsy. Wyatt was giddy. Right now he felt like he had won the lottery. Just imagining the infinite possibility of using the Mulia's tribe's ancestral blessing, Wyatt could not help but get excited. To think he found an ability that not only allowed a person to adapt to their surroundings, but adapt to the point that they can even best the natives of the surroundings who have lived and trained in those surroundings for years. If one was able to successfully remove the temporary limit placed on this ability, then the being with that ability would be able to flawlessly adapt to any corner of the myriad realms. The bountiful possibilities of the Mulia's tribe's ancestral blessing even tempted Wyatt into entertaining the thought of finding a few Mulia's tribesmen and fighting them just so that he could observe their ancestral blessing up close. The fateful night between deviant Prince Mama's Mulia's and strongest assassin Rakalmar, which gave birth to the lore of the anesthesia dragon lover/slayer, unfolded when Rakal visited Mama's dream to assassinate him there. However, he never expected the deviant prince's rumored muscles to be so strong that just when he was about to extinguish his soul, their reality-bending ability allowed the deviant prince to access his family's ancestral blessing within the elder anesthesia dragon's dream field. The only reason the elder anesthesia dragon Rakal dared to assassinate the deviant prince despite hearing songs of his physical prowess was because he believed he would not be able to access his family's ancestral blessing within his dream field just like the rest of his tribesmen. However, that was a miscalculation on the dragon's part, as the deviant prince's muscle held the reality-bending ability, which allowed the deviant prince to awaken his family's ancestral blessing within the dragon's dream field. Just in the nick of time when the dragon was about to extinguish its soul, the deviant devil activated his family's ancestral blessing, Moon Ape Incarnation, and entered its first state, Moon Incubation, to use its effect to save itself from certain death. In the Moon Incubation state, the Mulia's tribesmen temporarily cannot be killed, though they do sustain damage from attacks. However, all the damage sustained recovers when the Moon Incubation takes shape. Not to forget, they gain immunity to all the attacks they endure during the incubation state in the awakened state. Seeing the deviant devil summon its ancestral blessing in its dream field, the dragon was astonished, but knowing the effects of the Moon Incubation state, it did not attack the devil in haste. Rather, it patiently waits for the devil to awaken, even though it has heard about the dread of the Mulia's tribe's ancestral blessings awakened state, as it believed itself to be unparalleled in its dream field. As the deviant devil's Moon Incubation state started to take form, its muscles' reality-bending ability manipulated the dream field surrounding the devil to cover it in a moon-shaped egg. Seeing the devil undergoing a transformation within an egg with a shell made of its dream field, the dragon was shocked. However, it did not allow it to discourage it from its original goal, the assassination of the deviant devil, the enemy of its race. Soon the moon incubation state was complete, and the deviant devil entered the moon awakened state, with a new body that was specifically designed for the devil to thrive in the dream field effortlessly. Seeing that the devil had exited its moon incubation state, the dragon immediately mobilized its strongest move and once again aimed to extinguish the devil's soul at the fastest speed. However, before it could make it to the devil, it found that the devil was already behind him, causing the dragon to jump out of its skin in fright. Calming itself, the dragon recalled its years of practice and mobilized all of its strength to catch the devil. However, soon it found that no matter how fast it reacted, for some reason the devil was able to get behind it at an incredible speed. This was its dream field. It practiced here for most of its life, and it was supposed to reign here. However, for some reason, the devil was able to best regardless of how hard it tried, despite recalling its years of training, which helped it gain the title of strongest assassin. Within the dream field, the anesthesia dragons reigned supreme, their prowess unmatched by any other entity. Their mastery of the ethereal realm was legendary, and they were revered as the epitome of power and skill. Yet, to the dragon's astonishment, the deviant devil proved to be a formidable adversary even in this domain. Time and again, the devil emerged victorious, surpassing the dragon in countless confrontations and demonstrating a level of mastery previously unseen. Perplexed by the devil's unprecedented success, the dragon delved into its memories, searching for answers. It was then that the dragon recalled the transformative effect of the Mulia's tribesman's moon awakened state. This state, designed to adapt individuals to the battlefield, had imbued the devil with unparalleled abilities, enabling it to excel even in the dream field. Realization dawned upon the dragon as it connected the dots. The devil's superiority stemmed from its innate capacity to adapt, a trait inherited from the Mulia's tribesman's ancient lineage. Initially, when the dragon first learned of the Mulia's tribesman's unique ability to adapt to the battlefield, it didn't attribute much significance to it. Believing that their bodies would simply acclimate to the rigors of combat, the dragon underestimated the true extent of their prowess. However, to its astonishment, the ability surpassed mere adaptation. It elevated the Mulia's tribesmen to the pinnacle of battlefield excellence. Contrary to the dragon's initial assumptions, the ability didn't just facilitate adjustment. It transformed the Mulia's tribesmen into the undisputed elite of the battlefield. It seemed as though they were inherently attuned to the chaos and violence of warfare, as if millennia of evolution had meticulously crafted them for this specific purpose. With each skirmish and conflict, the Mulia's tribesmen demonstrated unparalleled skill and resilience, seamlessly integrating with the tumultuous environment of the battlefield. Their instinctive mastery of combat techniques, coupled with their innate adaptability, propelled them to the forefront of every engagement. They wielded their unique ability like a finely honed weapon, carving out a reputation as the preeminent warriors of their time. The deviant devil, empowered by its ancestors' moon ape incarnation blessing and its muscles' flexible nature, seamlessly navigated the dream field. Despite it being its maiden venture into this ethereal dream field, the devil effortlessly outplayed the dragon, showcasing remarkable adaptability. Its inherent agility, coupled with ancestral blessing, enabled it to thrive in the dream field, mastering its intricacies effortlessly. With a blend of ancestral blessings and innate abilities, the deviant devil emerged victorious, proving its prowess and dominance over the dragon without exertion. Witnessing the devil effortlessly achieve what had taken the dragon centuries to master dealt a severe blow to the elder anesthesia dragon's confidence. Despite the setback, the dragon refused to succumb to self-pity, persevering in its relentless pursuit to eliminate the devil. However, bolstered by its ancestral blessing, the devil had already surpassed the dragon in both skill and prowess within the dream realm. This turn of events left the dragon grappling with a newfound sense of inadequacy and frustration. With each attempt to defeat the devil, the dragon faced mounting challenges as the devil flawlessly countered every move with grace and precision. The dragon's desperation grew as it struggled to keep pace with the devil's unmatched abilities. Despite its best efforts, The dragon was outmaneuvered at every turn, unable to match the devil's strategic brilliance. As the conflict raged on, the devil's dominance became increasingly apparent, further eroding the dragon's confidence. With each passing moment, it became evident that the devil had firmly established itself as the superior force within the dream field, leaving the dragon to confront the harsh reality of its diminished stature within its own domain of expertise. After a millennium of dedicated training and unyielding practice, the dragon found itself humbled by the overwhelming prowess of the deviant devil, whose ancestral blessing and innate abilities seemed to effortlessly outshine the dragon's honed skills. Faced with repeated defeat at the hands of its adversary, the dragon's pride began to crumble, and it realized that relying solely on its acquired skills would no longer suffice. Though unwilling to believe that the skills it was proud of were failing it, the dragon decided to embrace humility. The dragon then acknowledged the need to tap into its own innate abilities, dormant yet potent, waiting to be unleashed. With a newfound determination, the dragon sought to demonstrate to the devil that it too possessed formidable innate talents, ones that could rival even the combination of its ancestral blessings and innate ability. Dream within dream, or the dream maze, was a distinctive innate ability exclusive to the anesthesia dragon race. With this power, they could lull their targets into a deep slumber within a dream, subsequently entering another layer of the dream. Anesthesia dragons were renowned for ensnaring adversaries within a complex labyrinth of dreams, causing them to become lost within the maze of multiple layers of dreams within their own subconscious. Consequently, the victim's physical form would plunge into an extended coma, trapped between the realms of wakefulness and the dream world. This formidable ability posed a significant threat, enabling anesthesia dragons to confront foes of superior strength. To awaken from the coma induced by the dream maze, the victim had to navigate their way through the intricate corridors of the multiple layers of the dream dungeon, retracing their steps back to consciousness. This journey demanded resilience, clarity of mind, and an unwavering determination to break free from the entrapment of the dream maze. The dream maze stood as a testament to the anesthesia dragon's mastery over the realms of dreams, serving as both a defensive mechanism and a potent weapon in their arsenal. Despite the elder anesthesia dragon's inability to directly vanquish the deviant devil in the dream field with its once formidable skills, it devised a cunning strategy to neutralize the threat using its innate ability. Recognizing the devil's resilience and strength, the dragon opted for a different approach: to imprison the devil's soul within an intricate network of dreams, a labyrinthine construct spanning multiple layers of dream realm using its innate ability, dream within dream, or dream maze. The dragon planned to craft a dream maze so elaborate that the deviant devil would find itself ensnared and lost amidst the shifting corridors of its own dream maze. The dragon planned to employ its innate mastery over dreams to its finest to weave together a complex maze of dreams with twists and turns in every corner, such that the devil would struggle to navigate its way back to the physical realm for the remainder of its existence. This way, the deviant devil would be condemned to wander the dream maze, perpetually seeking an escape route to the reality that would elude its grasp just when it thought it had found it, banishing the devil to traverse through the myriad layers of dreams, haunted by its worst nightmares. The elder anesthesia dragon, having decided to utilize its innate ability, already began to count its eggs and relish imagining the deviant devil trapped in its dream maze for the remainder of its lifespan. After all, the deviant devil's innate ability and ancestral blessing had managed to leave an everlasting scar in its psyche. It was very hard for the dragon to believe that the millennium of years it spent honing its skills were laid waste to by the devil using its innate ability. In the heat of the moment, it forgot to see the big picture. Rather, its mind was occupied by its loss, and it forgot its skills did not betray it. Rather, devil was just stronger. Dream maze. The dragon smugly used its innate ability on the devil, hoping to see it fall asleep and enter another layer of dream. However, contrary to its imagination, the devil did not sleep. Rather, it stood tall, unaffected by the dragon's innate ability. Seeing the devil unaffected by its ability, the dragon looked at the devil in disbelief. It stared into the devil's and did not see any sign of sleeplessness. Rather, there was a trace of excitement in them. Then the devil, who happened to be a silent participant in its own assassination attempt, finally spoke. "What did you do just now? Do it again. FCK. Don't tell me you carried your immunity to sleep into the dream itself. How is that even possible?" The dragon asked the devil in disbelief. "Because the devil's immunity to its sleep belonged to its muscles and not its spiritual body. However, for some unknown reason, its spiritual body was able to display similar immunity." Then, thinking of something, the dragon exclaimed, "Is it because of the moon ape incarnation form? Did your spiritual body really become as strong as your physical body? I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.